I'm Robert John Hadfield. Thank you so much for joining us for this special event. Today we're celebrating the life, the music, and the incredible legacy of Ozzy Osbourne with an 8-hour stream featuring some of our favorite Ozzy and Black Sabbath videos from the AudioMover archives. Now, if you're new here, welcome. The AudioMover channel is dedicated to the history of classic rock. We dive into the stories behind the albums, the artists, the magazines, the concerts, and the moments that helped shape the music we all grew up with. We now have hundreds of videos covering everyone from Black Sabbath and Ozzy to Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Rush, Deep Purple, Def Leppard, and so many more. As many of you know, one of the highlights of this channel came last year when Jack Osbourne shared one of our Ozzy tribute videos. That single post introduced AudioMover to tens of thousands of new viewers around the world, and we're incredibly grateful for everyone who has joined this community since then. Throughout today's stream, we'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment, tell us where you're watching from, share your favorite Ozzy memory, or simply let us know which album has meant the most to you over the years. We're streaming this event across several different platforms, but YouTube is our home, where we've recently passed 37,000 subscribers. So if you enjoy classic rock history and the stories behind the music, we'd love to have you become part of the AudioMover community. Thanks again for spending part of your day with us. We've got an incredible lineup of videos ahead, so let's get started. It is said that Crowley sold his soul to the devil. Do you believe that? And then Ozzy responds, yes, I feel like I've met him. I feel that I was a servant of his once. Hey, welcome to the AudioMover channel. I'm Robert John Hadfield, and that comes from a Circus magazine. This one right here from August 26th of 1980. And a couple weeks ago, we read this article about Black Sabbath when Ronnie James Dio was part of it. And I noticed that on the following page, there was a whole article about Ozzy and an interview with him. And what's so interesting about this is in this interview, Blizzard of Oz hasn't even been released yet. So Black Sabbath has Heaven and Hell out, and Ozzy is in kind of this precarious situation where he doesn't have anything out. They're not really sure what's going to happen, and you can hear it in his words, and it's super fascinating. So I'm going to read this article to you. I'm also going to show you a few things in his book where he talks about specific things that he mentioned in this article, and I think you're going to find this super fascinating. But before we jump into that, we're going to do today's AudioMover Rock Trivia Challenge. We have 3 questions related to Black Sabbath and Ozzy during this time period. And first question, who replaced Ozzy temporarily when he first quit Black Sabbath? Was it Glenn Hughes, Dave Walker, or Robert Fleischman? Next question, which of the following musicians played on Never Say Die and would later appear on Blizzard of Oz? Was it Bob Daisley, Gary Moore, or Don Airey? Okay, last question. Which one of the following bands did Lee Kerslake play with prior to Blizzard of Oz? Uriah Heep, Procol Harum, or Vanilla Fudge? Okay, pause the video, go down below, put whatever answers you know, and then at the end of the video, we will tell you the correct answers to those questions. And hang around to the end of the video because we have another one of these. We're ordering records all the time, as you know, for future shows. And we're going to open that one up on camera so you can see some of the stuff that we're working on. All right, let's jump into this article. This is so fascinating looking at this time period that was so precarious for Ozzy because, again, it wasn't a given that he was going to succeed. You know, we look at him today and we think, you know, he's bigger than life. He's this massive rock star. But at the time, no one was really sure what was going to happen. And Black Sabbath had carried on without him. And here they are talking to him. And you can sense, like I said, the insecurity in what he has to say here. And at first we have this really cool picture of him right there where it says Ozzy lives in Stafford, England with his family and owns a local wine bar in addition to his rock and roll activities. And is that not just super cool? I love the tassels, and he actually was a really cool looking dude back in those days. I think he was kind of awesome. Okay, here's the title of the article. The Land of Oz, a talk with Mr. Osbourne. Please allow him to introduce himself. He's a man of wealth and taste. He's been around a long, long time. Of course, everybody knows what that's taken from. Got a little sympathy for the devil reference there. Ozzy Osbourne, real name John, the king of diabolical rock. Never heard that before, but I love it. Has been exorcised from Black Sabbath after a process that makes Linda Blair's ordeal seem like a class picnic. Ozzy still has the curiously manic gestures, the alluring gaze, the hippie hair, and the ability to meld the outlandish with the demonic. Dressed in jeans and a leather jacket, he seems in better shape physically and psychically than he has been for years. Now on his own, Ozzy paused briefly in London for what he termed at its end a nice little chat. Some chat. Now, before we get into the actual interview here, it's important to put all of this in context because this album, Never Say Die, this was the last time he'd be with them, and this came out on September 29th of 1978. So here we are with this magazine. Like I said, this is August of 1980. Of course, the interviews would have taken place a couple of months before this. But when you put this in context, this album, Blizzard of Oz, would not be released in England for another month after this magazine comes out. But Heaven and Hell, this came out on April of 1980, so this is already out in the stores. And as I said, this is kind of an awkward position for Ozzy because he is in this situation where they just don't know what's going to happen. And you know, they're hoping that when Blizzard of Oz comes out, it's going to be successful. So it comes out a month later, and then it doesn't even get officially released in the United States till March of the following year. Have that context as you listen to what he's saying here. After the kind of success you enjoyed with Black Sabbath, why did you leave the band? Ozzy Osbourne. Sabbath was a walking disaster, you know. Everything it touched, in one hand, was gold, and in the other was a big piece of... The last few tours were just to get enough to fight these various law cases we were involved in because we got ripped off ruthlessly by our management. You can hear all about that stuff in Tony Iommi's book. Our last tour together, it was a disaster because Van Halen was opening for us, and it was terrible because they were great. And we were just falling apart on stage every night. And there's just legendary things. As a matter of fact, we have a whole video on this channel about the time that Ozzy fell asleep in the wrong hotel room and missed the concert. And that was during this same tour. And as he says there, this was Van Halen's this was after their debut. And they were out touring the world for the first time. And they were huge Black Sabbath fans too. So they loved Black Sabbath. And yet Ozzy, you know, many times over the years, has said they were just killing us every night. They were so amazing. Oh, and by the way, the reason that happened, Van Halen was on Warner Brothers Records, who Black Sabbath was on too. And so it seems that what Warner Brothers was trying to do was use Black Sabbath's poll and their audience to introduce the new guys, Van Halen, who they believed in, who knew was going to be huge. And so they were kind of using Black Sabbath in that way to give Van Halen some momentum because they knew where they were going to go. Okay, Circus, what was the problem? Ozzy, for one thing, I couldn't get into the later music we were doing. The last 3 albums we did effing sucked. I hated being a part of it. It got to the point where I wasn't putting my heart and soul into it. I was killing the band and the band was killing me. I finally needed to make a move from my own life. I have 3 kids and I thought nothing is worth being dead at the age of 33. It's fascinating to think of how young these guys were when they were doing this like really amazing stuff. I was not prepared to give my life as the rest of them have for the glorious name of Black Sabbath. Circus, what do you mean by giving your life? Ozzy. I was getting up and literally drinking all day. I was also taking a lot of dope. I was just using junk to get me through the day. I wasn't jacking up or anything. Lots of booze, more booze than dope. Circus. What effect did your reputation as a devil worshiper have to do with your problems? Ozzy. At first, the Satanism stuff was just a press thing that we jumped on and rode for a while, but finally I couldn't live being the Prince of Darkness anymore. I mean, for that time, I bent so many people's heads. And think about it, that's so fascinating that he had kind of taken on that moniker of the Prince of Darkness somewhere back then in the 70s. He had it clear up until the end, which is fascinating to think about because here he is like, man, I can't do that all the time. And then he really, that becomes his thing for so long. They must think I live in an effing castle swinging off my legs from rafters with bats coming in every night. It's like being effing Christopher Lee or something. People must think that while I'm lying in bed at midnight that fangs appear and I get red eyes and that I effing sleep in a casket. Now, what's kind of funny about that is that, again, this is before this album has even come out when he's doing this interview. But as you know, as time would go on, he would really actually embrace this whole thing. I mean, look at this. Because Ozzy really did do the Fangs thing on Bark at the Moon. And here's just another shot from that time period. But it's just interesting that people kind of envision, as he says, kind of envision him being that way. And then as they envisioned it, he would go kind of live up to it. And they made that whole album cover where he had that look. Anyway, just again, interesting context stuff. Let's see here, Circus. But isn't that what you wanted them to think? Ozzy, in the beginning, yeah. But you try getting Ronald McDonald to change his name to Ron Jones, and it won't work because that's business. The problem was that I wasn't just Ronald McDonald. I was the effing hamburger that got shoved down the mouths and into their heads. I mean, when they get to chewing the back of your head, it gets a bit painful. And then there's some laughter. Circus, do you have any regrets about your part of Black Sabbath? Ozzy, no. It was the greatest thing in my life. Sabbath was an effing phenomenon. There'll never be another band like that again. I don't care if you could resurrect Elvis Presley. Now, by the way, I'm curious to hear what you think about that. When he says there'll never be a band like that again, do you think we've come close to having something like that? Anyway, I'd just love to get your feedback on that point there. I remember the thrill it was to come from the back streets of Birmingham in England to Madison Square Garden in New York with all of those thousands of kids. It's like playing on Mars. You can't buy that. You can't shove that in your arm. But then we'd get off stage and have all these effing jerks pissing away dollars and sucking it up their noses or blowing your dough on cocaine, and you're sweating your butt off on stage every night. I mean, at the end of the day, after spending 11 years of your life, I don't want to be tossed into a trash can like everyone else. And that's what the band I worked with was trying to do to me. I can't believe it. Now, this is actually particularly fascinating because you have to have a little bit of understanding of where these guys were coming from. Because he brushes over it right there and says, think about this. We were coming from the back streets of Birmingham, and the next thing you know, we're in Madison Square Garden. And I think I've talked about this in other videos before, but you have to remember these guys are coming from an industrial town that's right after World War II. They're still dealing with the scars and the aftermath of Germany attacking England and everything that happened to it around World War II. It was a mess. And these young guys growing up in that area, all they had to look forward to was spending their life possibly working in a factory. Matter of fact, Tony Iommi actually started working on it. That's where he got the damage to his hands. They had a bleak future. There wasn't a lot to look forward to. They came from poor towns. But you take these guys that live in those circumstances and then you throw them in the middle of money and success and all the other things that come with it, and they don't know what they're looking out for. They don't know what they're trying to prevent. They don't know the downfalls, the pitfalls, the difficulties, the dangers of what they're stepping into. And so when you listen to these stories that they're going through, you have to remember that. These were kids coming from a poor town in Birmingham. They had no future, and suddenly they have everything. There's another really cool picture of Ozzy, by the way, and it says Ozzy's father designed the prototype for the classic gold cross opposite. It's right here you can see it here on this picture, that all the Sabs wear. Ozzy will continue to sport it as leader of his new band, Blizzard of Oz. Two things to note there. Number one, they refer to this not as a solo career. Circus is referring to it as a band called Blizzard of Oz. That's very important because we forget that over time. So, and then about this cross, this is pretty fascinating. And it goes back to this the occult imagery and what have you that they were talking about. Now listen to this. But now, finally with Black Sabbath, I was doing something I was good at that I enjoyed, that I was prepared to work hard at. I suppose I just really wanted my old man to be proud of me. But it wasn't his fault. It was the way he was. It was his generation. He's saying this because when he played the first Black Sabbath album for his dad did not get it, and it showed. And I think deep down he was proud of me in his own way. Now listen to this. I can honestly say that we never took the black magic stuff seriously for 1 second. We just liked how theatrical it was. Even my old man eventually played along with it. He made me this awesome metal cross during one of his tea breaks at the factory. When I turned up to rehearsal with it, all the other guys wanted one, so I got Dad to make 3 more. Anyway, so that tells you a little bit about where this cross came from. But you were the one who walked out, weren't you, Ozzy? Yeah, But as soon as I left, I knew the whole thing was planned behind my back. I had to leave because I couldn't handle hiring these big effing houses and trying to stay up with the Led Zeppelins and the Stones and the David Bowies of the world when we couldn't afford it. I said, get it sensible and let's do what we can afford and put something away for ourselves for a rainy day. Finally, I said goodbye and good luck, but it's turned sour like everything else. Now, I want to share one other thing out of his book here, and it's about the time that Ozzy was fired. It was Bill who told me I was fired. The date was April 27th of 1979. And so when you put that in context, that was less than a year after this album had come out. We were doing some rehearsals in LA, and I was loaded, but then I was loaded all the time. It was obvious that Bill had been sent by the others because he wasn't exactly the firing type. I can't remember exactly what he said to me. We haven't talked about it since. But the gist was that Tony thought I was a pissed, coked up loser and a waste of time for everyone concerned. To be honest with you, it felt like he was finally getting his revenge for me walking out, and it didn't come as a complete surprise. Now listen to this. I'd had the feeling in the studio for a while that Tony was trying to wind me up by getting me to sing takes over and over again, even though there was nothing wrong with the first one. And go back and listen to what he said in the Circus magazine, right at the beginning of that paragraph. Yeah, but as soon as I left, I knew the whole thing was planned behind my back. So he seemed to think back then and even here that Tony was doing something to try to provoke him, to try to get him to react, or maybe get him to do something that would give them more of a reason to fire him. Okay, let's keep listening here. This is so great. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel betrayed by what happened with Black Sabbath. We weren't some manufactured boy bands whose members were expendable. We were four blokes from the same town who'd grown up together a few streets apart. We were like family, like brothers. And firing me for being effed up was hypocritical BS. We were all effed up. If you're stoned and I'm stoned and you're telling me that I'm fired because I'm stoned, how can that effing be because I'm slightly more stoned than you are? But I don't give an F anymore. And it worked out for the best in the end. It gave me the shove up the arse I needed and probably made it a lot more fun for them, making records with the new singer. I don't have anything bad to say about the guy they hired to replace me, Ronnie James Dio, who'd previously been with Rainbow. He's a great singer. Then again, he ain't me and I ain't him. So I just wish they'd called the band Black Sabbath 2. That's all. Anyway, just fascinating looking at this in context, decades later, what he had to say about this in his book. Circus, but you left once and then came back to the band. What happened? Ozzy. It was like I was thrown out into the world and I didn't know where to go. It was like getting a divorce after you've been married. Even though you know it's not right, you're set in your ways and know your world. Finally, I had to give it up for good. And one of the reasons, he had left earlier, but that was really related to the fact that his father had passed away. That's a whole nother story, and we have another video on the channel about that. That sounds too easy to be true, Ozzy. Well, it got sordid and very nasty at the end. I mean, they weren't exactly gentlemanly about it. I mean, I physically had to go and steal some equipment from a warehouse to carry on and do my own thing. It was just silly. I just feel sorry for them if that's the situation they want to get into. Circus. What do you think of Ronnie Dio as a replacement vocalist for you in the band? Ozzy. Ronnie is a great singer and Sabbath gets 10 out of 10 for getting him, but he ain't going to do an Ozzy Osbourne. Just like if Tony or Geezer or Bill left the band, you could never replace them. It was like when Deep Purple changed their personnel. It was never the same. Would the Stones try to replace Jagger if he left? And there is really obviously some truth to that. I want to share one other thing here about that time period, and I think you're going to find this pretty fascinating too. I'd be talking out of my arse if I said I didn't feel like I was in competition with Black Sabbath when we made Blizzard of Oz. I wished them well, I suppose, but part of me was essing myself that they were going to be more successful without me. And their first album with Dio was pretty good. I didn't rush out and buy it, but I heard some tracks on the radio. It went to number 9 in Britain and number 28 in America. But by the time we'd got Blizzard in the can at Ridge Farm Studios in Surrey, I knew we had a cracking album of our own. We had a couple of cracking albums, actually, because we had a lot of material left over when we were done. And it was magic to be in control, like I finally pulled something off. Then again, even if you think something's brilliant, you never know if the general public's going to pick up on it. But as soon as radio stations got a hold of Crazy Train, it was a done deal. The thing just exploded. And remember, what I'm reading, this whole thing is obviously retrospect for us, but at the time of this article, when we're listening to what he's saying, this was, again, not a given. They didn't know that it was going to happen this way. When the album came out in Britain in September of 1980, it went to number 7 on the album charts. When it came out in America 6 months later, it peaked at number 21, but it eventually sold 4 million copies, making it one of the top 100 best-selling albums of the decade. And that's, again, this is absolutely fascinating, especially because you just got to remember, we look at Ozzy today as this legend, but this was not, when he got kicked out of Black Sabbath, not only did the band act like he was a washed up drunk, the industry felt that way about him. There were not a lot of people that believed in him, that he could pull this off. And he pulled it off famously, obviously, did an incredible thing with it. The fact is, though, that they have replaced you and seem to be doing rather well. Ozzy, yes, and I'm sick that it's carried on. I didn't even get to do a farewell tour. They at least owed me that. But if they want it bad enough to do what they've done, they must deserve it more than I do. I'm not prepared to put myself through that torture again. Again, do you hear that little bit of kind of insecurity in there? Like, man, they owed me a farewell tour. Circus, so what are you going to do now, Ozzy? I thought of lots of names because, like, Black Sabbath is hard to beat. I finally settled on the Blizzard of Oz. And again, this is also interesting to note, he's referring to it as a band, not necessarily as an album name. What is the album like, Ozzy? I wrote it and recorded it in 2 months. It's not technically brilliant, but my feeling is that it's energy that sells records, not brilliance. I love that line. It's energy that sells records, not brilliance. There is so much truth to that. So many of the greatest albums that have ever been recorded, and they are one of the greatest examples of this. When you look at Black Sabbath's first album, the thing was done inside of 2 days, the entire thing. And in the end, it's the energy that comes across in that music. There's something about it that has power, and the imperfections are irrelevant because the energy is captured in them. And anyway, I love that line because there's so much truth to that. And you have so many examples of this in the history of music. The more time a band takes working on and just beating music to death, eventually it just loses all of its energy. And when a band can go into the studio, and Van Halen's another example of this, speaking of Van Halen and these big guys touring together, because when you get to this point, they're taking so much time working on these records and you're getting what they feel like is a substandard product. But then when you go back to the beginning, they spend a very little amount of time and they end up with something great. And by the time they get to this point, now the new guys, Van Halen, are on their first album, which similarly, they knocked out pretty quick. Anyway, just kind of an interesting compare and contrast how these two groups cross paths at these specific points in their history. It's funny how things happen in my life. I just go bump into things and bingo, it happens. To think that in the last year, I've gone from being an alcoholic to auditioning a band and putting out an album, I'm really pleased with. It's a effing achievement for me. This album has been like taking an effing family friendly. I've disemboweled myself. Is the music like Black Sabbath? Ozzy, having listened to the same old slam that they put on Heaven and Hell, I can say that my album has a lot more musical variety. I think people will be surprised. One of the songs is about this guy named Aleister Crowley. That man was a phenomenon of his time. Circus. He was supposedly a 24-karat warlock. Have you read much about him? Ozzy, I don't read. I don't have to. I can feel it. Circus. It's said that Crowley sold his soul to the devil. Do you believe that? Ozzy, long pause. Yes, I feel like I've met him. I feel that I was a servant of his once. That's pretty weird, but very Ozzy, I guess. Circus, do you feel like you've had past lives? Ozzy, yes, and future ones. I'm kind of crazy when it comes to that. I try to shut those thoughts out, but as days go by, I'm accepting these things. Circus, what do you mean by crazy? Ozzy, I believe everyone has a certain amount of madness in them. Otherwise, why would they go and see people act mad on stage? I can communicate with people by being a conductor of madness. Right now, I've got so much craziness building up in me, I've got to get out on stage and release it. And this is an interesting point that he makes here. He's, again, in this transitional time. Nobody's really sure what's going to happen. And he's not, when he was with Sabbath, he's out touring and playing all the time, and that's been stepped back a bit here. Circus. Do you believe in Satan? Ozzy. I've always had this thing about Satan from the time I was small, but I suddenly realized that the devil isn't this effing thing with red eyes and fangs and all that crap. The devil is within us all the time. It's here. All this, pointing around the room, is the devil. Weird things happen to me because I live in a weird house in a weird area. Somebody found that people in the area had been holding black masses over at the effing Abbey. That's why this cross never leaves me. It's my daddy's. He made it. He died 2 years ago, and I think that's when I died. He told me that the midwife who delivered me told him that I would be something special. Circus, how does your wife affect your life? Ozzy, she pulls the reins back when I get out of it. She saved my bacon so many times, I can't believe it. I mean, one time I wanted to get a effing black cathedral built back of my house. She freaked and wouldn't allow it. Circus, are you ever surprised that you've lasted this long? Ozzy, I have OD'd that many times, holds up fingers with both hands, but I have the will to live. It's like Rasputin. I've got a mission in this world, and that mission is to just rock and roll. As much as I am identified with the devil and black magic and all that, family friendly, I am not a bad person. I'm not an effing evil person or wish to harm anyone. I mean, how black is my Sabbath? Okay, let's jump to our AudioMover Rock Trivia Challenge. Okay, who replaced Ozzy temporarily when he first quit the band? Was it Glenn Hughes, Dave Walker, or Robert Fleischman? And the answer to that question is Dave Walker. Glenn Hughes actually did sing later for Black Sabbath, and Robert Fleischman was a temporary vocalist, but not for Black Sabbath. It was for Journey. Which of the following musicians played on Never Say Die and would later appear on Blizzard of Oz? Was it Bob Daisley, Gary Moore, or Don Airey? And the answer to that is Don Airey, the keyboardist, played on both Never Say Die and Blizzard of Oz. Last question. Before we do this last one, please go down below, hit the like button, follow the channel if you're not already following the channel. And if you enjoy this, please share this with other people. Let other people know about what we're doing here. We really appreciate you when you do that. And also, we want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. Go to digitech.com, check out all the gear and technology they have. And of course, when you go there, do us a favor and let them know that the guys at AudioMover sent you. Okay, last question. Which one of the following bands did Lee Kerslake play with prior to Blizzard of Oz? Was it Uriah Heep, Procol Harum, or Vanilla Fudge? And the answer to that question is Uriah Heep. And as a matter of fact, when he left after these two albums and then he was replaced with Tommy Aldridge, he went back to Uriah Heep, and you can see him on the album. I've talked about this on this channel before, the album Abominog. Okay, let's open up this record so you can see. I know how many of you love watching me use this razor blade to open up these packages. I'm going to do that again. Always cut away from yourself. Isn't that the way you're supposed to do it? Many of you, probably just like me, when you were younger, you would buy things on cassette and CD and so many different things, and didn't always buy things on records. So since we do so much of this kind of stuff here, I'm now, rebuying a lot of things that I'm having a hard time here, that I never owned on vinyl. I think I know what's in here. I didn't check before I pulled it open, but I think it's related to the actual video that we're doing right now. Boy, they packed this one really, really well. Here we go. How did they? This is something. They have really got this thing in there. There it is. There it is. And it is Black Sabbath, Sabotage. I never had the vinyl of this album, so this is going to be a fun one to have. So anyway, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, welcome back. I'm Robert John Hadfield. Just a reminder that you're watching our 8-hour Ozzy stream here on AudioMover. If you love Ozzy, Black Sabbath, and the stories behind classic rock, you're in the right place. Now let's jump back to the videos. Okay, one of the last times we were together, we read an article with Dio right after he joined Black Sabbath. Right. And they were kind of telling their side of the story. And Dio was actually saying
He was not excited about Ozzy.
Yeah, he was not he was not saying friendly things about Ozzy.
Not saying friendly.
And so then we stumbled across this article, which is in, what is this in? This is in Hit Parader. When is it?
1986.
So this is Hit Parader, 1986. And this in this article, Ozzy actually talks a little bit about the Black Sabbath split.
Okay.
A little bit, right?
Like his side of it?
Yeah, there's a little bit of his side in this thing.
Okay.
Kind of sprinkled in here. So we just thought maybe it'd be interesting just to take a look at this article. So this one is 1986. So at this point, from a context standpoint, Van Halen versus David Lee Roth. This is when, and it says the war heats up. That's right, because 2 years earlier, they were on top of the world with 1984.
Right.
And now here we are in 1986, and both bands, Van Halen's now put out 5150, and David Lee Roth has put out Eat 'Em and Smile. And it's like the whole kind of rivalry is really, really kicking into high gear here. So they're a big, both these guys are a big deal. Van Halen, David Lee Roth, it's a big deal right now. Motley Crue is a big deal. Accept. You ever heard of Accept?
I don't think
they were a German metal band. I actually really like some of their stuff. Bon Jovi. You ever heard of Keel?
No. No, I haven't.
They were a band I really I liked the idea of it, but I don't know. I didn't really like Keel.
The idea of it.
They just never really did it for me. Then there's Ozzy, Scorpions, AC/DC, Wasp, and Iron Maiden. All of them were kind of a big deal at the time. So anyway, we're going to take a look at this article and Ozzy Osbourne, Crazy Like a Fox. So, all right, let's jump into this. But before we jump into reading the article, we want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. We've got their posters back here. I think I showed you last time we got this pedal.
I did
from
see
Digitech.
The pedal.
We've got it in the set right now. So anyway, we want to shout out Digitech. Go to digitech.com. Tell them that we sent you. All right, so Crazy Like a Fox. There's at this point, Ozzy is really, really leaning into the madman. I mean, look at that picture.
Metal madman enjoys great success.
Yeah,
with
he's really, really leaning
sin.
into that whole madman thing at this point.
That picture looks like that. Or I mean, really blow up that picture. Look at his face. Like
exactly. He's really kind of
He's taking that on.
And then it says, what is it, Sandra? I'd love to meet every fan who bought The Ultimate Sin and thank them personally. Oh, by the way, I got that out. So the album that he's touring on in this article is this one right here, The Ultimate Sin. And this is the one I bought when it came out back when I was in high school. And I got to be honest with you, I didn't love the album. It had a couple of really cool tunes on it.
I saw this. You brought this out a number of times, but I didn't realize how much it looks like him.
Yeah, they really captured they did capture it. And it's interesting, this is the second album with Jakey Lee. And Jakey Lee was basically the replacement for Randy Rhoads, who died.
Okay.
And he was on the album Bark at the Moon. And then now this is the second album that Jakey Lee is on, of course, Ultimate Sin. And like I said, I don't know, the Bark at the Moon, some of the people that watch his channel have commented that was their favorite album. I didn't love it. I don't think it was even close to the first two albums. And then this one, to me, even was a step down even a little bit from Bark at the Moon. But at this point, Ozzy has securely set himself up as just legend, all those years with Black Sabbath. And then this, his solo career was just, he was an institution and he was going to sell no matter what. So anyway, this is the album that they were on at the time. Oh yeah. And then it did have one song that was kind of a hit, sort of, and it was Shot in the Dark. And that was a pretty good tune. And The Ultimate Sin was an okay song. And I don't know, like I said, I didn't love it, but this is the album that they were on. All right.
Well, let's see what Ozzy thinks about it.
Let's jump into it.
Okay. Even Ozzy Osbourne finds it a little hard to believe that in the middle of 1986, he is at the apex of his 15-year career.
By the way, that is amazing. I mean, really, because how many performers do you know that 15 years into their career, they're as big as they've ever been?
Well, especially after you left the biggest band you've been in.
Right.
And now you're just solo.
This is this is career phase 2.
Yeah, 50.
And he's huge. He's huge. It really is remarkable. There's very, very few people that do this.
His latest album, The Ultimate Sin, is his most successful ever. And his current world tour sells out everywhere he goes. Ozzy has proven that reports only a few months ago of his commercial death were greatly exaggerated. Here now is the man himself to explain why his career has once again taken off into the stratosphere.
And by the way, I did a video we put out with Gary recently where we read a thing like this, and the guy that wrote the article, basically it was about the Bark at the Moon album, and the guy that wrote the review basically said Ozzy's career's over. Because he just thought it was, He
didn't like it.
But
this is the one he's talking about. He's had sold out concerts. But this one has sold out concerts?
Which is, but again, like I said, at this point, he's such an institution, it doesn't really matter almost what he puts out.
No, yeah.
I mean,
plus being live, seeing him live, like if he had some hits before, like people want to be there and feel it.
It became one of those things where years later, if he was touring, even if you didn't know he had a new album out, you'd still go see him just because. There are bands like that, like Rush, for example. I saw Rush in concert a few times where they had a new album out, but I didn't even know it. But I knew they were coming to town. I'm like, I'm going to go see Rush.
You're going to go see it.
Yeah. And even if you hadn't even heard anything off their new album, it was just like, yeah, but it's Rush and I want to go see him. And Ozzy was one of those things where it's like, I don't even own his new record, but it's Ozzy. So I'm going to go to the concert. Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. I went to Marilyn Manson a couple years ago.
Okay.
He's old now. Like, but it was a great show.
I bet it was.
It was great. Okay. Hipperator. Why do you think people have reacted so positively to The Ultimate Sin? Ozzy. Actually, it beats the living fuck out of me. If I had to guess, I'd say it's because there's nothing else out there for them to buy.
That's awesome.
Actually, I hope it's because the music is really good. I think it's the best album I've ever done. And it's very nice to know that so far people have been agreeing with me. That's funny that he thinks it's his best album and you're like,
I think it's, to me, it was just kind of average, but whatever.
Hipperator. The sound quality instantly catches your attention when you listen to the album. It sounds much more volatile than Bark at the Moon. Ozzy. There were a lot of problems with Bark at the Moon. We thought we had a great album all the time. Then
we thought we had the greatest album.
We had the greatest album all the time. Then when we started to mix it, we realized a lot of it sounded like crap. This time we worked with a guy named Ron Nevison, who really made the album sound great. He was a pain in my butt to work with at times, but he got some amazing results out of us. Hipperator. It must have been difficult for you to work with a producer after you basically produced the last few albums yourself. Ozzy. It wasn't easy for me, but it wasn't easy for Nevison either. He mentioned on more than a few occasions that he's had easier people to work with than me. But at the end of the project, we both had a lot of respect for each other.
That's actually really interesting to hear him say that. You know, it's funny because from a production standpoint, you never really know. I mean, in hindsight, Ozzy took a lot of credit for things that I don't know how much, like writing lyrics, for example, or writing songs in general. Yeah. So I don't know. Anyway, it's just interesting. It's one of the reasons I love doing this channel is you hear their perspective on, their spin on things and what they say happened. And anyway, I just find this stuff really fascinating. Okay, keep going.
Hipperator. A few months ago, there was speculation that you were about to shelve your solo career and go back to Black Sabbath. I bet you're glad you didn't do that now.
So this is the part where I was talking about. There's a little bit of this reference back to the Sabbath stuff.
Ozzy. I certainly am. At the time, it seemed like something that could have been interesting, at least temporarily.
And by the way, the reason this is even coming up is because the Dio stuff that we read before was now over. So Dio is no longer with Black Sabbath. They've moved on.
Okay.
And so now there's this talk of, is it possible that the original guys, because then, and they'll talk about more about this in a second, because they did get back together temporarily. All right. Anyway, keep going.
We had gotten Sabbath together for Live Aid last July, and things seemed to be going quite nicely.
So do you know what that is? What Live Aid was?
I don't know what Live Aid is. Okay.
So back in the mid '80s, there was all this stuff about what was going on in Africa and the famines and all the people that were. So they had these things called USA for Africa, where they would record these songs. They get all these artists together and they do these big recordings and things to raise money for people starving in Africa. Okay. So a guy named Bob Geldof, who's the singer for a band called Boomtown Rats, and did you ever see the movie The Wall?
Yeah.
The guy that played Pink in The Wall, that shaved all the hair.
Yeah.
This guy, his name is Bob Geldof.
Okay.
He is the guy I'm talking about. Put together this massive concert that was it was one of the biggest things ever. And it was called Live Aid. And as I recall, they did it on both continents. And Phil Collins he was like the first person to play.
They did it in Africa and here?
No, in Europe.
Oh, in Europe.
So they did it like at Wembley Stadium or something, and then here in the United States. And Anyway, this
I was
is
like in a concert in Africa.
So
what would that be like?
if you saw the Queen concert, the Notorious Queen thing where they do Radio Gaga and the one that they did in the movie, in the Queen biopic.
Okay.
That's from Live Aid.
I didn't know that.
Yes. So all these bands, U2, they played it. That's one of the places where people really, really heard of U2. They did a version of Bad at Live Aid.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, they got Black Sabbath back together to play at this event called Live Aid, like he said, last July. And so anyway, people were like, hey, maybe Black Sabbath is going to get back together. And it ended up, it didn't work out quite the way they wanted it. I don't think they were very happy with the billing that they got at this thing. And anyway, it was kind of a... Anyway, but that's the thing. So they were getting to get back together temporarily for this good cause.
Good cause, okay.
Live Aid, where they were supposed to raise all this money to, for Africa and starvation and, that kind of thing. So anyway, that's what they're talking about here. That's the context.
We had a lot of fun, and I might have tried it a bit longer. But two things came up that convinced me I couldn't work with Sabbath again.
For those of us that love this classic media, I think most of us remember these things, audio and videotapes. And I recently realized that a lot of the viewers of this channel don't realize that behind this channel, there's a company called the AudioMover Digitizing Studio. And for 25 years, we've been digitizing old media like this for individuals and organizations across the United States and Canada. So if you have any old audio or videotapes you need preserved, we can help. And for anybody watching this video today, we're offering a 15% discount on any AudioMover digitizing service. Just use the discount code on the screen. So visit audiomover.com today to learn more and get an order started.
One was a personal issue with their management. That's a long story involving my wife and her father. He happens to manage Sabbath. No way.
Yeah.
I think you've said this before, but I forgot.
His name is Don Arden.
That would be crazy.
And so Sharon Osbourne, his wife, her dad so she's Sharon Arden. Her father is Don Arden, and he was the manager for Black Sabbath. And he was opposed to Dio singing with Black Sabbath.
He was?
Yes, because his whole thing was you can't have a dwarf because Dio is this really short guy. And I think I'm trying not to say a bad word, but I think that's what he called him, as I recall. He actually said that word, sing for Black Sabbath, which is like this big Godzilla band, right? And then you got this little short dude, Dio, because he's like 5'3" or something, singing for Black Sabbath. So so anyway, that was whatever the thing was here, there was a problem.
But this isn't the place to discuss that. The other reason is much simpler. I just didn't feel like having to vote on any decisions that were made. I've gotten used to being the man in charge. Becoming just the singer in a band again would be very hard.
Yeah, and now this is arguable too, because now that he's talking about the management, was he really making decisions or was it Sharon?
No, but it's funny though, because you've talked a lot about how his band members were upset that he was calling all the shots as well in his own band and not giving them any say, right?
Well, yes, when you look at like this album and especially Bark at the Moon, Jakey Lee, who is the guitarist, claims that he wrote all the music, but Ozzy and Sharon made him sign over all the songwriting for those albums, at least Bark at the Moon. I think that might apply for this one too. But anyway, yeah, so there was some real rifts in control, and a lot of this stuff supposedly goes back to Sharon. Like she was really, really kind of guiding the ship, and Ozzy was, just kind of there.
He's like, I'm the one in charge, but really
it's really her. Yeah, I think it was something like that.
Hipperator. So there were no hard feelings among the Sabbath members following Live Aid. Ozzy. I don't really know. I left town the next morning and haven't really been in touch with them since. I hope there are no hard feelings between us. It was good seeing them again.
They're funny.
I'm out of here.
So funny.
Hipperator. How do you feel about Tony Iommi touring with Black Sabbath?
So this again, these are bringing up these feelings we were talking about. How he views all this stuff right now. Because it's Tony Iommi touring with a new Black Sabbath. Because now you're a couple of singers removed. Ozzy was the original. He's gone. Dio came in. He's gone. Ian Gillan came in. He's gone.
So we're like 4 into it.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think this is Ian Gillan at this point. I think we're post Ian Gillan in 86. Okay, so anyway, keep going.
This might ruin the good feelings I was talking about, but I think what he's doing is a crime. How does he have the nerve to put together a bunch of musicians and call them Black Sabbath? That's like me calling myself the Beatles. What right does he have? I guess he feels that he owns the name and he can do what he wants, but I think it's a family-friendly ripoff. I got it right that time.
Yeah, good. Nice move.
Of everything Sabbath once stood for. I'm very proud of most of the music I've made with Sabbath, but this really tarnishes a lot of what we did in the past.
By the way,
it's horrible.
This is a really, really important point, because there's so many bands. Because at this point we're at the infancy of watching these bands morph into like shells of what they were.
Right.
Because you get to today, and you have a band like Foreigner, for example, that doesn't even have an original member. You got a band like Queensryche that has 2 of the 5, you know, and we're seeing more and more of that thing where you have these bands that, is this really the band?
Yeah, they're just covers, really.
And the concept is, like he says there, in some ways it really tarnishes the name.
Yeah.
You can argue that one of the reasons that Led Zeppelin remains legendary is because they went out when they were, huge. They were really, really important. And then instead of like replacing people and kind of fading out,
they just stopped.
They were done.
We're done.
And then they're legends as a result of it. The Police did that too. They were on top, and they're like, quit, and there's no Police with a new drummer and then a new guitarist, and then it's Sting and a couple other people. And the argument is, if you just keep beating it, to death, you tarnish the name, and then it becomes less valuable. And so somebody like Ozzy's would look at this and go, look, in some ways I have a stake in that.
Right.
And you guys are taking the name that I helped build, and you're destroying it, which hurts my career. And so a lot of these, people look at this stuff and go, and that's why you end up having all these lawsuits, because these people are going, you're actually damaging my career by continuing to take this name and use it when it's not even really the band anymore.
Right.
So he makes a really good point here. Like Tony Iommi's at this point, because I think Geezer might not have even been in the group when he got to this point. Geezer actually went and started playing with Ozzy for a while too. And it's like, so you've got Tony Iommi and just some other guys, and then it's like, that's now Black Sabbath.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, when we were doing the last episode, when we were talking on the other side with Black Sabbath, I thought it was more just like a, skirmish between the two of them. Like, Ozzy's upset, they're upset. But when you're thinking 4 different singers removed, and then you're thinking like all of the like creativity that came from the original Black Sabbath being together and creating that together and being there, and now replacing that one after another, it does lose. Yeah. So at first I thought it was like, oh, that's dumb. Let them continue. Now I'm like, wait a second. He has a really good point here. Like, maybe they're not Black Sabbath.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the issue now, and it's a really good. I don't know.
Good
I
point.
think in some of these cases they have a right to feel that way. Like, guys, this is not good for any of us to kind of just destroy this name. To because then what happens is a band like Black Sabbath that used to be playing stadiums, then it starts playing smaller.
Yeah, but didn't they start to dwindle out? Like,
Ozzy
got bigger and bigger, and Black Sabbath kind of just went downhill.
Sort of.
Kind of. Might have been cool for them to like pivot, get a new name, and like then start competing.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. But that the name of a band, that's like IP, that's intellectual property, and it's valuable. And so somebody like Tony Iommi's like, yeah, I could go start another band with a different name, but I won't be attracting as many people because I want to keep that name. And then anyway, it does get really messy.
Hey, Parader, let's go on to a happier subject. How are things working out with your new band, Ozzy? It couldn't be better. They're young and they're incredibly talented. They make me feel like a kid again. The band I was working with before was getting a little long in the tooth. They were all very nice guys and I enjoyed playing with them, but I felt I needed a bit of a kick in the ass. And Jake, Phil, and Randy have given it to me. They were great in the studio and they attacked the stage like nothing I've seen. They've got real rock and roll attitude.
Yeah, because when you look at, other than Randy Rhoads, who was on the first two albums, the other two guys were kind of veterans. They were veteran musicians that had been around Britain for a long, long time. And so, and they were popular when Black Sabbath was popular. So when he makes this comment, it's like on Diary of a Madman and Blizzard of Oz, other than Randy Rhoads, the other two guys were kind of Ozzy's contemporaries. They were about his age, and they were, and so that was kind of his point here. It's like, and he really did over the years do a really good job with that, bringing in like young talent and surrounding himself with fresh faces. Well, I shouldn't say he always did that, because like I said, for a while even Geezer went and played with him, and that's from Black Sabbath. But that was kind of the thing here, where he'd bring some young guys in here, and he always did. He always had these hotshot young guitarists, especially, Randy Rhoads on those first two albums, then Brad Gillis, who played on Speak of the Devil, and then he brings in Jakey Lee, and then eventually the one that ended up being in there the longest was Zach. And Zach, again, at the time when he brought him in, was just this young hotshot guitarist, and now today he's like one of the last guitar heroes, But he was, but it was the same kind of thing. He did this really good job for the most part of just kind of bringing in new young talent and surrounding himself with that. So,
Hip Raider, how do you feel now that you're back on the road? How's your health? Ozzy, actually, I feel much better when I'm on tour. I don't have as much time to sit around and let temptation get to me. When we're out there, we're busy most of the time. Either I'm traveling or playing or taking care of some sort of business. As far as my health goes, I feel fine. I'm drinking a bit again, but that's the way life goes. I've learned to control it a bit, but more importantly, I've learned to accept myself for what I am. I don't hate myself for drinking anymore.
Yeah, and Ozzy notoriously was an alcoholic, and he was on and off the wagon constantly. And so anyway, that's just listening to him at this point where he's like, this story is just kind of continued out through his career. Just always a thing for him. Mm-hmm. So just substance abuse.
Hip Raider, how does it feel to have the most successful album of your career? Ozzy, it really is unbelievable. When I think back to a number of problems we had getting this record finished, to see it do so well is just wonderful. I'd love to go out and meet every fan who bought it and thank them personally. I don't know if that's possible, so let me take this opportunity to say God bless you to everyone out there. It really does mean everything to me.
It's something it's something we forget a little bit about, that this is how they would make money back then. You would go on tour to promote the record, which you would sell, and that's where you would make your money.
So they weren't making a lot of money off the concerts?
A lot of the concerts were they'd take a loss on tours,
really,
in order to sell merchandise. Huh. So they'd come through town, radio stations would start pushing it, people go to record stores and buy the record, and then of course they're selling t-shirts and all that other stuff. And the concert was an avenue to sell all the other stuff. Mm-hmm. As the digital world got more and more, especially once MP3s came in and you had all these other things, now where the amount of money now that you spend to go to a concert seems outrageous compared to what we paid back then. I think it's way beyond what normal inflation would be. because to go see, I don't know for sure, but if memory serves, to see Ozzy on this tour probably would have been like $30, but today, and that would be a good seat, like probably right up front. You'd be $30-$40 on the front row. Today, you get a front row at a concert like this, you're going to spend what, $1,000?
Yeah.
$1,500?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's beyond what normal inflation would be, because they have to make money on the concerts now, because you don't you don't make money on the album sales.
And it makes sense though that music back then was harder to get. You didn't just have it on Spotify. Right. So like you had to go down and buy your vinyl, and then there's like all of this tactile, experience of listening to it, and there's like it's an experience just to get it, where it's not an experience to get music anymore. So you can listen to all kinds of stuff so easy. So it makes sense that the concert now in our day and age is the experience. We pay for the experience of going and seeing.
Right. And there is a whole nother piece of, from a financial standpoint, that people don't think about a lot. And it was something called publishing. And what would happen is, again, when a band was coming through on tour, a lot of times the radio stations that were promoting it would then start playing their music more and more and more to sell tickets, that kind of thing, to promote the show. And when radio stations would play a song, they would pay royalties to one of two organizations, either BMI or ASCAP. These are basically two companies that would then take the royalties and distribute it to artists.
For playing it on the radio? Yeah, or television. I actually used to I made money doing this. So for example, So I'll give you an example. So I had some songs in some movies way back when, and one of them was played in a movie called Extreme. It was right after the Super Bowl in 1995. Okay, it was on ABC, like network television. I had two songs in this movie. One of them was a background song, like people were speaking, so the song was just playing in the background. Mm-hmm. One of them was a featured song. In other words, it was the only thing going on in the scene at the moment, and I was actually in that movie. Oh, way cool.
Now, but here's the thing. So they paid us like $5,000 to just use the song in the movie. We just got a flat fee to use the song. But when it got played on the television on ABC, there's a track sheet. Now, people may not realize this, but this is how all this stuff worked. There'd be a track sheet that would have every song that was played in a particular movie and how long the song was played. Okay? Now, then that track sheet gets submitted to BMI along with a payment from ABC television. And ABC would pay a certain amount of money like every single month and then send in these track sheets. These are all the movies we played. Here's all the songs that were in all the movies, and here's our payment. And then BMI would take all these checks, all this stuff, and all these lists of all these songs and basically divide up the royalties and send it out to people. So then they would go, okay, so Robert has a featured song for 12 seconds, whatever. And so then I don't know what the formulas were.
Yeah.
But then every quarter I would get a check. And this went on for years and years. So every time it was played on different stations, different countries, I would just get a check. And so you'd get a check for thousands of dollars if the show especially it was a featured song, etc. Okay.
Right.
Same thing for radio stations. So a radio station at the end of a month would take a list of all the songs that it had played and how many times it had played the song, plus a payment to BMI and ASCAP. These are these two companies. And then they would take these track sheets again. Here's all the radio stations across the country. And they go, okay, so it looks like Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin was played, 687 times in the United States, whatever.
Yeah.
And so we're going to send them this many dollars. That's, from all the percentages.
Yeah.
And then that's how they would make money. So this is how, and this is why, okay? This is so important. And this is something most people don't even know. Because you would have bands where you'd have the primary songwriter would pull up to band rehearsal in a Ferrari where all the other guys in the band are pulling up to band rehearsal in their beat up Volkswagen Bug, because he's making all the money from the publishing royalties. That's what publishing is. Okay. That's how you can make the money. So some record companies though would have you sign over some of your publishing to them as part of your record contract.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I mean, it was so complicated. It was such a mess. But it was for television and radio. So the point was, if Ozzy was coming into town, the radio station would start playing Ozzy stuff more and more and more, promoting the concert that they're promoting because they've got an investment in it. They've got their name in the concert. You know, Ozzy Osbourne presented by KTLK, 107 point whatever, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so then they'd play it. And then because they're playing Ozzy's music more, the royalties from playing his music would then get sent into BMI, or I don't know. I mean, I bet you if we looked on here, let me show you. I'll show you. I'll bet you, pull this out, we will actually see somewhere on here, I haven't even looked, somewhere on here, there it is, ASCAP?
Yeah.
Ozzy Osbourne, Jakey Lee, ASCAP. That's how they would know. Huh. So ASCAP, this company, or BMI, I was associated with BMI. Those are the two companies, Broadcast Music Incorporated, I think is what the other one stood for. They would send, the radio station would put this record on, play the song, and then write it down. Okay, we played blah, blah, blah at 6:30, Tuesday. And they'd keep track of all the different times they played it. The check would get sent to ASCAP. That's what that means right there. That's the publishing company they were associated with. And then ASCAP at the end of the quarter would distribute the royalties. And so in this case, Ozzy Osbourne and Jakey Lee, if that song right there got played on a radio station, they would get like 5 cents, something like that, which then adds up, if it gets played 10,000 times across the United States. Now, here's the problem, because now when you start talking about Spotify does something similar, but the amount of money you make per play, where I used to get thousands of dollars for having it played on the TV stations,
yeah,
they're getting like fractions of pennies every time it gets played on Spotify. So the royalty system is so screwed up now that a band can put out a song, get it played 1 million times on Spotify, and barely make $10 or whatever. It's like nothing. And so now more and more, I'm doing a total lecture here, but more and more these bands have no choice. But if we're going to go on tour, we can't just use the tour as a lost leader to sell records, because that doesn't work anymore.
Right.
We have to go on tour, and we have to make enough money on the tour to pay for all the trucks, all the promotion, all the security, the rent on the facility, all that stuff. We have to charge enormous amounts of money to just stay on the road.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's another thing that kind of gets lost in the discussion, but that really is where most of the money was made for these bands, was in the publishing, not even in record sales.
So for the benefit of the radio side, were they making it on commercials? So they're paying for this music. I would have thought it the other way around. Like, I want my music played, so I'll pay the radio station to play it so many times.
Now
you would think that would be the way to do it, right?
Yes, except that's illegal.
Oh.
Okay. Well, there's a thing. Now, when I say this, there are bands that did that. Matter of fact, one of the notorious bands that did that was Van Halen with the album Fair Warning, because Fair Warning was not selling very well and it was not getting played on the radio. And so there's this thing called payola. And what would happen is they would literally go to program managers at radio stations and basically pay them a little bit to play the record so that the record would sell.
Yeah.
You can't do that, but they would do it. But some people would do it anyway.
Okay, but that, to me, in my mind, it makes more sense to do it
bribery.
That way. Right.
And you're not supposed to do it. And it's, like I said, it's called payola, and it was illegal. I don't know what the laws were, but you're not supposed to do it. But some people did it because if their album was not selling well, because a radio station would have what's called a program director. And this person is basically in charge of what gets played on the station.
Right.
So if they say we're a heavy metal station, and then what they would often do is they'd say, here's the 40 songs that you're going to play. You're not authorized to play anything else. So the program director would put the list together, and the DJ he couldn't just free reign play whatever the heck he wanted to play. The program director would be like, here is the list of songs that are approved for our radio station to play.
Yeah.
And then that's why if Van Halen wasn't selling very well and the program director was not putting their songs in rotation, Van Halen's manager or their promotion department of Warner Brothers might go and say, hey, we'd really like you to play the Van Halen albums. The guy's like, I don't like their album. I don't want to play it. And they're like, well, maybe we can make you want to play their record a little bit.
Maybe we can make you like
maybe
it.
we can work on that a little bit. And then let's go out to lunch and we'll talk about this a little bit, And then that's what would happen. Next thing you know, the radio station suddenly has an urge to play Van Halen. and then they're playing the Van Halen songs, and then the sales of the records start going up. So anyway, it was a totally different world. It was very messy.
I don't know.
It
seems like
when.
censorship of
But
music.
That's how it would work. Well, the radio station would go, we're a heavy metal station or we're a hard rock station, but we're not going to play Slayer.
Right.
They might go, it's too much. We're playing Bon Jovi and Poison and this kind of stuff, and that's a little too far outside of our wheelhouse. And then, and this is interesting because there were some bands like them and Iron Maiden and others that actually somehow survived without getting any radio play. But
oh wow.
Anyway, but it was tough. And then when MTV hit, it got even more complicated because instead of having 1,000 radio stations around the country, now there's like one thing called MTV. And if you couldn't get your video on MTV, it was really tough to get noticed.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was a really, really complicated time. And anyway, that's how this stuff actually worked way back when. So, and that's where a lot of the money came from, though. A lot of bands were making money from the royalty from publishing. And like I said, the only reason I know a little bit about that is because I actually made a few bucks over the years from publishing. And it's amazing how much money you can actually, especially because you get bands like what's the theme song from Friends? I'll be there for you. You know the song I'm talking about?
I do. Who doesn't know that one?
Okay. Those guys made enough money from that one song getting played over and over and over and over on cable stations and network television and reruns and over, because figure every single time that song gets played, every single time, they get a little piece, a little chunk of money every single time.
I'm in the wrong business.
Songwriter. and as a result, I bet you, I don't know for sure, but I bet you that song has bought whoever wrote the song. I think there were two guys involved with writing that tune, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a long time since I looked into this, but has probably bought both of them multiple Ferraris, multiple houses in different countries, just that song.
Oh yeah.
Retire. Just live off the royalties from that one song. It's amazing that business has the ability to do that. So anyway, there you go.
Very interesting history.
There's my lecture for today from a little bit of Ozzy. So anyway, that's really fun. Thanks, Shelley, for reading that with me. I actually, it's always fun having you. And
yeah, it was
and
good to
being
see
able
the other
read
side
this
of
stuff.
that.
So anyway, hey, thanks for watching the show. Again, thank you to Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. Please follow the channel, like the video, share it with every single person that you know. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Welcome to the world of AudioMover. I'm Robert John Hadfield. Before we get to the next episode, I wanted to tell you a little bit about it because this one is pretty special. This is the video we produced last year in the days following Ozzy Osbourne's passing. Not long after we published it, Jack Osbourne shared it on his social media, and the response was incredible. That one moment introduced tens of thousands of people to our channel, and for many of you watching today, this is actually the very first video that brought you to the channel. And if that's you, thank you for sticking around. And if you're just discovering us today, welcome. AudioMover is all about the stories behind classic rock, the albums, the artists, the magazines, and the history that made this music so memorable. We now have hundreds of videos covering Ozzy, Black Sabbath, and so many of the other bands we all grew up with. As always, I'd love to hear from you, so leave a comment, let us know where you're watching from, and what Ozzy has meant to you over the years. All right, here's the video that so many people first discovered us through. Like many of you, I've had Ozzy and Black Sabbath on my mind a lot since that final show. And the day before Ozzy Osbourne passed away, I recorded a video about him asking a question I'd been thinking about for a long time. What is it about this man, once nothing more than a poor kid from the heartless industrial streets of Birmingham, that made him one of the most recognizable people in the world? Well, we edited the video Tuesday morning, scheduled it to go live just after noon, and then moved on to other projects. But as the video went live, we noticed suddenly thousands of views. I was kind of shocked until I saw one of the comments and found out for the first time, Ozzy is gone. And over the next few hours, people from all over the world were commenting on that video, sharing their thoughts on the answer to my question. Some people wrote paragraphs filled with emotion, memories, and deep analysis. Some just wrote a few words. People talked about his voice, his music, his personality, his vulnerability, his guitarists, Sharon, the reality show, and many more things. Well, that afternoon, as I scrolled through the growing list of comments and the outpouring of love and sadness, I couldn't help but think of the first words the world heard from Ozzy. The very first words on the very first Black Sabbath song. What is this that stands before me? At the time, it was part of the drama, the mystique, the horror movie vibe. But looking back, it feels like a premonition, like some blurry glimpse of what was coming, years and decades in the future, something massive, something mythic. And not just for him, but an eruption that would spread across nations and across time. Now, Ozzy couldn't have possibly understood what was really standing before him when he sang those words. Premonition or not, those words, sung by the most unlikely of voices at the time, opened a door that would never close. Ozzy didn't have a traditional rock voice. It was kind of strange, eerie, almost otherworldly, and perfect in its imperfection. It brought something unusually authentic to an unexpected world. They took the blues and turned it into thunder, capturing fear, war, addiction, and dread without flinching. And millions across the world got it. And in an instant, his voice and that music took him to the heights of worldwide fame and success. And in less than a decade, he had gone from being a kid who didn't own a decent pair of shoes to one of the most popular rock stars in the world, to a washed-up drunk kicked out of his own band. Same old story. Most people don't get a second act. Ozzy got a second empire. When Sabbath let him go, he could have faded away. But then came Blizzard of Oz, Randy Rhoads. Crazy Train, Over the Mountain, Diary of a Madman, music that not only revived his career, it kicked it up a notch. And with budding guitar gods that he introduced to the world by his side, he became a solo icon with a whole new generation of fans. Now, for me, that's when I heard of him. Kids in school writing his name on their notebooks, chalkboards, their hands and arms, wearing shirts and jackets emblazoned with his image and name. Ozzy was the voice for the weird kid in the back of the room. The teenager who didn't fit in, for the adult who felt invisible, for the ones who were hurting, confused, angry, or just different. He was never polished, never perfect, and maybe that's part of what made people hold on to him. And the music. Ozzy is one of the few people on earth who created a song that nearly everyone has heard. After watching a few of our videos last week, my mother called me and said, I don't think I've ever heard any of Ozzy's music. So I sent her a link to Crazy Train, and of course she answered, oh yeah, I've heard that. Crazy Train isn't just a metal anthem, it's a part of global culture. You hear it at sporting events, in nightclubs, played in cover bands, used in commercials, broadcasts, remixes. It never goes away. And that song is unique in a way that most people never notice. Because it does something truly rare in popular music, something that most people can't or won't try. You see, it switches between major and minor keys several times in the song. It's so subtle and so seamless, you almost don't notice. That subtle shift, positive and negative, light and dark, oddly mirrors the man who brought it to the world. And like him, represents all of us in some small way, the dichotomy we all have inside. And that dichotomy was part of a broader Ozzy mythology that started with bats and doves. Even those animals side by side perfectly represent him. As his career progressed, there were moments when he seemed like a cartoon, too bizarre to possibly be real. But there was also pain, honesty, fragility. He talked openly about addiction, about his personal demons, about fear. And in doing that, he gave others permission to be honest too. One of the most famous and successful men in the world seemed like one of the most common. Ozzy's concerts brought that paradox to life. The music was filled with that alluring dark energy, but the vibe in the arena, it was joy. Pure, manic, electric joy. He would pace the stage like a madman. He'd put his mic on and off the stand, it seemed 20 times a minute. He'd bounce, shout, clap his hands, throw buckets of water on the crowd. He couldn't sit still, and he didn't want you to either. All night long, he'd yell, "Let me see your hands," clap, scream, go crazy. While ministers were outside his concerts warning people not to go in, inside, there was a revival. A time to let go of your inhibitions and enjoy the unique collective energy that only he could create. And then, something no one could have imagined. He moved seamlessly and inexplicably from scaring parents in the 80s to being invited into their living rooms just over a decade later. The Osbournes turned him into an unlikely TV dad, and people loved him even more for it. The old audience and a whole new audience, and the connection grew. This time, a generational connection. And you begin to realize that connection was broader and deeper than we understood at the moment. Because behind the flaws, the imperfections, the strange behavior, there was love. You see, he didn't wait until the end of his shows to say, "We love you," like most performers. He shouted it in between songs, in the middle of guitar solos, during the loudest riffs, "I love you all." And the thing is, he meant it. It wasn't performative. It wasn't a routine part of the script for the concert. It was his kind of unique hymn of acceptance. In the middle of all that darkness, he was shining something bright. This strange, broken, beautiful man telling a whole arena of outsiders that they mattered, that they belonged. And then that final show. He couldn't pace the stage anymore. He couldn't lift buckets or move from one end of the platform to the other. You could feel his frustration. But even though he couldn't, I think all of us who watched it could see it anyway. Ozzy was a walking contradiction, a madman and somehow entirely sane, drunk and sober, chaotic and still, part of the elite yet perfectly common. He was a millionaire who never stopped talking like a working class kid from Birmingham. A devil on stage with a heart full of love. He terrified parents and became America's most unlikely TV dad. He sang of war, death, and fear, and then kissed Sharon on the forehead and told his fans he loved them. At times, he was lost and damaged, and he didn't hide any of it. And maybe that's why people trusted him. He didn't pretend to be perfect. He just kept showing up, broken, wild, hilarious, emotional. His imperfections weren't flaws, they were features. But his real legacy is the people, the fans, tens of millions of us who felt like misfits, who found meaning in his music and in his story. He not only showed the world you could fall down and get back up again, but he showed them you could fall down again and get back up again, over and over. Just keep moving. And if you do, there's a throne waiting for you. You know, as the days passed after his death, the initial premise of that first video I posted became more obvious than ever. Everyone, young and old, rich and poor, east and west, had heard of him. And that odd name, Ozzy, was suddenly on the lips of hundreds of millions of people across the world. And it occurred to me, his final purpose may have been one that nobody would have ever expected. In our time when the world feels fractured, where everyone lives in their own echo chamber, follows their own tribe, consumes their own customized news feeds, we've lost something. A sense of unity. Something that can only come from collective experience. Those rare, almost sacred moments when the entire world seems to pause and feel something together. They're hard to come by these days. And who could have ever expected that this unusual, unlikely man would give us one of those moments? One that was different and strangely personal. When the news broke that Ozzy Osbourne had passed away, something strange happened. The world paused. People everywhere stopped scrolling. And for just a moment, we were united, not in outrage, not in argument, but in memory. And it didn't matter how you knew him, whether he was the Black Sabbath frontman, the solo artist, the MTV dad, the TikTok meme, or just the guy your older brother used to blast through the walls. We all knew him. And for one fleeting moment, we all kind of got it. And that phrase he probably shouted 10,000 times, "I love you all," takes on new meaning as I personally look back at the insecure kid I was. That whoever you are, you're a child of God with value and purpose. You matter and you belong. He wasn't perfect and we may never know why, but in this moment, he became the focal point of that collective experience, reminding us that for all of our differences, we are not as far apart as we think. We still have memories we share, songs we hum, legends we pass on, and once in a while, we still feel something together. And we can take to heart the most memorable words of his most famous song. Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love and forget how to hate. Welcome to the world of AudioMover. I'm Robert John Hadfield. If you're just joining us, thanks for being here. Today we're doing something special, an 8-hour Ozzy stream, featuring some of our favorite Ozzy and Black Sabbath videos from the AudioMover archives. Now, if you're new to the channel, AudioMover is all about the stories behind classic rock. We have hundreds of videos covering the albums, bands, concerts, magazines, and moments that helped shape rock and heavy metal. My favorite subject has pretty much always been Black Sabbath, so you'll find plenty of Sabbath and Ozzy throughout our channel. Last year, after Ozzy passed away, Jack Osbourne shared one of our videos, which led to our work being featured in a number of news stories. It was an incredible experience, and we're grateful to everyone who found us because of it. I'd love to hear from you, so leave a comment. Let us know where you're watching from, your favorite Ozzy album, your favorite memory. We're streaming on several different platforms today, but YouTube is our home, where we just passed 37,000 subscribers. So if you enjoy this kind of classic rock content, I'd love to have you join the community. Now, let's get to the next episode. For the next half hour until Black Sabbath went on stage, the tension became unbearable. Ozzy paced, drank orange juice, and smoked cigarettes. Ozzy, dressed in a yellow satin costume with purple fringe, and combed his hair no less than 5 times. All right, today we are going to continue our Ozzy Osbourne Black Sabbath theme, and I got to tell you, what I have for you today, I am so excited about. You know, I do a lot of research for this channel. We read old newspapers and periodicals and magazines and books, and I'm just hoping that every single week we can maybe come up with one or two like really interesting things. And then every once in a while I come across something that is truly special. And I think what I have for you here today is that. So what this is there was a concert, a Black Sabbath concert that was happening on February 9th of 1974 in the Spectrum in Philadelphia. And what happened, there's this guy named Stephen Gaines who spent 2 hours with Ozzy basically as he got ready for the concert all the way up to the moment that he got up on stage. And it's not like there's any big revelations in this or anything. It's just that there's all these little things of what's going on behind the scenes and what Ozzy acts like in these moments. And it is just so interesting to listen to this. And so I'm just going to read this to you. The first thing I'm going to show you before we get into the article is just an advertisement for the actual concert. I always find these things kind of interesting. So this was published on February 3rd of 1974. So this is about, 6 days before the concert. And you'll see over here on the left-hand part of the screen, you'll see this full advertisement that includes Johnny Winter, Chicago, but then right there in the middle is the ad for Black Sabbath. And I'll just give a little closer here. So it says right there, Saturday, February 9th, dance concert with Black Sabbath, Black Oak, Arkansas, Bedlam. And it's $5.50 in advance and $6 at the door. Okay. Now, one other thing that's kind of interesting that I'm always curious sometimes when we read these things, if these places that these concerts took place still stand. And it turns out that the Spectrum in Philadelphia apparently was torn down back in 2009, 2010. And the last people to play there apparently was on October 31st, 2009. It was Pearl Jam. Anyway, so the place that we're talking about right here. Okay, again, I think you're really going to enjoy this. This is from the Daily News, April 14th, 1974, and this is published in New York. And it just music scene, and the title of this article is 2 Hours in the Life of a Groupie by Stephen Gaines. Okay. In the old days of rock and roll, a groupie was a person with a single-minded purpose: to bestow sexual favors on rock stars. In modern rock and roll, groupies come in all different brands and varieties, with as many different reasons for being groupies as there are rock stars to group. Now, that, by the way, is so interesting because it starts out with this idea in the old days of rock and roll. I mean, here's 1974. And for me, if you throw the word groupies out, I'm thinking the old days are 1974. Like, that's really old days. But apparently something like this goes way, way, way back. So anyway, that was just kind of an interesting thing to see. Okay. Some groupies are just zealous fans who spend their lives dreaming from afar and never make it to first base. Some, like Linda McCartney, grow up and marry their rock stars. Some, like Faye Dunaway with Peter Wolf, are stars themselves. Some groupies need only to breathe the same electric air as their idols to obtain satisfaction, while some need total physical possession. Some groupies even work in the music business to legitimize themselves, getting jobs as publicists and talent scouts. Some become writers. With the excuse that I was doing it for all the would-be groupies who would never get the chance themselves, I spent a recent evening glued to the side of a rock star just before a sold-out performance at Philadelphia's massive Spectrum Arena. My subject was a groupie's delight: Black Sabbath's Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy, 24, is the lead singer of a very rich, very loud, not very talented, super famous English rock band. Like most of the wonderful inconsistencies of rock and roll, you don't have to be good to be big. And Black Sabbath's enormous popularity testifies to that. Their music is called heavy metal rock, a loud, droning sound good to listen to only while banging your head against the wall. Their lyrics are flavored with a strong dose of adolescent Satanism, hence the name Black Sabbath. 3 years ago, in a kind of nuclear reaction, they exploded onto the music scene, capturing the imagination and hearts of American youth, along with several million of their dollars. 5 out of 5 Black Sabbath albums have sold over 1 million copies each. By 1971, tremendous public demand brought them to the United States for 8 tours in 1 year. Then the group suddenly vanished in a mysterious, self-imposed seclusion. Now, also to put this in context then, the album that they would be touring on here is Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. And that came out in November of 1973. And when it says suddenly vanished in a mysterious self-imposed seclusion, what happened is they'd put out basically those 4 albums, Black Sabbath Volume 4 was the one prior to this. And after that tour, they were just absolutely exhausted. And by the time they went into the studio, they were basically all looking to Tony like, okay, what's next? Let's do some recording. And if you listen to Tony's book, he talks about this time where he felt a little bit of the pressure that he needed to be coming up with these riffs because everybody expected them. And they also were feeling a little bit of exhaustion. First of all, they were just worn out from the tour, and they were the making of an album was starting to become a little bit humdrum. And so this whole thing he was not really sure what to record. They ended up recording in a couple different places. And finally, when they finally settled on where they were going to be, they ended up coming up with what Tony Iommi thinks is kind of the pinnacle of their recording. And if you listen to Tony Iommi's book, he says this, at Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, he felt like they'd reached their peak. And he says the next time they did something he thought was that good was when they did Heaven and Hell with Dio. Anyway, just wanted to put that in context. Here we are in 1974. This is on the Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath album tour. Okay, here we go. Talking with Ozzy. My evening with Ozzy was set up toward the end of Black Sabbath's first American tour since their reappearance, and fans went wild to get at them, slurping up record albums as fast as they could be pressed and buying out concert halls as soon as tickets were put on sale. Black Sabbath was for big-time groupies only. I first spotted Ozzy loping across the lobby of Philadelphia's Penn Center Hotel. From afar, he looked like a real tough character. But as soon as he started to speak, the hardness melted away, and he seemed vulnerable and shy. He had brooding, childish brown eyes, full lips, and a lovely long haircut, which framed his pouting face. His words came crumbling out of his lips in a nearly impossible Birmingham English accent. Around his neck dangled the famous solid gold Black Sabbath crucifix. Mark Forster, Black Sabbath's tour manager, an older man with a Dutch boy haircut and a red velvet sports jacket, ushered us into an elevator so we could talk in a veritable groupie's paradise, Ozzy Osbourne's hotel room. Well, aspiring groupies, the temporary den of Black Sabbath's favorite lion was no neater than the room of a typical 14-year-old. Several suitcases were strewn around the floor, overflowing with clothing. Sweaters, shirts, and dirty socks lay everywhere. One suitcase held a pair of knee-high silver boots, a copy of Circus magazine, and a tiny aerosol spray can of painkiller for sore throats. Sitting on the dresser was an expensive portable cassette player, along with a carrying case with several cassettes. Now, wouldn't you love to know what the cassettes were? If these were cassettes of groups, of bands, or if these were cassettes of song ideas or something like that. But anyway, probably bands and things he was listening to. And what Circus magazine would that have been? Now, by the way, I looked it up, and the Circus magazine that was out in April of 1974 had Jeff Beck on the cover, just FYI. So who knows? But anyway, it'd be interesting to know what Circus magazine was Ozzy carrying around with him and reading. Making small talk with a rock star, as every groupie could tell you, is no easy task. Grouping Ozzy Osbourne was much like being a psychiatric nurse. A self-admitted neurotic, Ozzy mumbled constantly and chain-smoked cigarettes, sometimes lighting several at one time. When I asked if he was nervous about the 22,000 people who were already assembling at the Spectrum to see him, he said he would be just as nervous if only a few hundred people were waiting. It was just the waiting he didn't like. His favorite subject was The Exorcist, which Ozzy had seen the night before. He did a stunning imitation of the possessed Linda Blair, complete with the proper profanities. Just as Ozzy was entertaining me with a recap of the movie, Mark Forster knocked on the door and escorted us down into the street where a limousine was waiting. In the back seat were huddled two young girls who had talked the chauffeur into letting them wait for Ozzy. The girls, like me, were groupies, but unlike me, they hadn't had the privilege of an invitation. Ozzy, however, didn't have the heart to throw them out, and the girls were allowed along for the ride. Now, this is so fascinating listening to this, because all the things you hear about, Ozzy being really soft-spoken and how friendly he was and kind of disarming and unassuming, and all that stuff is right here. I mean, he's got these groupies, these girls who just want to be in the limousine, and he just kind of doesn't have the... Anyway, this is so interesting. I love this. As the massive space marshmallow called the Spectrum loomed just before us, the fans ran alongside the limousine for a glimpse of Ozzy inside. Ozzy stared impassively, while the other groupies and I waved and smiled. And you got to also imagine at this point that this is old. They've been doing this for years. And this is old news for them going through this experience. Suddenly, we plunged down a ramp and were discharged in the carefully guarded backstage hallways of the Spectrum. People stared at us as we walked briskly to his dressing room. And I heard a few squeals of delight from fans lucky enough to get near the backstage area and catch sight of Ozzy. The roar of the crowd. For the next half hour until Black Sabbath went on stage, the tension became unbearable. Ozzy paced, drank orange juice, and smoked cigarettes. His English manager, Patrick Meehan, arrived in a floor-length mink coat, which seemed to make everybody even more nervous. Ozzy, dressed in a yellow satin costume with purple fringe, a gift from a groupie, and combed his hair no less than 5 times. Finally, a caller stuck his head in the door. Black Sabbath was on. At Ozzy's side, I rushed down the curving hallways of the Spectrum. Crowds of bystanders separated in waves as we passed by. Flashbulbs popped in our eyes. Above us, there was the sound of monstrous applause, which increased in intensity until the building vibrated. The veins in Ozzy's neck stood out as we reached a gaping entrance onto the floor of the arena. 10 yards away, a ramp led up to the darkened stage. A voice echoed over the loudspeakers, "Black Sabbath! Black Sabbath!" The roar of the crowd turned into a wall of noise. For a moment, I was deaf. Then, living out my wildest fantasies, I raced up the ramp next to Ozzy. A piercing white spotlight picked us out, and for a few short seconds, I felt the emotional swell and adrenaline rush a rock star must feel when 22,000 people are all groupies for you. This was part of the magic of rock and roll. As I strode onto the stage alongside Ozzy, the noise got even louder if that was possible. At the last moment, I ducked behind the amplifiers and hid there for the rest of the show. 3 hours later, in the bar of Ozzy's hotel, the real groupies had taken over. Ozzy was surrounded by fawning admirers, girls and boys asking him about his music and himself. As I passed, I heard him say, "It's not really all that great being a rock star." A young man stared at him in disbelief. "Really?" Ozzy continued. "I'd change places with you anytime." But the young man couldn't believe him, and I didn't blame him one bit. And that is the end of the article. And that, my friends, is a gem. That is so fascinating, listening to that just little narrative of the experience of being with Ozzy Osbourne as he's preparing to go on stage and actually going onto the stage. Well, just awesome. And then there's a really, really cool picture of Ozzy right there. Black Sabbath's Ozzy Osbourne, and there's the quote, "It's not really all that great being a rock star." 2 hours in the life of a groupie. Hey, I hope you enjoyed that. This to me, again, finding these little moments like this every once in a while in some of these periodicals, I think is just spectacular. And I hope you enjoyed them too. I'd love to get your feedback on this. If you're not following the channel, please follow the channel. And if you enjoyed this, really, this is one to share with other people. This is so cool. This is so interesting. We really appreciate it when you do share these things with other people. I'd love to get your feedback. Did you see them on this tour? And actually, did you see them on this concert? There's 22,000 of you out there somewhere. And it's interesting how often people comment on these videos like, "I was there, I saw that concert." I'd love to hear about what you remember from this experience. And so leave your comments, like the video, follow the channel, share this with other people. We really appreciate that. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, thanks for stopping by. I'm Robert John Hadfield. This is AudioMover, and today we're celebrating Ozzy with a full 8 hours of videos from our archives. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, be sure to check out the rest of the channel after the stream. Now let's get back to Ozzy. They go back to their dressing room and still no Ozzy. When I make the announcement that the concert is canceled, maybe that'll calm the crowd down a little bit. And Noel Monk's thinking, or maybe they're going to start throwing bottles. There are a lot of kind of memorable, notorious events in Ozzy's career, but there's one that really, really stands out as something that kind of symbolizes the excess and the chaos of being a rock star. And it was something that happened while he was with Black Sabbath, toward the end of Black Sabbath's career. at least with Ozzy, and it was while they were touring with Van Halen. And it happened on November 9th of 1978. They were supposed to be playing a concert at the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville, but the concert was canceled at the last minute. And I'm talking about last minute, meaning they were supposed to go on stage, they were ready for them to go on stage, and they had to cancel the show. And this particular event, this incident is so notorious that it's been written about. Alex Van Halen wrote about it in his book, Brothers. Noel Monk, who is the manager of Van Halen, it's in his book. It's in Tony Iommi's book. It's in Geezer Butler's book. It's in Ozzy's book. It was such a big, significant event. And a lot of you have probably heard this story before. So for those of you that haven't heard this story, it's going to be probably really interesting to hear it for the first time. And those of you that have heard this story, hopefully some of the research that I've done here will add maybe another little twist or something interesting that perhaps you hadn't seen before. So if you look on the screen here, this is actually an advertisement for the particular concert that I'm talking about. Again, that was supposed to happen on November 9th of 1978. And you can see it right here, Black Sabbath, this Thursday, November 9th, 8 p.m., Nashville Municipal Auditorium. Tickets, the first 3,000. I love looking at these prices. It's just so interesting today seeing this. The first 3,000 are $6.50, and the remaining are $7.50. And you'll see right there at the bottom, special guest Van Halen. And this is from the Tennessean. This was printed on November 5th of 1978, just a few days before this concert's supposed to happen. Now, in the Jackson Sun, here's a little announcement about the concert. This was printed in that newspaper just a few days before, also before the concert. And here it is, Black Sabbath to be in Nashville. Black Sabbath, a rock band from England, will appear along with Van Halen at the Municipal Auditorium at 8 p.m. on November 9th. Black Sabbath's lineup includes Geezer Butler, Tony Iommi, Ozzy Osbourne, and Bill Ward. The group's album repertoire includes Never Say Die, Paranoid, Masters of Reality, Black Sabbath Volume 4, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, Sabotage, Technical Ecstasy, and We Sold Our Souls for Rock and Roll. Now, you may have noticed when they were listing the Black Sabbath albums that they didn't include Never Say Die. And it's important to include that because that was the album that they were touring on at the time that this event happened. Okay, now the next thing that we come across is from November 12th of 1978. So this is actually a couple of days after the concert was supposed to happen. And this is the next thing that we see. And so it says, today, Black Sabbath heavy metal group makes up for missing their scheduled Thursday night concert. Special guest Van Halen will also play. Showtime is 3 p.m. at Municipal Auditorium. Pass-out tickets from Thursday nights are good for admission or a full refund. Okay, now, as I said a second ago, they were touring on the album Never Say Die. They'd been working on this album much longer than other albums that they had done. And part of it was because they had the resources to spend so much time in the studio. And then they also were having problems with major drug issues going on inside the band. And also, while they were recording this album, Ozzy Osbourne lost his father. Black Sabbath, in so many different ways, was kind of on the way out. As a matter of fact, before they even started working on that album, Ozzy quit the band. And then he came back. The album comes out on September 29th of 1978. This is Never Say Die. And the concert that we're talking about today happened on November 9th of 1978. So this is basically, 5-6 weeks after the album has been released. They have this concert scheduled and Ozzy disappears. Now, what happened? Well, basically for the 3 previous days, Ozzy Osbourne and David Lee Roth had been involved with something that they affectionately referred to as the Krell Wars, and it was a reference to something from Forbidden Planet. And to put it simply, with the use of chemicals, both of them had, for all intents and purposes, been awake for about 3 days straight. And they pull into Nashville. And they pull into the Hyatt Regency Hotel. And so Ozzy goes into the hotel. They take his bags. They take them up to room 615, which is the room Ozzy is supposed to be staying in. Now, Ozzy, who's kind of a mess, pulls out of his pocket a key that has the room number 1515. And basically, it's a key that he'd left in his pocket from either the night before or a couple days before or something from another Hyatt Regency hotel they'd stayed on this tour. So he's thinking, without thinking much about it apparently, that he's in room 1515, and the building looks just like all the other hotels that they're staying in. So he walks up to room 1515. When he gets up to that room, the door to the room is open. So he didn't even have to try the key. Because it's open because there's a person in there cleaning the room. And so he walks in and he shows her the key, Hyatt Regency. And she basically says, have a nice stay, and leaves and closes the door. And then Ozzy proceeds, after being wide awake for the last several days. And there's other stories. The story's told different ways. Some people say that he wasn't feeling well, so he drank a bunch of cough medicine, like a whole bottle of it. Whatever. Either way, he'd been involved with this thing with David Lee Roth, and they were a mess. So he proceeds to fall on the bed and fall asleep. Now, Van Halen goes to the Municipal Auditorium and begins sound check. And some people come, while they're doing this, some people come in and say, have you seen Ozzy? Because they start noticing that nobody knows where Ozzy is. So they go through the sound check, they go through all the different things. Black Sabbath comes, they open the doors, crowds coming in, and people still don't know where Ozzy is. They've gone up to his room in the hotel, room 615, the one he's supposed to be in, and the only thing there is luggage. So they're back at the Municipal Auditorium. Where is Ozzy? We can't find him. And hoping against hope that he'll just show up. But they're starting to wonder, did he get kidnapped? Is he dead? Anything could happen at this point. They have no idea, and everybody's starting to panic just a little bit because he's gone. And no one has any idea. No one's seen him for hours. No one has any idea what's going on here. Okay, so now Van Halen actually plays their entire show. This is a crowd of something in the neighborhood of 12,000 people. Sold out auditorium. Van Halen plays their show. They go back to their dressing room and still no Ozzy. So the promoter goes to Van Halen's dressing room and he grabs Noel Monk and he says, I need to talk to you. And he takes Noel Monk out in the hall and he says, look, no one knows where Ozzy is, and I need you to do me a favor. And Noel Monk's like, no one knows where. Why is that? Is that my problem or something? So he says, look, here's what I need you to do. If somehow maybe we can get your band, get the guys from Van Halen to go up on stage and maybe jam a little bit on some Sabbath stuff, and then that'll help me when I make the announcement that the concert is canceled. Maybe that'll calm the crowd down a little bit. And Noel Monk's thinking, or maybe they're going to start throwing bottles and go nuts. So he says, please just do me a favor. And Noel goes, well, I'll talk to my guys. So he goes back into the dressing room, tells the guys in Van Halen what's going on and what they're being asked to do. And they say, they're going to kill us if we go out there. And Noel goes, I agree. So what did they do? They hopped in their limos and they got out of there as fast as they could. So now the promoter has to get up on stage, and just like expected, he makes this announcement that Black Sabbath is canceling the show, and the place goes nuts. Bottles being thrown. Still, nobody knows where Ozzy is. And according to Alex Van Halen in his book, he says everybody was panicked about this. He's gone. Is he kidnapped? Is he dead? What's happening? And he says that they searched for him like everywhere. Stairwells, conference room, everything, until about 2 a.m, and they gave up. And they all went to bed wondering what in the world is going on here. So then, as the story goes, the next morning, Ozzy, several people have told this story, just comes walking into the lobby like nothing had happened. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to these newspapers and read a couple things that came out of these newspapers reporting on this incident. I'm going to share these with you, and then I'm going to actually read you a little bit out of Ozzy's book where he tells his side of what actually happened here. And then to wrap it up, I'm going to read you a concert review that came after the concert was finally played. I think you're going to find all this stuff so interesting. Okay, so here we are on November 12th, 1978, and here is the report of what had happened. Singer slept through showtime, and this is from the Times in Gainesville, Georgia, where they made this report. Singer slept through showtime. Nashville, Tennessee. The lead singer for the British rock group Black Sabbath went to sleep in the wrong room of a Nashville hotel Thursday night and caused the cancellation of a sellout concert before 12,000 fans while police frantically searched for him. Lieutenant Sherman Nickens said authorities originally thought John Ozzy Osbourne might have been kidnapped, but the singer turned up Friday, Nickens said. Here's a man who makes a lot of money and has never missed a show in 10 years, Nickens said. He doesn't drink or use dope. He disappears and his people are so frantic, so it was possible that something happened to this man while all the time he's sleeping. Yeah. The whole point of this entire thing was that he was so messed up because of a massive, massive drug use. That's what led to this in the first place. And it's so funny how they tried to spin it going, no, he doesn't ever do anything like that. This was just an oversight, just kind of an accident. According to Nickens, Osbourne had gone up to the 15th floor of the Hyatt Regency in Nashville and saw a maid coming out of a room. He said the 29-year-old singer went to the room Thursday afternoon and woke up 4 a.m. today. And according to Noel Monk's book, part of the reason they put those spins on there is because, they're dealing with insurance policies and legal issues when you cancel a show. If it's due to negligence, it's a whole nother issue. And so they're doing everything they can to spin it in such a way that it sounds like, look, this just wasn't a big deal, when in actuality, it was just complete negligence. Anyway, so now this is from the News and Record. This is from, let's see here, December 15th, 1978. It looks like this might have been part of something that Rolling Stone had written. Okay, here we go. Quote, "Oh, don't remind me, such an embarrassment," unquote, said Black Sabbath singer Ozzy Osbourne when Random Notes phoned him about how he'd fallen asleep in the wrong room of his Nashville hotel recently, forcing the postponement of the band's gig and sending police on a frantic night-long search. "You can easily get lost in these bloody places," said Ozzy, bemoaning the fact that his Nashville hotel had the same layout as the previous evening's hotel in Birmingham. Oz, after checking into the Nashville Hyatt Regency and drinking a cup of coffee downstairs, had reached into his pocket and pulled out a key to room 1515 of the Birmingham Hyatt Regency. His bags had been taken to room 615, but Oz, guided by mysterious internal commands, rode to the 15th floor, walked past the maid who was cleaning 1515, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, 12,000 ticket holders lined up for refunds, and the other band members sent police chasing after what they feared were Ozzy's kidnappers. Quote, "I felt very refreshed," said Oz, who woke up at 4 a.m., realized he'd missed the show, and finally tracked down the other members. Black Sabbath played the date the next night, and happily, according to Ozzy, quote, "The kids got off on it, chucking fire extinguishers on the stage and stuff." Okay, now I'm going to read to you just a little bit out of Ozzy's book where he talks about this event, this experience. And then, like I said, I'm going to share with you the concert review, one of the concert reviews that were written the next day about that show. All right, check this out. "One of my last memories of being with the band was missing a gig at the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville." And that's kind of an important thing because this was November of 1978, and it was April of the following year. So December, January, February, March. It was just a few months after this that he was officially kicked out of the band. And so this was one of those things that in some ways, it wasn't a last straw, but it was something where the guys in the band go, look, this is too much. This guy's unstable, and it's actually hurting the band having this person here who we just can't even count on anymore. He's gone so far off course. He's lost so much control of himself. Okay. "I hadn't slept for 3 days straight. I looked like the Walking Dead. My eyeballs felt like someone had injected them with caffeine. My skin was all red and prickly, and I could hardly feel my legs. But at 5 o'clock in the morning on the day of the gig, I finally hit the sack at the Hyatt Regency Hotel. It was the best sleep I'd had in my life. So again, they pull into town, they go to the hotel where everybody else goes, they take his luggage to one room, he goes to another, and he is out. All right. And when I woke up, I felt almost normal again. But I didn't know that the key I'd used to get into my room was from one of the other Hyatt hotels we'd stayed in earlier in the tour in another city. My bags had been sent to the right room by the tour manager. I'd gone to the wrong room. When I got to the room, the maid was still in there, plumping the pillows and checking that the minibar was full. So the door was open and I walked straight in. I just showed her the key, which had the right number and the Hyatt logo on it. She closed the door. And he says, I fell asleep for 24 hours. In the meantime, the gig came and went. They had no idea I was zonked out on a different floor in another wing of the hotel. The lads panicked. My ugly mug was plastered all over local TV stations. The cops set up a special missing persons unit. The fans began to plan a candlelight vigil. The insurance company was on the phone. Venues across America were preparing for the tour to be canceled. The record company was upset, and Thelma, who was his wife at the time, thought she'd become a widow. First thing I did was call down to the front desk and ask them what time it was. And they said 6 o'clock. And then it says that he called them back and he was thinking to himself, that's perfect. 6 o'clock, show's in 2 hours, got all kinds of time. And then he says he called back down and says, wait, PM or AM? And then it wasn't long after that he showed up downstairs. He actually, you hear different stories about all the different sequence of events that happened, but one thing you hear a few different people say is that he just kind of walked into the lobby of the hotel like nothing had happened. And apparently, like he said, he felt fantastic. So anyway, so he shows up and then they're able to move on and go to the next town. Now they have an issue where they have to make up the show. And what happens then is the management of Black Sabbath contacts Noel and says, we need you guys to do us a huge favor, because the only day that we can book this is our day off, which is in a couple days. And so they rescheduled the concert, like we said, we read in that other article. And then Van Halen, basically they'd already fulfilled their part of the contract. We played the show. You just didn't show up. So then Black Sabbath management contacts Noel Monk and says, hey, can we get you guys to do us a favor and come play a show on your day off, which is our day off too, but we've got to make up this show. And so Noel Monk in his book says, there's sometimes I'll be difficult, but this was one of those things where it felt like we just needed to work with the team. Black Sabbath had been really good to us. They'd introduced us to a whole new audience. This was a big deal for our band, so we just went along with it, took our normal pay, and just did the show one more time. Anyway, so that's what happened. So that leads up to November 12th, which was the day that they played the show. So here we go. Sab concert ear opener. Thousands. Oh, this is from the Tennessean, November 13th, 1978. Thousands of teenagers packed a municipal auditorium yesterday afternoon for a makeup concert by heavy metal groups Black Sabbath and Van Halen. Most seats were filled and hundreds stood on the auditorium floor, jammed up against the stage for almost 3 hours while they were literally bombed with sound. Judging from the beer cans and liquor bottles in the parking lots around Capitol Hill and discounting the possibility of a nearby football game, many were already bombed when they arrived. The makeup concert was made necessary when Black Sabbath's lead singer, Ozzy Osbourne, went to the wrong room at the Hyatt Regency to take a nap Thursday afternoon and slept through the scheduled concert that night. And then he goes on, and you can tell this guy's not a Black Sabbath fan when you listen to the rest of this. If the band had only thought to play a few instrumentals, the sound would surely have awakened Osbourne. The Hyatt is only a few blocks from the auditorium, and the problems of rescheduling could have been avoided. Other things should be avoided too, specifically the words music and show in connection with this concert. There was little of each from either group. The high point in showmanship occurred during an instrumental break in the Van Halen set when the band's lead singer picked up a microphone stand, held it over his head, and jumped up and down. In appreciation, those on the floor raised their hands. There was no room to jump up and down, and many lit cigarette lighters. A few of the more appreciative lit firecrackers. The, quote, music was a steady drone-like roar. Osbourne screamed over it from time to time. Van Halen actually sang occasionally. By a score of 1-0, Van Halen was the more musical of the two groups, but they were loud enough to hide the fact. Without music and without show, the only remaining attraction has to be volume. And if the crowd reaction is a fair indicator, some of the best volume ever heard in Nashville occurred at Municipal Auditorium yesterday afternoon. Great volume, in fact. And that's the end of the concert review for the makeup concert after Ozzy slept through the first one. So that is, again, one of the most notorious moments that came from the Ozzy Osbourne Black Sabbath period. And it's one of those things that even resonates today. And it just added to the whole Ozzy story arc. There were so many moments in his story that just led to him kind of being the legend that he was. There were so many crazy things, and this was one of them. That just added to that heap, added to that pile of things that just ultimately, here we are, 55 years after Black Sabbath first started, and ultimately led to him being this household name. That when he dies, the whole world talks about it. So anyway, I just thought if you hadn't heard that story before, it's such an interesting one to talk about. And hopefully if you had heard that story, and I'd love to know if you had, if there was anything new in here that you hadn't heard before about, some of the specifics or some of the things that had happened. But it was such a big deal that everybody that was part of it, if they've written a book, they've said something about it because it had such an impact. It was such a big deal, and it kind of freaked out so many people at the time. Hey, I'd love to get your comments. If you're not following the channel, please follow the channel, and please like the video, share this with other people. And of course, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Welcome back to AudioMover. I'm Robert John Hadfield. You're watching our 8-hour Ozzy stream, where we're digging through the AudioMover archives and revisiting some of our favorite Ozzy and Black Sabbath episodes. If you've never been here before, this channel is dedicated to the history of classic rock. We have hundreds of videos exploring old magazine articles, album reviews, forgotten stories, and the history behind the music we all grew up with. Black Sabbath has always been one of my favorite rabbit holes to go down, so if that's your thing, you've definitely found the right place. One of the highlights last year came when Jack Osbourne shared one of our Ozzy videos on his social media. That eventually led to our channel being mentioned in several national news stories, which was something I'd never expected. I'd love for you to be part of the conversation, so jump into the comments below. Today's stream is going out across several platforms, but YouTube is where we spend most of our time, and we recently crossed 37,000 subscribers. And if you like this kind of deep dive classic rock content, consider joining us. Now let's jump to another video. A piece of glass lodged in Ozzy Osbourne's throat forced the rock star to cancel an appearance Thursday night. The injury turned out to be more serious than was thought at first. Those of you that follow this channel on a regular basis know that among my favorite things to talk about are Black Sabbath and Ozzy. And with Ozzy passing away yesterday, I figured to just give me an excuse to talk about him some more and to make some videos related to him and his career. And I have something really, really interesting to share with you today that goes back to 1984. And it was kind of a big deal at the time in Ozzy's career. And I remember hearing about it, but it's, I think, largely forgotten these days because it ended up being just a little bit of a speed bump. But it was one of those things that really added to his mystique. And I'd be curious as I go through this to know how many of you actually even remember when this happened. Now, what this is related to, this is related to a particular song that was on this album, Bark at the Moon. Now, you remember this album came out in November of 1983. And man, I remember when this thing came out and I first saw this cover, and it kind of freaked me out a little bit. It was so, I don't know, kind of creepy looking. But I also remember the first time I heard the song Bark at the Moon. And it was just so amazing. And of course, the year before in 1982, that's when Randy Rhoads died. And then he brought in Brad Gillis and they put out Speak of the Devil. And then this is the first album, with his new guitar player. None of us really knew who he was. It was Jakey Lee. And we hear that song, Bark at the Moon. And to this day, it's just one of his most classic, amazing songs. So I remember hearing that song all the time off this album. And the other one that I remember hearing a lot from this record that seemed to that got a lot of attention around was the song Rock and Roll Rebel, which was really cool. But the song that I wanted to talk about today that was part of this incident was a song that's maybe kind of forgotten a little bit in Ozzy history. And I say that because I've actually talked about this song recently with some people, and nobody really thinks about this or remembers it that much. But it was this song called So Tired. It was the second song on the second side of this album. And it was kind of a ballad. It was this very, very slow tune, and it really didn't even have any guitars in it, I don't think, except for the guitar solo. The whole thing was just kind of piano and strings. And when you listen to the song, I actually want to show you something that you might find kind of interesting on the inside here. The string arrangements, when you look down here, it says, let's see here, strings arranged by Lewis Clark. Now, when you listen to this song, it has a very kind of ELO feel to it, and the strings do. And the reason it does is because Lewis Clark was the guy that arranged a lot of ELO's strings. So go listen to it, and when you hear the strings, you'll get a kind of a sense that it has some of that ELO DNA in it. But anyway, it's this really nice song. I remember when I was a kid and I saw the music video for it, and it's Ozzy kind of in this theater, and it has this Hunchback of Notre Dame kind of theme to it. But anyway, the song is just a little bit lost in the history of Ozzy's career. But they actually put it out as a single. They made a video, like I said, thinking that this song was actually going to be a hit. But like I said, I don't know that it really did much after that, even though they put it out. And so anyway, what I want to share with you today is so interesting, and it's directly related to this song. And so like we do a lot of times on this channel, we go back and we find old newspaper articles and different documents that tell some of these stories when they happened. And I'm going to share a few things with you. And again, I want to see if you actually remember when this happened, what it was that took place here. So this first one I want to share with you is from the Miami Herald, and this is Friday, February 24th of 1984. And here it is. It says, music with some bite. And then it says, biting off the heads of bats and birds was once the specialty of rocker Ozzy Osbourne. But after undergoing a series of rabies shots and scrutinizing by the humane societies, Osbourne reportedly is cut back on his animal diet. No doubt he'll come up with something else to shock his fans in concert at 7:30 tonight at the Hollywood Sportatorium, including hard, loud rock music from his 4 albums, the latest being Bark at the Moon. And then it tells you how much the tickets are. So basically they're just saying, hey, concert tonight, February 24th, and it's going to be at the Sportatorium. And anyway, they're just kind of mentioning, here's Ozzy, this crazy guy that has this kind of legend that follows him about biting the heads off. You all know those things right there. And of course, he's touring on this album here, Bark at the Moon. Okay, so nothing too spectacular, just a normal announcement of a concert happening that night, February 24th of 1984. Now, this same day, in a different newspaper, this is the Fort Lauderdale News. And here's what it says. The Ozzy Osbourne concert scheduled for tonight at the Hollywood Sportatorium has been postponed. Ozzy is ill. The show will be rescheduled, and ticket holders can hang on to their tickets or refund them at point of purchase. Okay, so now they announced that the concert, because they had this concert scheduled, and then all of a sudden, the concert is canceled, okay, because he's ill. Again, be curious to see if you remember when this happened. All right, so now the next one. So now this is the Tampa Bay Times, same day. This is the day of the concert. And the headline on this one is Glass in Throat Causes Singer to Cancel Concert. And then it says, a piece of glass lodged in Ozzy Osbourne's throat forced the rock star to cancel an appearance Thursday night at the Lakeland Civic Center. The injury suffered in London turned out to be more serious than was thought at first. Quote, a piece of glass lodged in the back of his throat, unquote, while he was filming a video, according to Osbourne's publicist, Rob Patterson. He did not know how the accident with the glass occurred, whether it involved a spotlight, a prop, or something else. Officials of Beach Club Productions in Orlando and the Lakeland Civic Center were unavailable to comment on refunds or the possibility of rescheduling the concert. Okay, so now we're getting a little he's ill, and now we find out that there's glass involved somehow. Okay, so now here's the next one. This is from the Tampa Tribune, same day, with a little bit more information. Accident puts rocker in hospital. New York. Rock singer Ozzy Osbourne, 35, was hospitalized here after some exploding glass caught in his throat during taping of a video in London hours earlier. Quote, he has lacerations in his throat, unquote. And the glass passed through his digestive system, said Mike Jensen, the British singer's publicist. Jensen said the accident occurred at about 11 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday. Osbourne, feeling okay, flew on to New York Thursday night for a concert in Lakeland, Florida. En route, he became uncomfortable and went to a nearby hospital after landing in New York. Doctors there found no glass lodged in his throat, Jensen said. The publicist said the Lakeland concert and a Miami show set for tonight were canceled and would be rescheduled. So now we get a little bit more of the story, and we find out that there's two concerts that have been canceled, the one at the Sportatorium and then this other one at the Lakeland Civic Center. And so that there was some sort of an incident when he was filming, and it had this glass. Okay, so now I've got a couple more here. This is such an interesting thing. And again, I'd forgotten all about this. I just remember when I was a kid hearing that this had happened kind of through the grapevine. Okay, this is from the Waterloo Region Record. This is the same day. Ozzy Osbourne hit by exploding glass. And then there's a picture of Ozzy there. New York. Rock star Ozzy Osbourne was admitted to a New York hospital Thursday after bits of exploding glass lodged in his throat during taping of a video in London several hours earlier. A spokesman said, quote, he's under observation, said Mike Jensen, Osbourne's Los Angeles publicist. The glass hit into his throat, unquote. Jensen said the accident occurred at about 4 a.m. London time after Osbourne had been working for 20 hours on a video for a song called So Tired. However, Osbourne apparently thought he was all right and boarded his scheduled Concorde flight. You remember the Concorde? Back way in the day, that thing's since been retired. But anyway, this was all involved with this. From New York, for New York en route to a scheduled Thursday night concert in Lakeland, Florida. He began feeling discomfort during the flight and on arrival at Kennedy Airport went immediately to a nearby hospital. Quote, the only thing I know is he had an accident while he was doing some videotaping, said a hospital spokesman. Jensen said the Lakeland concert and a Miami show set for tonight have both been canceled and will be rescheduled. Osbourne, 35, was the lead singer for Black Sabbath for 10 years before embarking on a solo career in 1979. Okay, now we have one more concert, and then I'm going to share something else with you that's pretty awesome. Or one more article, and then I'm going to go into the details according to Ozzy. All right, so this is from the Mobile Register. Now, this one's actually a few days later. This one's on February 27th. So this is a few days after this whole incident goes down. And this is this is Mobile, Alabama. And let's see here. So singer Ozzy Osbourne in stable condition. This is February 27th, 1984. Rock singer Ozzy Osbourne's condition remained stable and satisfactory Sunday as he underwent treatment for pieces of glass that lodged in his throat after a mirror exploded during a London videotape session. Luis Rodriguez, administrator at Mount Sinai Hospital in Manhattan, said the singer has requested that no further information be released. Osbourne was brought to Mount Sinai Thursday after flying from London, where the accident occurred. The singer was en route to a concert in Lakeland, Florida, but went to the hospital upon arriving at Kennedy Airport because his throat hurt. The incident occurred during the taping of a videotape for his new song, So Tired, when some planned special effects went awry. His publicist, Mike Jensen, said a mirror shattered as planned, but a safety shield meant to protect the singer was missing, and bits of glass lodged in his throat. Now, before I get to the kind of the wrap up of this, or the punchline that tells you what according to Ozzy, what happened in this incident, if you've ever seen the video for the song So Tired, the moment that this thing in the video happens, it happens so fast in the video, you might not even notice it. And yet it was such a big deal and it caused so many problems, it ended up having him cancel shows over it. But again, you watch the video and you're like, was there a mirror that exploded? It happens so fast. What happens is Ozzy basically walks into into a dressing room. He sits down in front of a mirror, and then he sings a little bit into his reflection in the mirror. And then all of a sudden, you see from the center of the mirror, it kind of explode outward towards him, and then it cuts, and then it goes to another scene. And that's all you see. Like it says, there was nothing protecting him in front of it, between him and the mirror, and somebody basically at a specific time during the filming, from behind the mirror, hit it with a hammer, and it just exploded into Ozzy's face. Okay, so now I want to share with you just a couple of things out of Ozzy's book where he talks about this incident. And again, what's so amazing about this is it fits so perfectly into his career, because it was just another one of those things that just added to kind of the chaos and mystique of all the things that were happening with him. Okay, so check this out. I think you'll find this so interesting. So this is on page 267 of his book. And I'm just going to read you a couple excerpts, but this tells, at least from his side of the story, what it was that happened at this incident of filming this video. If any of us had a near-death experience on the Bark at the Moon tour, it was me. Amazingly, though, it didn't have anything to do with booze or drugs. It happened when we took a 48-hour break after a gig in New Orleans to shoot the video for So Tired in London. The plan was to fly from New Orleans to New York, take the Concorde to London, shoot the video, take Concorde back to New York, then connect to the next venue. So basically, flying out of New Orleans, heading over to London, where they have this big theater ready to go, where they're going to film this whole video. And then he's going to film the video, get the thing done, fly back to New York, and then fly down to the concerts that we just read about that got canceled. The concerts in Florida, which was his next shows. Okay. That's what he means. So when he's talking about connecting to the next venue, that's where he's headed, to the ones from the newspaper we just read. When we finally got to the studio in London, the first thing the director said to me was, "Okay, Ozzy, just sit in front of this mirror. When I give the word, it's gonna explode from behind." What could possibly go wrong, right? This is so crazy. Okay. And then he goes, there were no special effects. There was just an old mirror and a bloke standing behind it with a hammer in his hand. And then it says, so halfway through the song, the bloke swings the hammer, the mirror explodes, and I get a face full of glass. Let's see here. And then he says, I didn't think any more of it until I was halfway across the Atlantic on Concorde. He says, I remember pressing the button for the stewardess, her coming over and almost dropping her tray with fright. And she yells, "Are you okay?" It turned out that the pressure from being up at nearly 60,000 feet had caused all the tiny bits of glass lodged in my skin to rise to the surface until my face had literally exploded. It had just popped like a squashed tomato. When Sharon turned around to look, she almost passed out. And it says, an ambulance was waiting for me at JFK when we landed. In the hospital in New York, they put me under. This is so classic. Anyway, this whole story and the way this ends is so great. In the hospital in New York, they put me under and tried to pull out as much of the broken glass as they could with tweezers. Then they gave me some drugs to reduce the swelling. I remember coming to in this white room with white walls and people all around me covered in white sheets and thinking, I'm in the morgue. Anyway, so that's the story. And I'm curious, again, how many of you remember this? See, I remember kind of vaguely that whole thing happened, but when you look back at just the overall story of everything that's going on with Ozzy and all the rumors of just all the chaos and craziness, that whole incident from that music video, I remember hearing about it, but it's kind of lost a little bit in the history of Ozzy. And so I thought, again, because we're thinking about Ozzy this week, because of what happened, and because I love talking about this stuff, that this would be kind of one of those stories that'd be worth talking about and worth remembering, because it was kind of a big deal at the time. Again, it caused him to cancel shows, and he ended up producing this pretty, I don't know, there was a lot of production that went into that video, and I remember seeing it. And how many of you remember actually seeing that video? I remember seeing it for the first time, because again, it had that Hunchback theme, and it was this pretty elaborate thing in there. And then in this one moment, this that happens over just a course of maybe a second or two in the video, it caused all this havoc that landed him in the hospital and then canceling concerts in Florida after this whole experience. So anyway, thought that'd be interesting to share with you today. Hey, if you're not following the channel already, please follow the channel. Share your comments, thoughts in the comments below. Do you remember the video? Do you remember this incident happening? And also, do you remember the song So Tired? I remember, for some reason, I don't know why, I saw the video, and that's the chorus of that song. I've never forgotten it. Anyway, thanks for taking the time to watch the video. Please like the video. Again, leave your comments. And of course, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. If you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm Robert John Hadfield, and you're watching AudioMover's 8-hour Ozzy live stream. We've pulled together some of our favorite Ozzy and Black Sabbath episodes for one continuous celebration. So let's get back to the next chapter. Hey, if you're a fan of Ozzy Osbourne or Black Sabbath, I think you're going to enjoy today's video. Now, the thing that triggered me to want to make this particular video today, believe it or not, was an article that I found in the New York Times. Now, this was printed, this came out a few weeks ago, but I just found it, and I saw this and I thought, man, this brings up a question, this long-standing question I've had about Ozzy Osbourne specifically. And the question is, why? Because if you follow this channel for any length of time, you know that one of my favorite topics is Black Sabbath. I mean, you go back into the 70s with Ozzy. I love that stuff. I love talking about it. You get into the Dio era. Anyway, I'm fascinated by Black Sabbath. I love talking about them. And then recently we had that big event, which was kind of the farewell to Black Sabbath. And let's be honest. Yes, it was paying homage to all the Black Sabbath music and that them as a band, as a unit. But at the core of all of it, even was just Ozzy. And part of the way you know that because of the fact that part of the show was him, and it was people playing his music, not just the Black Sabbath stuff, but the Ozzy solo stuff. And so, I mean, and then you look, here they were having this final event, and look at all the people they were able to bring together for that. I mean, it's astonishing. As far even Tobias Forge, the singer for Ghost. I mean. And I like Ghost. I think they have some great music, and it's such a cool band and such a cool concept. But even he was there. Even he was there paying homage to Ozzy. He played. I think he was planning on playing some Sabbath stuff, but he ended up doing Bark at the Moon. So anyway, let me get back to the question. One of the things that kind of fascinates me is the whole idea of who Ozzy Osbourne became. Like he's this kind of ubiquitous and pervasive presence just in popular culture. And one of the things that fascinates me about this guy is that if I went up to my mom and I were to ask her any series of famous rock stars from the 70s, because that's kind of after her era, she probably wouldn't know who any of them were. Then you get into the 80s and 90s, and if I started saying some of these names, she wouldn't know anybody, right? Just because it's not her generation. But if I were to mention here in 2025, if I were to say the words Ozzy Osbourne, she'd know who he was. And that just is so unbelievable to me thinking about that. What was it? What was it about him? Was it one thing? Was it a combination of things? Why is it, of all the people, of all the rock stars from that era, what is it about him that here we are all these years later? I mean, we're talking about from the time of their first album, 55 years. And his name is known, kind of like I said, this pervasive presence in popular culture. And then when you step back and you take him in the context of everything else that was going on at the time, why him? And that's the question. That's the overall question here. Because then you look back at some of his contemporaries. So like Robert Plant, for example. I think, again, I'm just kind of putting this intent in the sense of what would my mother know? If I went up to her and I said, have you ever heard the name Robert Plant? She probably hasn't. Now, if she had, it'd most likely be because I'm around, and if you ever get in a room with me for more than 5 minutes, you're going to end up in a conversation about rock music. So if she did know who Robert Plant was, it would be probably because of that, but she probably wouldn't know who he was. And here he was. Robert Plant is the consummate rock star. He's good looking. He's got this great voice. He's got this great hair. He's got this striking presence. And you think, what is it that my mom wouldn't know who he was, but she would know who Ozzy is, who is kind of the opposite. Ozzy's a little bit frumpy, and he's just doesn't have that Greek god chiseled look kind of that you have with Robert Plant. Same thing with David Lee Roth, a little bit later in the 70s. But again, this really good looking guy, this incredible presence on stage. Like at that time, you read all the books about the early days of Van Halen, when they were doing their backyard parties and what have you. All the women wanted David Lee Roth. Everybody had a crush on him. Everybody was in love with him. That wasn't the way it was with Ozzy. And yet, if you ask my mom who's David Lee Roth, probably wouldn't have any idea. Again, go back and more contemporaries. Mark Farner from Grand Funk. You think she'd know who Mark Farner is? No way. Go back to Ian Gillan from Deep Purple, another contemporary. Would she know who Ian Gillan is? Again, no. What about Steven Tyler? Maybe because he was on... was he on America's Got Talent or something? She might know who he was, but only because of that. Would she know Gene Simmons or Paul Stanley? Maybe, again, because of me, because I was a kid that loved Kiss. Would she know who Alice Cooper is? Maybe she'd know that name. But again, that's not even his real name, because what Alice Cooper, by his own admission, was just a vaudeville act. And so it was this whole, with good music behind it, but he'll even tell you it was all vaudeville. It was all this big show. So, but Ozzy didn't have anything like that. Paul Rogers, again, she wouldn't know who he was. And he was this massive star back then. This good-looking dude, great voice. Now, what about another contemporary that would have been also maybe kind of in the hard rock world? Freddie Mercury? Yeah, she'd know who Freddie Mercury was. And because Freddie Mercury, again, this legendary songwriter, singer, and he was... of course, they were almost forgotten, but then they had the big comeback in Live Aid, and then they became kind of legends. But she'd probably know who Freddie Mercury is. Another one she'd probably know from that area would be David Bowie, although it's not really hard rock, but she'd probably know who he was. So here we are in 2025, and if I went to my mom and I said, do you know who David Bowie, Freddie Mercury, or Ozzy Osbourne? And she'd know those three and probably nobody else. How does Ozzy, this frumpy kid from Birmingham, 55 years later, be on the tip of the tongue of somebody from a totally different generation, and probably my kids too would know who Ozzy was, and they'd know probably Freddie Mercury, and they might know David Bowie, but they wouldn't know any of the rest. Well, they might, because they're my kids and I lectured them when they were kids. But the normal kids with normal parents wouldn't know. And he wasn't this master musician like Freddie Mercury. He didn't have this godlike voice that he did. David Bowie, he didn't have this kind of all over the place reinventing yourself. Yes, Ozzy reinvented himself a little bit, but nothing like David Bowie. He was in a totally different level from anybody else. And yet Ozzy's in that, on that plane. Okay, so you're following me here. Okay, so what got me thinking about this, and the reason I want to talk about it is because I've been asking this question for years. Like I'll just find myself, like a lot of you probably do, sometime in the late night conversations going, asking these questions about these famous people and philosophizing about it or whatever. And Ozzy, and so I came across this article in the New York Times that was just put out a couple weeks ago, and it's 5 musicians on why Ozzy Osbourne is genuine metal royalty. And I thought this would be interesting because you actually have some people from the industry that maybe kind of attempt to answer this question. And when you look at Ozzy from a storyline standpoint, because a lot of these guys are looking at him from all the way back in the early days, from the Black Sabbath time. Now, for me, the first time I heard of Ozzy Osbourne was, I know a lot, just like a lot of you, and I know the only reason I know this is because we've made other videos and people have commented and communicated with me about it. The first time we're hearing about Ozzy Osbourne is in that Blizzard of Oz, Diary of a Madman timetable. And because I remember for me specifically, every day I'd go into my math class, I was in junior high at the time, some stoner kid would come into the classroom every day and he'd write Ozzy up on the board. And I didn't know who Ozzy was. I just see that name and then I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is important apparently that I know who Ozzy is. And I don't know why the teacher let him come in and do it every single day. And maybe you were one of those people that would go write that on chalkboards in your classroom, Ozzy. But he just kind of had this almost cult-like attraction to people that you just knew his name, and maybe that was part of it, that he had this name, Ozzy, and that you could chant, and it had it almost had this rhythm. But when you go backwards, so again, for me and for a lot of you, this is when we're first hearing of him. And then our first experience with Black Sabbath then was with Dio, singing the song Mob Rules on the heavy metal soundtrack. That's the first time I ever really heard my first Black Sabbath song. And then you later make the connection, wait a minute, Ozzy? And again, you're 12, 13, 11, whatever, and you're just graduating from KISS and you're just starting to learn all this stuff. But then you go back and you look at Ozzy, especially the trajectory of it, because it even makes it's so fascinating, because of course they got together back in the late 60s. And you'd hear the stories. I think it's Tony Iommi talks about how I think the first time Ozzy showed up to a rehearsal, he didn't even own a pair of shoes. So these are poor kids in an industrial part of England that was still recovering from World War II. And music is maybe a way to get out of here, to create something. And so then he shows up, they put this band together that becomes Black Sabbath. They put that first album out in 1970, February 13th of 1970. And then think of what happened. It basically took 8 years. They became one of the biggest things in the world. And there were a lot of huge bands back then, like Grand Funk, which I mentioned earlier. And who even knows who Grand Funk is anymore? I mean, there's some, me, you probably, but you go to the world at large, they don't know. And yet they were huge. They had records for filling up stadiums, like Shea Stadium. They had the record for selling that place out. They were huge at the time of Black Sabbath. But all these bands kind of just disappeared. They faded away. And Black Sabbath actually was one of those bands that just they got huge, giant band. And then they got to 1978. They put out Never Say Die. And everybody was looking at them kind of like a washed up group. And so then Black Sabbath, they're kind of losing faith in themselves. And Ozzy now has become this messed up druggie. They finally have to kick him out of the band. And so now he's got, all his insecurities, and he doesn't believe in himself. And he's now, his whole identity, which was Black Sabbath, is gone. And he's kind of lost. And then, of course, he discovers, this guitarist, Randy Rhoads. There's a whole story behind, these two guys meeting each other. And then Ozzy, puts this band together where they create these 2 albums kind of in sequence, which was, as we talked about a little while ago, Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman, which they basically recorded at the same time. And Blizzard of Oz creates this song, Crazy Train, which today, go to a sporting event and you're probably going to hear the beginning of that song. It just kind of became this universal tune that here we are now, whatever that would be, 45 years later after that thing came out, that thing is still, everybody knows that song. So here he was, a washed up rock star in a washed up band, and he somehow, like a phoenix, rose from the ashes, became this huge rock star. And you might say, well, it was because of Randy, because he discovered this guitarist, this is savant, almost musician, kind of like on the level of Eddie Van Halen, some would say, of just his amazing talent. And he was able to craft all these songs with Ozzy and for Ozzy that put him out on the map and gave him that, that resurrected him from being this washed up, drug addicted rock star. And then of course around this, this same time period, he marries Sharon Arden, who becomes, Sharon Osbourne. And maybe she's part of the reason that he took it. But then, then he puts those 2 albums out, and then Randy Rhoads dies in March of 1982. And then what do we have now? Ozzy then is kind of his partner is now gone. And what is he going to do? Well, then he retreats to playing Black Sabbath stuff. He gets Brad Gillis from Night Ranger. They come put out Speak of the Devil, because that's he goes back to his old world of Black Sabbath. And it does, okay, it does pretty well as far as sales go. But then Brad Gillis takes off, and then he starts going through this rotation of guitar players. Jakey Lee comes in, and then after having the stumble of losing Randy, then he kind of gets back up on his feet, and then they put out Bark at the Moon, and then The Ultimate Sin, and then of course Zakk Wylde comes in. You have this new guitar god who happens to also be a good songwriter and actually a really good singer, and then he comes in and again kind of brings Ozzy out, and creates this almost new, because you remember when No More Tears came out, just this, all of a sudden it was like Ozzy's back again, or he's here still, or something. And this music is so cool, and this guitar playing, it just like every new guitarist he gets has this new amazingness to it. And then you bring Zakk, and then he's the one that kind of, has been maybe there for really, really the long haul. And then it was just a few years after that, he retires. He goes on his No More Tours tour. I saw him on that tour. He's done. There's no more. And then he doesn't stay retired. He keeps going. And then all of a sudden we have Ozfest. I mean, sorry, I keep going on this, but it's just such a fascinating thing. And then this Ozfest where it's like the central figure of this is the Prince of Darkness, Ozzy Osbourne. And now his whole career is resurrected again. And then it goes, Black Sabbath kind of comes back, and then Heaven and Hell goes off, and then they play with Dio again, and then Ozzy's kind of around and whatever, and then Black Sabbath comes back and does this massive tour, and so it just culminates on, and then of course somewhere in there he does that TV show, The Osbournes, and all this stuff, and so you look at all these different little pieces. And somehow every single one of these, and maybe it wasn't just one thing, maybe it's a combination of all of it, but somehow this guy, this kind of frumpy poor kid from Birmingham who didn't have any particularly amazing musical skills, not like David Bowie or Freddie Mercury, he just could kind of sing, and he had this interesting presence on stage, but it wasn't like he was Robert Plant. He didn't have this striking, handsome thing that you associate with rock stars. I mean, at one point, he shaved his head. You never saw Robert Plant do that. And then when Black Sabbath got back together at Live Aid, it was like nobody even noticed. So it wasn't like the homecoming of the greatest band in the world. It was like there was a lot of meh that happened at that time. Anyway, I went way too long on this issue, but the ultimate question, and I want to make another video about this from your feedback. What was it about him? And now I'm going to read this article to you now and share this with you, because it is kind of it's so fascinating again to me, this topic of what was it about this guy? going back to my mom, that if I could list all those other rock stars, she probably wouldn't know any of them, but she would know this frumpy kid from Birmingham that sang for Black Sabbath. She'd know him 55 years later. Amazing, amazing to me. Okay, here we go. So 5 musicians on why Ozzy Osbourne is genuine metal royalty. If you're still watching this right now, you're as nerdy about this stuff as I am, because I just find this stuff so interesting. So I've got my New York Times subscription here. And the reason I do is I did a show with Gary a few weeks ago where we were trying to read something and you could only get to it if you had a subscription. So I threw my $4 in or whatever, and I still have the subscription. So I thought, I'm just going to use it today on this video. So here we go. 5 musicians on why Ozzy Osbourne is genuine metal royalty. As the Prince of Darkness prepares for his final concert with Black Sabbath, admirers including Lars Ulrich, Lita Ford, and Billy Corgan extol his virtues. Okay, and then there's a picture of Ozzy on the screen. All right, Ozzy Osbourne has persisted for so long in pop culture and reemerged in so many different guises, including fiendish hard rock ringleader and bewildered Beverly Hills dad, that it's easy to lose sight of the core of his fame. His bone-chilling work with Black Sabbath in the 70s up through his surprisingly nuanced solo material in the 80s and beyond have helped define the sound and persona of the heavy metal frontman. Despite a pair of well-received recent albums, Osbourne performances have been scarce in recent years as he has battled with health issues including Parkinson's disease and emphysema. On Saturday, at a day-long event in his Birmingham, England hometown, the 76-year-old musician will appear both solo and with his original Black Sabbath bandmates. The guitarist, Tony Iommi, the bassist, Terrence Butler, known as Geezer, and the drummer, Bill Ward, at what's being billed as his last ever concert. The lineup for the event, and again, this is the point I made a little while ago. Yes, it was all about Black Sabbath, but in a lot of ways, it was really about Ozzy, because he's at the core of somehow all of this stuff. The lineup for the event, dreamed up by Sharon Osbourne, has his wife and manager, reads like a roll call of some of the biggest names in metal and hard rock, including Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Slayer, and Tool. Its musical director is Rage Against the Machine's Tom Morello. Quote, "I can tell you that if we weren't invited to play, I would find a way to be there anyway, even if I had to sneak in under the fence line," the Metallica drummer Lars Ulrich said. "I think it's pretty safe to say that if there was no Black Sabbath, there would be no Metallica." Ulrich's sense of debt to Osbourne is widely shared, both in the worlds of heavy guitar-based music and far beyond. Ozzy is one of the most remarkable singers and performers of our time. Elton John, who was a guest of Osbourne's 2020 album, Ordinary Man, wrote in an email, "He has an amazing voice and has done so much for metal." Again, Elton John commenting on Ozzy Osbourne. The ubiquity of who he became is fascinating to me. In separate interviews via phone and email, 5 hard rock luminaries reflected on Osbourne's career and impact ahead of his final show. Ulrich, the singer-guitarist Lita Ford, who collaborated with Osbourne on the heart-wrenching late 80s ballad Close My Eyes Forever, the Smashing Pumpkins leader Billy Corgan, and Judas Priest frontman Rob Halford, and the Motley Crue drummer Tommy Lee. These are edited excerpts from the conversations. And there's a picture of Lars right there. "I grew up in Copenhagen, and I saw Black Sabbath in 77. In Denmark, you were getting a lot of British pop rock like Sweet and Slade and Alvin Stardust and the Rubettes, and Black Sabbath was so to the left of that. Music at that time, especially in the harder rock world, was a lot about ability, guys that were really singing and screaming. With Ozzy, you really felt that he was more like a messenger, or he was the vessel that transmitted those words. It was a different kind of communication. It had a different level of authenticity to it. And so that's one of the things. Part of what, when you think about Ozzy Osbourne, there is a certain level of authenticity to it in the sense that he just seems so almost normal. There's something about him where he is this poor kid from Birmingham. And there's something about his presence that you kind of sense that. And maybe part of the reason is that he doesn't feel like a Greek god. Maybe it's a little bit more like why Meatloaf is a household name, not the food, the singer. But similar, he was this overweight dude, and he'd wear that tuxedo, but he had this crazy singing voice and this very interesting X factor that probably was built on the fact that he was so opposite of what you expected. And maybe there's a little bit of that in the mix here too. Let's see, different kind of communication, different kind of authenticity to it. Black Sabbath almost felt more like a mirror to what was going on in society. So when they were singing about Vietnam or war pigs or napalm in protesting or about institutional authority, it had a different sense of reality. And that's actually an interesting thing too, because so many people pin on Black Sabbath, the dark magic, satanic kind of thing on top of them. But when you listen to people, especially like Geezer Butler, talking about the lyrics, because he was largely the lyricist back in those days, he was really writing, you have to put it in context. They were at the height of the Vietnam War at that time. And in so many ways, the world felt like a scary, ugly place, with death and destruction and chaos. And so the words, and then again, they were coming from this poor, kind of industrial part of England where it was all surrounded by machinery and people felt like they were stuck and they couldn't get out and it was poor. And so the lyrics really reflected that. That's what was going on. Today we see them, we have a hard time, maybe we don't see them through those eyes anymore, but that's what was happening in the world around them at the time, and explains a little bit more about the words that were being said by these guys. And as he said there, and interestingly, in some ways, maybe Ozzy was the messenger. Okay, let's see here. Almost felt like a mirror to what was going on. I think when all the fans looked at Ozzy, you felt like he was at the same level as you. And he was a mirror of you. It was almost like he was a precursor to the punk rock that was coming a few years later, where there was an element of like, I could do that. I could be that person, unquote. Sharon and Ozzy were so gracious to let us be a part of their 1986 tour. It was great, obviously, just to be in the company of a legend of that level who was very much directly responsible for us even existing as a band. The fact that they believed in that enough to let us share the stage with him was crazy. And that is kind of a fascinating thing too, because when you look back at those tours, Ozzy, it sounds as though him and Black Sabbath specifically were very gracious in some ways, because when you look at the time that Van Halen was opening up for Black Sabbath, in the kind of the later days of Black Sabbath, of course, Ozzy would openly say, yeah, Van Halen was blowing us off the stage every day. Kind of like very secure in who he was in his position, or he was just kind of a normal guy that was just being honest about things and wasn't trying to say, we were the greatest, we blew up. No, he was pretty clear, like, yeah, they were better than us most of the time. And there's something kind of human and kind of, I don't know what it is about that, but there's this weird humility that comes along with being able to say that. And maybe that's part of the thing too. Anyway, just more stuff. So Lita Ford, the first show I ever saw was Black Sabbath, and it was absolutely life-changing. I was a huge fan at the time because, of course, I grew up with all the old Black Sabbath records, Paranoid and Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, and I learned how to play all those riffs. I came away from that concert thinking, oh, this is what I want to do with my life. I want to make people feel like this band, Black Sabbath, is making me feel today. And that's a pretty interesting thing, because so many people, that was their connection to them, was like there was something about, a little bit like the way you hear people talk about Led Zeppelin when they'd go to their concert, like it was this otherworldly experience. And it seems that a lot of people that saw Black Sabbath in those early days had a similar experience. And if you saw them during that period, I'd love to hear about that too. Please put that down in the comments. We all know Ozzy is a huge Paul McCartney fan. He loves that Beatles stuff, all the melodic harmonies. That's where he comes from, his upbringing. And I think with Close My Eyes Forever, it was such a natural, effortless writing collaboration that we did. There was no pressure, quote, oh yeah, you have to write a top 10 hit single, unquote. No, we were just having a good time that night, and we happened to have come up with the song. Mike Chapman, the producer, brought the song to life. He put us in the studio, and we sang it together. We actually put a plexiglass plate in front of us and we sang Face to Face. Ozzy just sang it so effortlessly. And honestly, that's a pretty powerful tune. And you have the two of them singing it together, and it's pretty awesome. He is a talent, that's for sure. He's a great singer. With all the craziness in his world, I think people overlook that fact. That he, that he is the Prince of Darkness, but we forget that he's actually a really, really good singer, really talented guy. Okay, then we have Billy Corgan. He's an interesting dude, just alone. But the fact he was a huge Black Sabbath fan. I first heard Black Sabbath, The Master of Reality, when I was 8 years old, and have been chasing that sound as a musician ever since. What drew me to them was this sense of cosmic ennui and a shadowy warmth that is only theirs. Ozzy, one of the greatest singers of all time of hard rock and ballads, as well as a great songwriter, has a one-of-a-kind rapport with fans, and his endurance is tied to this affection that we have for him and he with us. For me, it's his voice. All the other intangibles are there in a star, but his voice is a singular vehicle like Lennon or Sinatra in that it conveys emotions and hues beyond the lyric being sung. Impossible to quantify, but unmissable. And that's, again, it's that whole like X Factor thing. That when you have somebody like this, there's just something that sometimes you just can't even explain it. And when you listen to, I remember the first time that I heard the song Black Sabbath, and when his voice comes in and says that, what is this that stands before me? And it's just so odd. And it's just creepy and interesting, and it kind of pulls you into it. It's amazing. So there really was something about that kind of guttural thing that he would do when he would sing that just felt so real. So anyway, like he says there, the intangibles, but impossible to quantify, but unmissable. I would say Goodbye to Romance is the signature Ozzy song because it was Ozzy busting out from the disappointment and heartache of being fired by Sabbath and claiming his own greatness too. It shows his range, his heart, and his willingness to take immense chances, a career-defining song. And just think about this. He was that close to being completely forgotten. Because when he got kicked out of Black Sabbath and he'd kind of lost his confidence, he didn't believe in himself, he didn't know what he was going to do, he was strung out on, he was just this washed up rock star druggie. And he could have, like a lot of people in that position, could have just disappeared into the gutter and forgotten where all these years later, be like, remember that? Who? I don't remember it. But instead, he's a household name. That's the thing that gets me. It's so interesting. Let's see. There isn't a single thing in my own music that hasn't been touched by the immense shadow of Ozzy's approach to singing and Tony Iommi's approach to guitar. I am forever in their debt. And that's Billy Corgan. Okay, so now Rob Halford of Judas Priest. If we think about where Ozzy began with Black Sabbath, he laid his platform of uniqueness during those early tours. And then when he was away from Sabbath, I know I was thinking, well, what's he going to do next? I always remain focused on Ozzy, the singer. I think he's got an amazing voice, and I've always felt that Ozzy was a little bit overlooked in that area because of all the other stuff. So as a musician, as a singer in the songs and the albums, he is remarkable and one of a kind. And it is, even though, like I said, he didn't have the big vaudeville act that an Alice Cooper did, he did have those little legendary things. Because when they say all the other stuff, I mean, you had the legends of the biting the dove head off, and the bat, and then how that just kind of grew into just all these legends of all these different things. So some of the stuff that surrounded Ozzy, a lot of it wasn't even real, because those things that did happen kind of turned into these bigger than life things that weren't even true, but it just created this legend of this character. And then people became more and more focused on the interesting stuff of him from a popular culture standpoint, rather than just the fact that he's actually a really interesting singer. Okay. Let's see, remarkable, one of a kind. Ozzy always talked about himself and the messages and the world like everybody could understand it. It was as though he was your friend, but you were terrified to meet him. He's a working man's everyman in the musical sense, and that's a really important part of his legacy. His nonstop reference to his fans, how much he loves his fans. He feels he never can give his fans enough. When he walks on stage, your eyes never leave him. There's very few front men that can do that. He wraps his arms around 20,000 people in that arena, and he touches every single person. And I think I talked about that a minute ago. You know, if you ever see him in concert, there was something about that. And it was kind of sad, you know, that he's in that position now on that last show where he had to sit in that chair. But because part of what made him so interesting was just the almost the manic nature of how he would act on stage, like constantly telling people to go crazy, and he's always doing his arms and making people clap, and then he it was so funny. You'd watch him because he'd start putting his mic on the stand and he'd take it off and on and off and on and off and on and off, and it's almost comical watching how he would do that. But there was kind of an interesting charm to it all too. Just the way he would present himself, the almost chaotic energy that came from that stage presence. And like he said, he had this ability in front of 20,000 people that you're just kind of arrested on this guy, that he's the guy. So, all right, so Tommy Lee of Motley Crue. Ozzy is a real big reason why we're still here. I can't emphasize enough how generous he was when we toured together in the early 80s. Usually headliners reserve a bunch of lights and give openers a fraction of the PA system, so the opening band isn't as loud as the headlining act. Ozzy was like, you can have all the lights, have all the sound, have a expletive blast, unquote. And that really moved me. I never really experienced that sort of generosity and equality that he wanted for everybody. And that gets back to what I think I was saying something about Van Halen a little while ago. I ramble so much, I sometimes forget what I said 2 minutes ago. But when they were touring with Van Halen, they weren't afraid of Van Halen. You know, you have so many bands that have these opening groups, and they go out of their way to kind of suppress them a little bit. And, you know, you go back to those days with Black Sabbath with Van Halen open up, and Van Halen was the up-and-comers, and they were a lot of people were coming to see them. And rather than getting defensive, at least from Ozzy's standpoint, there's other stories with Tony and whatever, but Ozzy seemed to have this attitude like, yeah, they've blown us off the stage all the time. And like he was aware of it and was okay with admitting it. So, and similarly, when Motley Crue, at least according to Tommy Lee, when they were touring with them, there was no holding back. It's like, hey, we'll let you guys do whatever you want to do, have fun and put on a good show. All right. He was this sort of he has this sort of signature move. He kind of jumps in one place and claps. Yeah, that's so true. There's this weird charm to the weirdness of his manic stage presence that was always kind of fun and interesting. There's an evil, let's see here, kind of jumps in one place. There's an evil smirk on his face as he's doing it, but I think the evil smirk is happiness because the place is going bananas. It's letting the audience know that you are enjoying it just as much or more than they are. That's connecting with people. That's connections. That connection's important, man. Otherwise, you're just kind of doing it for yourself. I remember when the Osbournes first came out, I was like, holy expletive, this is cool. This is letting people into his crazy train, unquote. That's when reality television was blowing up. And I think a lot of people, and especially young people that were watching that show, probably had no clue he was in Black Sabbath by then. The guy just keeps coming back and not reinventing himself, but finding other ways to get people to have fun on and off the stage. And that's, again, that is kind of my point, because you look at somebody like David Bowie and you really do have reinvention. I mean, he was the consummate reinventor. There's nobody that did it like he did. And Ozzy wasn't that. It was a little bit of the rising from the ashes in some way over and over again. And, we gave some examples of that somehow he just keeps coming back, and maybe slightly different, with a slightly different direction, surrounding himself with the right people, being at the right place at the right time, having the right song, having the right energy, or whatever. Again, the whole question here that I wanted to get out of you, and I'd love to get your feedback on this down in the comments. What was it? In your opinion, was it a combination of things? Was it one specific thing? Was it timing? Was it the people he surrounded himself with? Again, I've had this conversation with so many people before, but it always fascinates me because there's so many moving pieces. There's so many parts to it that this one guy, again, getting all the way back to how we started. If I were to go to my mom and say, do you know who Robert Plant is? Who probably is one of the most iconic, legendary rock singers of all time. So many people based everything they do on him. Same thing with David Lee Roth. So many people built their entire persona around, studying David Lee Roth. And then there's Ozzy. And he's the one that everybody remembers 55 years later. He's the one. Not the Greek god, not the sex symbol, not these people that you would think this is what a rock star looks like and how they act and who they are. No, it's Ozzy. He's the one everybody remembers. I'm repeating myself, I know, but it's amazing and interesting to me. So please leave your comments on this topic. I'd love to hear your feedback on this, what you think about it. There were some interesting things. We had these five people that had their own comments on what they think it was all about. And I'd love to get your feedback on the same thing. And please follow the channel if you're not already following it. And if you watch the video all the way to this point and you're not following the channel, I don't know what to say, because you are definitely a rock nerd like me. And this is your place. So please follow the channel, leave your comments, and obviously like the video. And also share this video with other people, because if you enjoyed this, you probably know other people that do too. And that's one of the ways that channels like this are able to grow, and then we're able to expand and then bring more hopefully fun and interesting things to you that you'll enjoy, and we're having fun doing it too. So please share this with other people. We really appreciate you when you do that. And of course, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Welcome to AudioMover. I'm Robert John Hadfield. For these 8 hours, we're celebrating Ozzy by playing some of our favorite videos from the AudioMover archives. If you're discovering the channel for the first time, you'll find hundreds of videos about classic rock and heavy metal, especially the stories behind the albums and artists that defined the late 60s through the early 90s. And I'll warn you now, I have a bit of an obsession with Black Sabbath. If there's a Sabbath story to tell, I'm interested. Last year, Jack Osbourne shared one of our Ozzy videos on his social media, and before we knew it, our work was appearing in news stories all over the place. It was an amazing moment for the channel. So let me know if you're here by leaving a comment. I'd love to hear your Ozzy memories and see where everyone is watching from. We're streaming today on multiple platforms, but YouTube is our home, and we just reached 37,000 subscribers there. So if this is the kind of content you enjoy, we'd love to have you as part of the AudioMover community. All right, let's get back to Ozzy. Neither he nor Ozzy had any idea what the word paranoid even meant. No wonder we never got any chicks at our gigs. Ozzy doesn't always get credit for how talented he was. I don't want to sound grumpy or graceless, but this album stinks. Hey, welcome to the AudioMover channel. I'm Robert John Hadfield, and that is taken from an actual review of this album from a newspaper in 1971. And I have an amazing time capsule here for you today. When I was doing my research, I found a couple of reviews in newspapers about this album from way back then, and one of them's really good, one of them's really bad, and it's so cool listening to how they were responding to Black Sabbath way back then. So what we're going to do in this video, I'm going to share both of these reviews with you, and then we're also going to compare them, a more recent version of how we perceive this album, and compare it to how they perceived it right when it came out. And like I said, I think you're going to find this absolutely fascinating. There's my word. But before we do this, we're going to jump into today's AudioMover Rock Trivia Challenge. See how many of these questions you can get about Black Sabbath and about this album. Now, this one's kind of a gimme, I know, but every time I do these things, there's always a few people out there that don't know the answer to these questions, so we do some of these easier ones, because this stuff is important. Okay, first question. What was the original title of this album? Was it War Pigs, Hand of Doom, or Mystical Forest Jedi with a plastic helmet on acid? Okay, next question. And this one is a true-false question. The band photo on the inside of this album is one of the coolest band photos ever taken. True or false? Okay, last question. We almost knew Van Halen by a different name, and it was the name of a song on this album. What song was that? Was it Electric Funeral, Rat Salad, or Hand of Doom? All right, pause the video, go down below, put whatever answers you think you know, and then at the end of the video, we will tell you the correct answers. And also stick around to the very, very end of the video because I want to tell you about this trip that I'm going to be taking to Thailand at the end of the year, and I'd really love to have you join me. All right, before we jump into the articles, I want to ask you a question, and I want to see if you have the same experience. There are some songs that I go back to and listen to, and I think, man, that was awesome. Then there are some songs that I go back and listen to, and I go, why did I ever like that? That stinks. There are also songs that I go back to years later, and I listen to them, and I think, why didn't I notice how great that song was at the time? Songs that we would skip over or ignore. I have that experience on this record. I think the first song that I ever heard from here was Iron Man. What I seem to remember was being in social studies class and somebody playing it on handing me the cassette or something. And then, of course, the bum, ba, ba, ma, ma. That is maybe the most recognizable guitar hook, possibly other than Smoke on the Water. You know, the first time you learn how to play the guitar, that's one of the riffs you learn. Then somebody made me a tape of the record so I could hear the whole thing. And then you just go, man, this has got to be one of the best things I've ever heard. Because the first time you hear War Pigs, it starts off with the air raid siren. And then they do the hits, banat, and they go 16 beats, 4 measures. And I remember listening to that song the first time, that silence for 4 measures. And you're thinking to yourself, can you do that? Then Ozzy comes in, generals gathered in their mass. You know how the song goes. You finish listening to that tune and you think I might have just listened to the greatest song ever recorded. And then you go on and you hear Paranoid. It is probably the Black Sabbath classic. That's on there. Then of course Iron Man there at the end of that side. And then Electric Funeral. This just another incredible tune. Hand of Doom, incredible. Rat Salad, great. And then even Furriers Wear Boots, the last song on the album, is a classic. I mean, I could sing along with it now because it was just such a great song. You notice as I was talking about this, I actually skipped over one particular song, which was Planet Caravan. I don't know when it was, but it would have been a few years ago. I'm back listening to this album. And it used to be when I was a kid, you'd listen to War Pigs, Paranoid, fast forward, Iron Man. Not afraid to admit it, I was a dumb kid. Then as an older man, I remember at one point listening to this album and that thing came on and instead of skipping past, I just kind of let it play. And I remember going, now wait a minute. This is amazing. I still think War Pigs might be one of the greatest songs ever recorded. But if someone were to say, pick a song off this album you want to listen to, I'd probably listen to Planet Caravan. And I'm actually curious if you have had this same experience. Let's take a look at kind of the modern take on this album. And so I have this book here called 1001 Albums You Must Hear Before You Die. And of course, it's in here, obviously. And let's just read a couple things that they have to say about this. So just to put this in context, this album was released in Britain in September of 1970, but it wasn't officially released in the United States until 1971 in January. Led Zeppelin 3 came out just a few days after this album was released. And Deep Purple's In Rock was released just a couple of months before this was. So that's the environment that this album is coming out in. Black Sabbath has already raised eyebrows in their native England with their self-titled debut, a seismic rerouting of the blues that, along with the first 2 Led Zeppelin classics, helped give birth to a new form of rock and roll. Heavy metal. And by the way, in Geezer's book, Into the Void, he talks about this very thing and has an interesting perspective. So this is from his book. It was probably 1970 or 1971 that American music writers started using the term heavy metal to describe our style of music. I didn't take it as a compliment. One review said it wasn't music, but more like a lot of heavy metal being banged together. That's why Ozzy still refuses to call it heavy metal and prefers to think of Sabbath as hard rock. And in his book, I Am Ozzy, Ozzy does say that he doesn't like that term, largely because it can mean so many different things. In terms of songwriting, the Birmingham Quartet's second LP was a quantum leap. Leviathan protest number War Pigs is one of the all-time great intros. All the Sabbath trademarks are here. Ozzy Osbourne's eerie, ominous wail, supple tempo-shifting dynamics from drummer Bill Ward and bassist lyricist Geezer Butler, and most recognizably the hulking presence of guitar hero and lord of the riff, Tony Iommi. Now, this reviewer just said that he thought that Paranoid was a quantum leap in songwriting from the debut album. And on that topic, Geezer gives us some insight into their songwriting process in his book, Into the Void. And he says, Tony would come up with a riff, or occasionally I would, which we'd all work from. While Tony, Bill, and I were jamming away, Ozzy would start pulling vocal lines from thin air. Ozzy doesn't always get credit for how talented he was for coming up with melodies and kernels of ideas. Sometimes he'd only have to throw out one word and I'd write the rest of the lyrics based on that. And he made my lyrics sound as if they were coming from his soul. Which is actually really fascinating in this case when you consider that, according to Tony's book, neither he nor Ozzy had any idea what the word paranoid even meant. The iconic title track comes next, a proto-punk blast of alienation that remains Black Sabbath's signature anthem. Ghostly ballad Planet Caravan displays an oft-overlooked tender side, while lumbering sci-fi drama Iron Man seems to anticipate the entire grunge movement. Then it says, Paranoid broke them in America, reaching number 12 on the U.S. charts. Its influence on the heavier end of rock spectrum from Nirvana to Queens of the Stone Age is incalculable. Incalculable. In other words, this is important, not just to the world of music, but perhaps modern Western culture as a whole. And it's even more amazing when you consider that Paranoid, the album, took just 5 days to record. Of course, the first Black Sabbath album only took 2. 5 days. But they weren't rushing. They'd already done the work. Geezer says they'd been playing these songs live and had rehearsed them so much they knew them backwards. Then he writes something in his book about the recording process that is incredibly insightful. He says if you're given lots of time, you're likely to overthink and get stressed. Exactly. Even the song Paranoid came together almost instantly. They needed one more song for the album. Tony came up with the riff and chord progression in a matter of minutes. Ozzy found the melody, Geezer wrote the lyrics. The stories vary a little depending on who's telling them, but apparently this entire process took only a couple of hours. And that song would go on to become not only the touchstone of their career, but one of the defining songs in rock history. Now, there's a lesson in that, because we tend to believe that more time, more money, and more resources will give us more creative freedom and help lead to a better result. But Paranoid is almost the perfect counterexample. Because 7 years later, Black Sabbath had bigger budgets, world-class studios, months to record, and complete creative freedom. Yet very few people would argue that Never Say Die surpassed Paranoid in anything other than how long it took to record it. The enemy of great art is rarely the lack of time. Now, to be fair, there were other problems at that point: drug abuse, burnout, personality conflicts, lawsuits, the list goes on. But that's kind of the point. More time and more resources didn't improve creative output. If anything, they gave the problems more room to creep into the process and the music. And Geezer makes one more observation in his book that to me perfectly reinforces this idea. And it's actually related to his bass guitar. And here's what he says. People sometimes ask me how I got the bass sound on the album, and I simply reply, I plugged in. So Geezer's point is that the magic wasn't in the spending hours perfecting the tone. Prepare, plug in, and hit record. And maybe that's why Paranoid still sounds so alive over 50 years later, because it wasn't perfected. It was captured. This is from June 19th of 1971. So it's been released in the United States for a little while at this point, but this is from the Daily Greener in Fredericton, New Brunswick. Oh, this one's from Canada. I don't want to sound grumpy or graceless, but this album stinks. I feel dishonest saying anything good about Black Sabbath. Well, yes, they are challenging. Paranoid is challenging to listen to. It is so dull. It's more drivelish than the worst of Steppenwolf or Blue Cheer, and that's not a compliment. The Spanish playwright Lorca once wrote, "The public applauds dummy hearts and superficial dialogue." So Black Sabbath is voted one of the 4 best new 1970 groups in a magazine poll, and its records sell like fish cakes in some circles. Drums bump, guitar and bass drone, and drone, and drone, and drone. Hook onto some tune and avoid all variations. Volume equals skill. War Pigs is listenable, but that's about all. Paranoid, ditto. Planet Caravan must be the slushiest example of the watery vocal effect ever recorded. An attempt at some real guitar at the end of it is characterless. I could not disagree more with what this guy has to say about this. And I pulled this out in case you're curious. This is what Geezer in his book says that Planet Caravan is about. Two lovers floating through the universe in a spaceship. And then he says it's the ultimate romantic weekend. It's a fantastic piece of music. Okay, then it goes, amplifiers are on full volume again for Iron Man, making lots of noise but going nowhere. Eventually, BS, note the pun, get a great delight in croaking, I am Iron Man, which you know is at the front. Iron Man is actually an allegory. Geezer talks about this in his book as well. The character Iron Man is based on Jesus Christ. The fact that he's a hero at one moment and then persecuted in the next. But unlike Jesus Christ, at the end of the Iron Man story, he actually seeks revenge on all the people that persecuted him. In Electric Funeral, you begin reading the Batman comic on the table by your stereo. Hand of Doom. First it was the bomb, Vietnam, napalm, disillusioning you, push the needle in. Let Agnew and the FCC get hold of this one. And by the way, if you don't know what that reference is, Spiro Agnew was the vice president under Richard Nixon, and he was on this big crusade against rock music because of the influence it was having on the youth in drug culture. Actually, they might be doing us a favor in discouraging it. Not that the song would make us all drug fiends, but that it's simply such devilishly awful music. Rat Salad is an instrumental by Black Sabbath, a demonstration of senseless drumming. Guitars still running on the spot. In Fairies Wear Boots, you stretch your imagination. Maybe the sound is a sick jet coughing along a runway. You remember that catchy tune from War Pigs and try paraphrasing it. Now, nausea, nausea. After spraying the record with Bug Killer or scrubbing it with Lysol and finding no change in replaying it, set it aside. Then, some blistering summer day, put it in the back window of your car and take a long drive through the countryside, scarring grosbeaks off the road and swallows off the telephone wire. When back home, read a few lines from the Satanic Bible over the melted plastic, then bury it in your backyard. This one is from January 29th of 1971, and this one is from this is Rochester, New York, from the Times-Union. Black Sabbath released its second album, Paranoid, this week, and it's very strong and diabolically fascinating. The four-man combo has pioneered a new style of music, which I suppose you could call gothic or something. At any rate, it's very heavy and evil-sounding and bad in the newer sense only. Now that's pretty fascinating, the fact that he called it bad, capital B-A-D, when I didn't know that they were using that term like that, back then. I knew that by the time Michael Jackson showed up, hey, that's bad, we were saying that, but here he is in this newspaper kind of saying it's bad actually in a good way. The disc opens with a bitter anti-war statement called War Pig, not War Pigs, obviously. The lyrics compare war generals to witches and make no compromise with the niceties to get Sabbath's feelings across. The second cut, Paranoid, is a first-person monologue of a paranoid and his problem. Musically, it's fast, hard-driving rock. This is what Geezer Butler said the song Paranoid is about in his book. Paranoid is about depression and not being able to explain how I was feeling to anybody. And then he goes on and says, and how people would perceive him, Geezer, as miserable. The third cut is a relatively quiet song called Planet Caravan, which tells a surrealistic tale of space travel. Its main importance is in its electronic manipulation of the voice track and Tony Iommi's lead guitar. Iommi also has a nice guitar solo, the only one on the album played normally, without a fuzz or a wah effect. And it says it's beautiful. And indeed it is. I mean, it's so well crafted. The percussion is so cool. Some of those sound effects in there. Ozzy's voice, it's amazing. It's a great song. The fourth cut on side one is a rocker called Iron Man. And it's nice, but nothing special, which is, again, this is so interesting to listen to this because this is right after it came out. And they don't have all these years between us because that ended up becoming like a classic tune where not only did Black Sabbath fans know it, like everybody knows that song. Like it's so many people, when they first learn how to play the guitar, that's one of the first riffs you learn. Side two takes us back to the surrealistic and A Visit to an Electric Funeral. And by the way, if you didn't know, Geezer talks about this in his book. The Electric Funeral is about the threat of nuclear war. Hand of Doom is next, and it is the most powerful statement against hard drugs since Steppenwolf's The Pusher. And indeed, Geezer in his book says that song is about drug addiction. It's a long cut explaining the reasons a guy turns to heroin, but also explaining the horrors that await such an undertaking. Sabbath doesn't get hung up on vague images or weird meanings, but tells the simple, hard facts about taking the needle, and the song is dynamite. After the power of doom, Sabbath plays a lighter instrumental, marvelously titled Rat Salad, and then goes into a weird thing called Fairies Wear Boots, an interesting lyric, but anticlimactic after Hand of Doom. I don't know. I think Fairies Wear Boots is a great tune and super catchy. And according to Geezer, the origin of this song wasn't inspired by fantasy like some other things on this album. It started with a fight. Both Geezer and Tony tell the story in their autobiographies, and of course, some of the details differ, but the basic story is the same. The band had just finished a show when Geezer went outside to make a phone call. A group of skinheads surrounded the phone booth, threatening to beat him up. Geezer managed to get back inside the venue, but when he told the rest of the band what had happened, the entire band charged outside and a full-scale brawl broke out. Apparently, Ozzy grabbed a hammer, Geezer said he had a screwdriver, and both tools were used. Tony ended up with a black eye that he was still wearing when they recorded Paranoid just a few days later. Eventually, bloodied and bruised, they piled into their car with the skinheads chasing after them and barely got away. So where does Fairies Wear Boots come in? Well, Geezer says that the skinheads were all wearing these towering Doc Martens that almost reached their knees. And apparently those enormous boots stuck in Ozzy's mind, and they became the inspiration for the title. This reviewer likes his lyrics meaningful and his music somewhat light, Stephen Stills. But Sabbath surprised me with Paranoid. It's simply great. Okay, let's get back to our rock trivia challenge. What was the original title of this album? Was it War Pigs, Hand of Doom, or Mystical Forest Jedi with a Plastic Helmet on Acid? And the actual answer to that question is War Pigs, the original name for this record, which then, when you find that out, you say, okay, make the cover, although still doesn't make a lot of sense, makes at least a little more sense. Now, if you want to get super picky, according to Ozzy's book, there was even a title before War Pigs. Let me check this out. It was originally going to be called War Piggers, which was a term for a black magic wedding or something. Then we changed it to War Pigs, and Geezer came up with these heavy-duty lyrics about death and destruction. No wonder we never got any chicks at our gigs. Okay, next question. The band photo inside this album is one of the coolest band photos ever taken. True or false? Ladies and gentlemen, that is true. We need to do a video on this channel where we talk specifically about band photos in albums, not just band photos in general. There's lots of cool band photos in albums. This is among the best. I think this is such an incredible photo. First of all, Ozzy looks crazy cool here, and he's wearing that cross that his father made for him. We did a video recently where we actually talk about this. And if you look really closely, you can see that Tony has the one, because his dad made one for everybody. It looks like Tony has his on too, although it's kind of blown out a little bit right there. But just the way Geezer looks so cool. And then Bill Ward just sitting down in the grass. I don't know what it is about this picture, but I think this is among the greatest band photos ever taken. And so if you said false, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, before we get to this last question, please go down and like the video, follow the channel, and I'd love to hear your comments on this stuff. What are your memories about? I really want to hear your memories about Planet Caravan. Were you like me when you were younger and it was like skip? Or was it one of those things where you liked it when you were a kid? Did you actually have good taste? Because I didn't, apparently. Also, please go to digitech.com, check out all the latest gear and technology. We want to thank them for their ongoing support of the channel. And when you go to digitech.com, please let them know that the guys at AudioMover sent you. We almost knew Van Halen by a different name, and it was the name of a song on this album. What song was it? And as you know, Van Halen, they were huge Black Sabbath fans. When Van Halen put their debut album out, they went on tour opening up for Black Sabbath, and it was like a dream come true for them because they loved this band so much so that they had this name that had picked out for their band. And was it Electric Funeral, Rat Salad, or Hand of Doom? And the answer to that question is Rat Salad. I'm Robert John Hadfield, and this is AudioMover. You're watching our 8-hour Ozzy stream, featuring videos from our archive celebrating Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath. Do you remember that time that Black Sabbath played at Live Aid? Now, you could be excused for not remembering it because it was pretty uneventful the way they did it. I think that when they played, it was sometime right after breakfast in between Billy Ocean and Run DMC, which is pretty unfortunate because I remember at the time they were making such a big deal about the Who getting back together to play the show, and of course the guys in Led Zeppelin getting back together to play Live Aid. And then here we have, one of the most legendary bands of all time, Black Sabbath, getting back together to do this, and it really felt like kind of a whimper when it happened. But it didn't stop the rumors from saying, hey, is Black Sabbath going to get back together? Because, of course, Ozzy had been out of the band at this point about 6 years because Live Aid happened on July 13th of 1985. And so they're looking at that like, this is the original band. Maybe this is a publicity stunt to show that Black Sabbath is going to get back together. But the reality of it is nothing could have been further from the truth. Because when they left the stage after playing that day at Live Aid, the guys did not talk to each other for years afterward. Well, what got me thinking about this today is that I was doing some of my normal research, and I'm flipping through this old Hit Parader magazine. This is August of 1985. And so a month before this magazine came out is when Live Aid happened. Now, when they wrote this article about Black Sabbath, Live Aid had not happened when they wrote this, even though this is published in August. They write these things, do these interviews and things months beforehand. And it's possible that they didn't even know that Black Sabbath was going to be playing in Live Aid because Black Sabbath was a last-minute addition by Bob Geldof. He's looking around going, we don't have any real heavy metal bands being represented here. And then, they had the idea of, can we get Black Sabbath to be here? Then that's when they rejoined and, did the show. So this article, I found this thing and it just got me thinking about that period of time because this article it's just absolute total spin. Before I jump into this, I want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. Go to digitech.com, check out all the latest gear and technology they have there. And when you go to digitech.com, be sure and let them know that the guys at AudioMover sent you. And yet it has a few really interesting life lessons that I found in here. And basically what this is talking to Tony Iommi about the state of Black Sabbath. And look at the name of this article. Black Sabbath, Iommi, Butler, and Ward prepare to regain metal crown, which could not be further from the truth. Because the reality of it at this moment in Black Sabbath history, Black Sabbath is in the wilderness. Of course, Ozzy, again, has been gone for about 6 years. And then after Ozzy left, they bring in Ronnie James Dio, and it kind of brings the band kind of back to life. And they put out Heaven and Hell, which is just really, some people look back at that and think that was one of the greatest things that Black Sabbath ever put out. Then Mob Rules comes out, another just spectacular record. And you go, wow, these guys are back. They're doing something awesome. And then Live Evil comes out. And then at that point, Dio's gone. The band falls apart. And then, they're struggling. What are we going to do now? And then that's when this whole idea of bringing Ian Gillan in and doing this album, which would ultimately be called Born Again, that whole thing comes together. And, they go on a tour, and this ends up it just was not to be. And when you hear the stories about the recording and everything that happened with it, you realize this was not really going to last. And then, of course, Ian Gillan, not long around this time, somebody's saying, hey, let's get Deep Purple back together. And of course, it wasn't long after this that Deep Purple gets back together and they put out the album Perfect Strangers, which ended up doing extremely well. I saw them on that tour, and they were Knocking at Your Back Door, I think was a hit song off that. The song Perfect Strangers was. It just ended up being really successful. So anyway, the reunion was just not to be. And when you think about it, at the time, Ozzy just didn't need him. When he'd left the band, when he'd been kicked out of Black Sabbath, he went off and started his solo career, and he was doing just fine. At this point, when they played Live Aid, his most recent solo album was Bark at the Moon, which had been extremely successful, and he was doing great. He just didn't need these guys. Where on the other hand, Black Sabbath, their most recent album was the one that I got out here, which is Born Again, which was just kind of an odd thing, bringing Ian Gillan in to be the singer for Black Sabbath. So anyway, he didn't need him. There was no interest on his part really to get back together. And without him in the band, Bill Ward, the drummer, just didn't really want to be in Black Sabbath. When Ozzy left originally, it kind of took the wind out of the sails for Bill Ward. And although he kind of, he played a little bit with Dio and they talked him into coming back to play on Born Again, he just had lost interest in Black Sabbath. And so he was pretty much gone after this. And so you have those two gone. And then Geezer Butler, the year before Live Aid happened, his father had become really ill. Of course, he had Parkinson's, and they thought he had lung cancer, and he went back home and had his father sent to the hospital, where his father passed away. And this was in October of 1984, and this was absolutely devastating to Geezer. Of course, his mind is not on the band at all with this stuff happening. And his wife was pregnant at the time too. And so after his father passed away, his father was named James, he and his wife decided that if they had a baby boy, that they would name him James. And so basically it was about a month after his father passed away, his wife gave birth, and it was a boy. But right after young James came out, he didn't make any noise. And then the doctor grabbed some nurses and they ran him out of the room really quickly, and nobody knew what was going on. And when he came back, he said, what's happening here is that your son has a problem with his heart and his lungs, and he's not getting enough blood to his lungs. And if we don't do something about it immediately, he's just not going to survive for more than a few days. And so then they had to perform some emergency surgery just to get him to be able to get him to get enough oxygen so that he could get strong enough so that in a few months they could actually do a formal procedure to basically save his life. And they said, if we don't do this procedure, he's definitely not going to make it. But if we do this procedure today, he's got a 50-50 chance he won't even make it through the procedure. Anyway, they went ahead and performed the operation there, and he survived. And then February, the following, just a few months later in 1985, that's when they had the formal procedure. And as far as I know, James is still alive today. But when you look at Geezer, the other two are gone, Ozzy and Bill, and Geezer's just, his head's in a totally different place now. He's got to be with his family. He lost his father. Now he's got this child that needs his attention, and his wife needs his help. And one of the things that he says in his book about this period of time, which I thought was so fascinating, is that he said all this time he's going through these challenges, Ozzy would call him about once a week just to see how he was doing. And he says, interesting, because none of the other guys who are related to the band ever called him, but the one guy that called him was Ozzy. And I thought that was so interesting because, losing Ozzy this last year, so many things were said about him. And, he's the Prince of Darkness, and he's kind of the wild, crazy guy and all this other stuff that we hear about him. And then you would hear people talking about the fact that he really was a very sweet man underneath it all. And when you hear that story, Ozzy was not in Black Sabbath anymore, and they had not left on really good terms. And this is all happening before Live Aid, of course. And yet he's the one calling Geezer and saying, how are you guys doing? And anyway, it was just kind of a thing that tells you a little bit about what Ozzy was really, really like, that he was that one that was very personable, that really cared about people. Anyway, I just thought that was kind of an interesting part of the story. Anyway, I think if you like Black Sabbath and you enjoy these old articles from Hit Parader, you're going to really enjoy this article. So I'm going to jump into this now. Again, this is from the August of 1985. And it's pretty interesting, putting these things in context too and looking at the cover, because there it is right there. They even mentioned that. There's Deep Purple. Deep Purple was back. They'd made a splash by getting the band back together. And then you have Van Halen, the split had happened, but now the rumors of what's going to take place, so they were all over the place. Motley Crue is huge. Of course, Ozzy by himself is there. Twisted Sister, Scorpion, so many things happening at the time. And oh my gosh, Rat. So anyway, let's take a look at this. So here we go. Black Sabbath's Tony Iommi has overcome many hurdles on his way to fame and fortune. Born into a lower middle-class family in Birmingham, England, Iommi had to fight the lure of street gangs and the temptation to become a professional boxer before settling on a career in rock and roll. Perhaps Iommi's ultimate hurdle was learning to play guitar, even though his right hand was mutilated in a childhood accident. And it's interesting that they use the word childhood because, it's all perspective because he wasn't really a child. But it was, since he's left-handed, when it happened to his right hand, that made the fretting hand incapable of working. And so he put some things on the tips of his fingers and basically relearned how to play the guitar in the process. Let's see. Obviously, it gave the left-handed guitarist a distinct disadvantage when it came to playing a lightning lick or a heavy-handed chord. Quote, "At one time, I felt I would never become a professional musician because of my hand," unquote, he said as he held up his mangled paw, revealing where 3 of his fingers had been neatly severed below the nail. "It happened in a machine accident I had as a boy. It really hasn't prohibited me from doing anything except playing the guitar properly." And this next line is one of the things that jumped out at me that I thought was one of these really cool little life lessons. And just check this out. "Perhaps because playing is such a challenge is why I love the guitar so much." There's so much in that line right there. Because so many things that we in life that we love are, first of all, the things that challenge us. But also, we tend to love the things that we have to work hard for. And you can see that all the effort that he put in to become what would really be a legendary guitarist, he had to work a lot harder than other people because he had to overcome the fact that his fingers were cut off. And because of that, you can see somehow that there was this extra dedication to it. So anyway, I really loved that line that he said, "Perhaps because playing is such a challenge is why I love the guitar so much." I think there's a bigger life lesson in that line there. "I even had artificial tips built for my fingers to make playing easier. The fact that I even had them made shows how dedicated I am." And that really is the truth. It would have been, you would have imagined for a lot of people, you cut the tips of your fingers off and it would have been like, oh, well, I mean, what am I supposed to do? And yet for him, and boy, when you hear that story, I think we have another video on this channel where I tell that whole story about him getting his fingers cut off because I think it was the last afternoon of his last day at this job, and he wasn't even going to go back that afternoon, and then he did, and then this accident happened. It was just awful how the whole thing went down. But again, you look at these terrible things that happen in your life, like that happened to him. And not only did it force him to relearn how to play the guitar through kind of the pain and then figuring out how to do it without really even being able to feel the strings correctly, it also forced him to create a new sound because he had to use lighter gauge strings. He had to tune them differently. And as a result, he ended up almost on accident creating a new sound that would go with the guitar. And it happened partly because he didn't have a choice. Anyway, just a really, really interesting thing and a great lesson to learn. Dedication has always been a word high on Iommi's list of the important qualities of life. Through thick and thin, he has remained loyal to Black Sabbath, rarely digressing from the band's heavy metal course, no matter how bleak the group's future might have seemed at any given moment. Instead of succumbing to the temptation to pack up his amp and start a solo career after 15 years in the Sabbath fold, Iommi has always patiently waited for the right time to announce Sabbath's return. Now that's an interesting thing because, of course, the one person that's always been in Black Sabbath was Tony Iommi. He's the one person that made it through all the different changes. However, when you look back at this album, Born Again, when they were first thinking about it and putting it together, they didn't necessarily want to put it under the name Black Sabbath, yet they ended up doing it, partly, I think, because of the marketing, because there's value in the name. And then even the next thing that he worked on, he didn't want to call it a Black Sabbath album, but the record company insisted. So when it says it there, it's like, yeah, kinda, but he was also trying to do solo stuff, but the record company was saying, hey, you're probably going to do a lot better if you name it Black Sabbath rather than name it after yourself. And I even though he says that, the record company was the ones who was pushing for that, I don't know. I'm looking at that. If I were in his position, I'd be thinking I'm going to sell a lot more records if I just use the name. So I don't know. You'd have to be in the situation to know how you would really act. But I wonder about stuff like that. So here we go. Patience is one virtue I've developed over the years, he said with a slightly sinister smile. At one time, I wanted to do and try everything at that moment. I couldn't wait for anything. Eventually, I realized there was nothing wrong with sitting back a little and enjoying what was going on around me. Obviously, that attitude has helped me get through the last few years. There have been some difficult moments. Another brilliant life lesson there. Because how so many of us in our lives, we try to just do everything. I'm guilty of this, where I find myself in these positions where I want to try this and I want to try this and I want to try this. And you get so scattered and you spread yourself so thin that nothing gets done well. And you also spend so much of your time focused on so many other things, you lose track of what's actually important in your life. And it's an interesting to look at this and listen to what Tony Iommi is saying right here and do a compare and contrast to what was happening with Geezer Butler during basically the similar period. Because Geezer Butler had really had kind of a wake-up call when his father passed away. There's that moment when you have an experience like that and you start realizing, that's the next generation. I'm next in line after that. And, Geezer's lost his father and he's starting to realize I'm now in that position. And then, of course, having that terrible situation with his child and the challenges. And if you've ever been, I had an experience, I'm not going to tell you right now, but I had an experience like that with my daughter when she was 9 months old and she had RSV and we had to run her to the hospital. And anyway. Sorry. But the point here that is so critical, at least when I read this, is when he says this. At one time, I wanted to do and try everything, and I couldn't wait for anything. And this lesson of just slow down a little bit, enjoy the beauty, enjoy the relationships, enjoy the people that are around you, because like Geezer learned, they're just not going to be there forever. He lost his father and then he almost lost his newborn baby. And it makes you stop for a second and go, I need to get my priorities straight here. What is really, really important to me? Okay, next. As any Sabbath fan knows, those difficult moments include a veritable smorgasbord of vocalists who have chosen to roost in the Sabbath nest for a short while before moving on to their next destination. This is so funny. A list of those who have participated in Sabbath over the last 5 years looks like a veritable who's who of rock singers, like we were saying a second ago, with the names of Ozzy Osbourne, Ronnie James Dio, Ian Gillan, heading the impressive roster. Currently, Iommi, along with longtime bandmates Geezer Butler and Bill Ward, is scouring the face of the planet in an attempt to find the vocalist who can drive the Sabbath metal machine to new heights of glory. And that's the truth. They were, even though, again, Bill Ward was less interested in the band without, they talked him into coming back and working with Ian Gillan, but he didn't really want to be there, as evidenced by the fact that he wasn't after this. Geezer was really losing interest in this, but they still were, maybe we can get a new singer, maybe we can make this work. There was a little of that. So they were auditioning people, like it says, scouring the face of the planet in an attempt to find a vocalist who can drive the Sabbath metal machine to new heights of glory. Now listen to this next thing. And this is really important when you put in context what was going on here. One thing we've realized over the last year is that Black Sabbath should have a British vocalist, Tony explained. That's not to say that American singers aren't worthy of us. It's just that there's a certain camaraderie needed in a band. And since Geezer, Bill, and I are all extremely British, to have someone in the band who didn't understand our ways would be self-defeating. Now, of course, Dio was not British. Ian Gillan was. But that's not why he says this here. They had had a recent experience that he doesn't say it, he doesn't like come out and say it, but you kind of know why he was making this point. And it was because they had brought into the band a guy named David Donato, and they'd been talked into using him. As a matter of fact, before they had even formally put him in the band, I think it was Kerrang! Magazine did a photo shoot with him in Black Sabbath, David Donato, as if he was part of the band. And there, you can find photos with him in the group, but he hadn't even really been in the group yet at all. And so they actually tried recording with him. They tried making some things happen with this David Donato. And this, as the story goes, once they got him in the studio, he just wasn't very good. He couldn't hold a tune. I mean, these are the things they were saying, that he just didn't have it. And this was an American guy. And so this was kind of a pushback on this, like, hey, we had this guy, didn't really work out. And you know, we really need to find a British guy. Another way of saying that we kicked this guy was we kicked him out and it's not going to work. We need somebody. And here's an interesting little bit of trivia about David Donato. David Donato, after not remaining in Black Sabbath, went off and became part of another band called White Tiger. Now, where would you have heard of White Tiger before? White Tiger was a band started by a guy named Mark St. John. Where have you heard of Mark St. John before? Mark St. John, of course, had appeared on the album Animalize. He was the one that replaced Vinnie Vincent after Vinnie Vincent left after Lick It Up. This is Kiss, obviously. So Vinnie Vincent leaves Kiss. They bring in Mark St. John. Mark St. John is on the album Animalize, and he goes on the tour for a few shows, and then he's gone. And the story, the official story from Kiss, is that he had this hand problem and he couldn't play, some sort of arthritic condition, and it kept him from being able to play well. And I question that. I have a feeling that there was a lot more going on under the surface because, again, when he left Kiss, he went and started a band and was the guitarist for the band White Tiger, and David Donato, who was this guy that wasn't British, that didn't work out with Black Sabbath, actually ended up being in that band White Tiger with Mark St. John. Anyway, just kind of a little bit of weird trivia right there for those of you that enjoy that kind of thing. Quote, each singer who has been in the band has brought something special into the group. That's true for Ronnie, Ian, and Ozzy. I know each of them have had less than complimentary things to say about Sabbath after they left, but the fact remains that Sabbath is more important than the individual members, and none of the people in this band are going to turn over control to someone who thinks he knows what's best for us. We have kept Sabbath going for 15 years now, so we must be doing something right. Now, this is also very interesting because they ended up getting a singer, and they ended up getting somebody that really did have kind of in some ways a little bit of a, I don't know, maybe a controlling personality a little bit. And what ended up happening, this is such a mess. It is such a mess what happened with Black Sabbath, because by the time the next album came out, which was called Seventh Star, Black Sabbath was just a shadow of its former self. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this a minute ago, but Geezer, after the whole experience with Live Aid and, you know, this band's not getting back together and I don't have any real interest in being in this anymore, Geezer sold his rights to the name Black Sabbath to Tony. So Tony was free to do whatever he wanted to do at that point. And then this next album that came out is the one called Seventh Star, and the singer on that album was Glenn Hughes, and which is there's a little bit of an interesting connection there too, because of course, who did Glenn Hughes play for at one point, where David Coverdale had been the lead singer? Of course, Glenn Hughes for a very short period of time had been in Deep Purple. And although he wasn't the lead singer, he did sing some lead lines in some of the Deep Purple stuff. Go listen to the song Burn. The part, you know, we have no time, we could not even move. That's Glenn Hughes. So it's interesting that he ended up finding a singer. It was a British singer, and it was Glenn Hughes. And it was a guy that and Glenn Hughes obviously is a great vocalist, and he was a veteran at this point too. But just kind of an interesting thing, the way all this stuff worked out. But, then you got all the, the guys on the outside like Geezer Butler's looking, what in the world are you doing with our name, Black Sabbath? Just dragging it through the mud, because whatever this is now, this is not the band that we were all in. This has taken such a strange turn that now the only person in there is Tony Iommi and Glenn Hughes. And then another interesting twist in there is who was playing the drums on that album? Eric Singer, who went on to play with who? Kiss. Anyway, all these connections are so much fun. I love this stuff. Okay. Still, one must wonder if the stories concerning Iommi's domineering personality and unpredictable temper haven't been based on more than a shred of accuracy. The tall, mustachioed axe slinger isn't shy about expressing his opinions. And by the way, is there a cooler mustache in rock and roll than Tony Iommi's mustache? There was that period in Black Sabbath when he shaved it and he just looked weird. And I'm not a big mustache guy. I don't know. I can take him or leave him. I tried him a couple times in my life. Wasn't a fan of it on me, at least. But he had the coolest and has the coolest mustache in rock and roll. I loved Tony Iommi's mustache. It was so cool. Anyway, and you can see it on the cover, that one on the cover of Seventh Star in all its glory. Okay, anyway, I just love that there. Shy about expressing his opinions, especially when the subject is Black Sabbath. Sure, he's heard the stories that say Sabbath is over the hill, but to Iommi, those tales have only served to reinforce his determination to keep the legendary band afloat. And he was, boy, plugging holes and bailing water, that's for sure. Trying to keep it afloat. I find what people say about Sabbath to be most amusing, he said. We've always been caught up in more than our share of controversy and innuendo, and I don't see why that should stop now. In fact, the only time I will be worried is when people stop talking about us. That's when I will seriously have to reevaluate where we stand. And that is another really important life lesson. That is really when you know you're in trouble. When people are complaining and saying bad things about you and whatever, at least they know they're thinking about you. It's when they stop thinking about you. It's when they stop talking about you. That's when you know you're in trouble. And he realizes that too, that it's like, well, at least people are talking about us. At least they still think about us. At least they care enough about us to continue to care. I mean, and again, they have a spread here talking about them in Hit Parader. They're significant enough still that people want to talk about them. They had been that big that, and Ozzy's success as a solo artist didn't hurt. The fact that he was out there and everybody knew that he'd been with Black Sabbath. And so then, of course, people are thinking about that, Black Sabbath's always just kind of out in there because Ozzy's such a big deal. So Ozzy's success actually, in a way, helped Sabbath continue on, interestingly. Let's see, that's when I will seriously have to reevaluate. I don't believe that Sabbath is over. We have a lot of great music in us. And we're determined to prove that to anyone who will listen. And remember, this is being said under the guise that there's 3 original Sabbath members as part of this conversation, which there really kind of wasn't. I mean, they were on this album and they were kind of, but when you know what was going on behind the scenes, they were 1 foot in, 1 foot out, kind of walking away at that point. Iommi's the only one that was really there. Let's see here. At this point, it would be too easy to just go home, but we've never done anything the easy way. Iommi, living in Los Angeles, has stayed very much on top of the current hard rock revival and frequently goes to clubs to check out the local talent. In fact, Iommi has become so absorbed with the LA music scene that he recently became engaged to the queen of the West Coast metal scene, Lita Ford. Did you know that they'd been engaged? Kind of interesting stuff. He talks a lot about that in his book. While Iommi refuses to discuss the pair's plans, he does admit that dealing with Lita has revitalized his whole outlook on life. And it's kind of interesting because having a partner in your life can do that. There's something about that can really add that energy and that spark and that drive to actually, you have something to work for, a person that's your cheerleader, I don't know. Anyway, just I can relate to that idea there. Yet he knows that the only thing the horde of Sabbath fans really care about is the music, and he plans on offering a healthy new dose of Sabbath songs in the very near future. Quote, "We feel we're very close to getting everything together again," he said. "We've narrowed the number of singers we would like to try to a very few, and the final decision may rest with our producer. He knows what we're looking to do on the next album, and he knows who would fit into those plans best." Again, this is just such spin. They were lost, and it was really, what was really going on was very chaotic. They were doing everything they could, duct tape and baling wire, just trying to hold it together, and it just wasn't holding very well. "I know we have to begin making progress again very soon, or people will begin to forget about us. But I've learned from our past, I'm not about to jump into anything before we're ready." Hey, thanks for taking the time to visit with me today. If you're not following the channel, please follow the channel, like this video, and please share this video with other people. If you know other people that are interested in Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne and things like this, I bet they'd be interested in seeing this, and we always appreciate it when you share it with other people. And we also want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. Go to digitech.com, check out all the latest gear and technology. And when you go to digitech.com, be sure and let them know that the guys at AudioMover sent you. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Welcome to the world of AudioMover. I'm Robert John Hatfield. If you're just joining us, thanks for being here. Today we're doing something special, an 8-hour Ozzy stream, featuring some of our favorite Ozzy and Black Sabbath videos from the AudioMover archives. Now, if you're new to the channel, AudioMover is all about the stories behind classic rock. We have hundreds of videos covering the albums, bands, concerts, magazines, and moments that helped shape rock and heavy metal. My favorite subject has pretty much always been Black Sabbath, so you'll find plenty of Sabbath and Ozzy throughout our channel. Last year, after Ozzy passed away, Jack Osbourne shared one of our videos, which led to our work being featured in a number of news stories. It was an incredible experience, and we're grateful to everyone who found us because of it. I'd love to hear from you, so leave a comment. Let us know where you're watching from, your favorite Ozzy album, your favorite memory. We're streaming on several different platforms today, but YouTube is our home, where we just passed 37,000 subscribers. So if you enjoy this kind of classic rock content, I'd love to have you join the community. Now, let's get to the next episode. When you hear this article, one of the really cool things about it is it gives you kind of a glimpse into Ozzy's sense of humor. And as I go through this, you'll pick that out and you'll notice it. And what I found was this really cool newspaper article about Black Sabbath, and it just talks to them at the time that this album had come out, because they were looking at this like Black Sabbath has now been around for basically 10 years. So when Never Say Die came out, Black Sabbath was about 10 years old at that time. And so this newspaper did this little article on Black Sabbath, and it's really pretty interesting, and I think you're going to enjoy it. And stick around to the end, because I'm going to show you something really cool also in this newspaper, and it's this article that says, "Woman Wakes Naked Intruder," which is as strange as it sounds. So anyway, back to this Black Sabbath thing. So the title of this article says 10 years of paranoia and chuckles with Black Sabbath, which is quite an interesting title. Okay, here we go. "They certainly don't look 10 years older. An early Black Sabbath photograph shows Osbourne with shorter hair and Iommi, Butler, and Ward with considerably more. Ward has a beard now, that's about it. They're still selling out arenas across the country and have been since August, with 1 month off while they sold out auditoriums in Europe. And they're not through with us yet. Their first new album in 18 months, Never Say Die, is finally out after a recording process roughly analogous to a cesarean section. It was pretty rough getting this album recorded. And by the way, on this tour, this is the tour where Van Halen is opening up for Black Sabbath. And we have other shows on this channel about that. And it's quite a story to have both those bands touring together at this time. So, and after all these years, people still think they're Satanists. Vocalist and chief lurcher, Ozzy Osbourne, shakes his head. There's always one of these people in the audience doing all these weird black magic signs, throwing garlic on the stage. It's raining Bibles these days, all with little quotations underlined spelling out like, "Ozzy, you are going to die," stuff like that. They must spend a lot of time on this, underlining it all. Why me? I don't do it to Frank Sinatra, unquote. Osbourne keeps all the booty thrown on Sabbath stages, or so he claims. Quote, "I've got vaults of Bibles. I'm a hoarder. Built a room especially for my junk. I have a stuffed bear 7 feet tall, a Russian bear. I call him Eric," unquote. By the way, I've never heard this before. This idea that Ozzy keeps all the stuff that gets thrown on the stage. I don't know how true that is, but it is funny thinking about that. Osbourne and company have long been characterized by the press as having personalities like their music: dour, somber, lethal, a 4-part barbiturate-inducing numbness of the skull. At times, this has been true, because they are simple lads and don't often bother to put on an act for the press. Earlier on this tour, Osbourne, upset and miserable one day, granted an interview, the extent of which was Ozzy saying, "Screw this and screw that, I want to go home." But on a good day, and they're not all that infrequent, Ozzy is a comic, a rapid-fire staccato machine gunner who can exaggerate any subject to a laugh, such as Iommi's vitamin pills lined up on his dresser like squat brown soldiers. Quote, "He used to take much more," Osbourne says, grinning wickedly. "He was like a rattle at the end of the day. Shake him and he sounded like an avalanche. He gave me a hug. He gave me a huge niacin horse pill once and said, 'Take this and you'll feel better.' Aha. It was so big you had to take it in 3 chapters. I started to feel hot. I thought I was dying. My hands and arms were all red. I'm exploding," unquote. By the way, I had somebody that was not long ago that kept telling me to take niacin pills. Those things, that is pretty intense when you take, if you've never taken a niacin pill before, it does. It like makes you feel like you're on fire. It's pretty interesting. Okay. It's hard to imagine the band without the rough energy of Osbourne, but they lost him for 2 whole months when he quit the band last year. Quote, "My father was dying," Osbourne said. "I went through a lot of trips in my own head. I couldn't get it together while I was with the band. When you're in a band, you're part of it 24 hours a day," unquote. Later, when he faced certain career decisions, quote, "What was the point of leaving one band and going into another with the same trips? If it ever happens again, I think I'll give it up completely. Eventually, everyone has to slow down," unquote. Which is such an interesting statement because, again, they're only 10 years into their career. And of course, Ozzy, if you know the story, his father passed away and they were having all kinds of inner turmoil in the band. There were so many different issues. And of course, Ozzy did quit for a short period of time and the band looked like it might just completely fall apart during this period. But somehow they managed to get it together, to finish up the album. And then they went on that tour. But in the end, that really was it. Ozzy left after that, started his solo career, and that's when Ronnie James Dio came in and started the band, or started with Black Sabbath. But then he said, it's interesting though that he says if I ever stopped, I'd have to just give it up completely. But he didn't. Obviously, he went off and formed a new band, which was called Blizzard of Oz. We sometimes think that the album was called Blizzard of Oz, but the truth was it was the band that was called Blizzard of Oz, and it was kind of later that we all just started referring to the album as Ozzy's album called Blizzard of Oz. Anyway, just FYI if you didn't know that. One happy outcome, they claim, of all the leaving and regrouping and retiring and not retiring, they no longer have a manager. Quote, "Managers, all you get is a broken heart and a tax bill. They employ a man who does managerial tasks without the usual percentage." When Osbourne left, the others carried on. According to soft-spoken Iommi, "We were writing new numbers all the time. We wrote some with Ozzy, then Ozzy left. We wrote some more numbers. Ozzy came back. We wrote some more numbers. In between, Dave Walker, who was once with Fleetwood Mac and Savoy Brown, joined the group, and we wrote new songs for him. We had so many songs, we just kept doing them. They had to edit and choose and record in Toronto for tax reasons. Toronto was absolutely bloody freezing. We couldn't believe it. So, and that's true. So when Ozzy did leave the band, they brought in this guy, Dave Walker, to actually sing. And they had actually written a few songs with them. And when Ozzy came back, he just wouldn't sing any of those tunes. So anyway, but they did have this other guy for that very, very short period of time. Okay, now we're skipping to the next page. All right, so the group says they're quite pleased with the new album. Quote, "It's a very mature album," Osbourne says. "You'll notice certain changes that have happened to the music. Little bits of the old, past, future. It's been one of the most difficult to do. We'd written so much stuff we didn't know what to put on it," unquote. Osbourne's opinion aside, half of Never Say Die is raw Black Sabbath meat, the kind of unsophisticated, blood-pulsing thumpers we expect. The other side is more experimental with a few excursions into slower, jazzier formats that seem alien. Maybe they'll get better at it. And I'm just curious, your input, your thoughts on the album, Never Say Die. Does that, in your opinion, is that an apt description of what that album is like? Before recording, they had rehearsed in a house in Wales, and now they're on tour, so they don't get home much. Ward's wife traveled with him. She's American. Her folks live in Huntington Beach, California. Iommi is no longer married, contemplating a move to Los Angeles, but that would mean selling his country estate with its 200 rooms of antique furniture. Quote, I want something smaller, but I also want to keep the furniture, he sighs. Osbourne adamantly refuses to consider a move to California. Quote, I'd rather not be with my family in England than not be with my family in Los Angeles, unquote. Hey, we want to hear from you. And what I mean by that is we really, really want to hear from you. Down in the first comment below and in the show notes, there is a link where you can literally go sign up for 15 minutes to actually give me a call. And what I want to hear from you is, number one, I want to hear the 3 videos that we have made that you liked the most. Number 2, I want to hear the topics that you want us to do or that you enjoy the most. We'll have a quick meeting, go through those, and then anything else you want to chat about. We got 15 minutes. There's a link down below. So sign up for one of those slots and we're looking forward to talking to you. Osbourne, for all of his boyish bumpkinism, he's the worst kid of all, Iommi said of Osbourne's paternal capabilities, obviously likes his family. His wife Thelma doesn't drink or smoke or take dope. Ozzy has a stepson, Elliot, 12, a daughter, Jennifer Starshine, 6, and son, Luis, 3, called Louis Bombins. Like a child, Ozzy admits, I've got to be kept amused 24 hours a day. I'm considering employing my own court jester, and I love getting people totaled out. I love being the only one left standing at the end of the day, he says, striking a King Kong pose. Osbourne claims he's a drunk rather than a doper, although there are unconfirmed reports of prodigious druggery throughout the years. By the way, he may claim that, but you go back and read the books and they were all of them were using everything. It's pretty crazy stuff. Quote, I love English beer, he claims. When I was a kid, I couldn't wait to drink beer because I'd see Dad leave the house for the pub all grumpy and he'd come back. And when he came back, he was so happy, unquote. He hated that first taste, but he got used to it and started drinking steadily at age 11. Quote, there's a great pub right here, he said, waving his tattooed arm in the general direction of the Beverly Hilton Hotel, where the group is staying. Poolside, Osbourne wore a Black Sabbath t-shirt and shorts, which revealed his legs with their disconcerting little smile faces on each knee. These tattoos, and the ones spelling out his name on his hands, look as if they were scratched in with a ballpoint pen. Yeah, that is true. Those things looked like they were just kind of really, really sloppily put together. Maybe that's part of the charm, too. He has several other tattoos that were obviously executed by a professional. Gratified by their success after such a long absence from our stages and charts, every gig has sold out, most of them very quickly, Iommi calmly smiles. And by the way, like I said a little while ago, this was touring with Van Halen. And there's a lot of people that were saying maybe some of the people that were coming to see the show was because Van Halen was on they were on the way in and Black Sabbath was kind of on the way out. But one thing for sure, though, is if you go back and you read people, I think Tony might even address this in his book, but they were looking at this thinking that the record company was using Black Sabbath to build a following for Van Halen. And they were actually feeling like they were being used. Like the record company was looking at Black Sabbath like they were this washed up band, even though they were still pulling a crowd. And they were basically saying, hey, we can get Black Sabbath's crowd to come to their concert, and then we'll sell them on Van Halen when we're there because Van Halen's going to be the moneymaker in the future. Anyway, that's the way some of the guys in Black Sabbath believed what was going on at the time. They were actually being used, that they weren't being sent out on the road to promote the album. They were mostly being sent out on the road to promote Van Halen. For those of us that love this classic media, I think most of us remember these things, audio and videotapes. And I recently realized that a lot of the viewers of this channel don't realize that behind this channel, there's a company called the AudioMover Digitizing Studio. And for 25 years, we've been digitizing old media like this for individuals and organizations across the United States and Canada. So if you have any old audio or videotapes you need preserved, we can help. And for anybody watching this video today, we're offering a 15% discount on any AudioMover digitizing service. Just use the discount code on the screen. So visit audiomover.com today to learn more and get an order started. Calmly smiles. It really has been a good tour, he understates. Asked if he had ever thought the group would last this long, he shrugs. I don't really think about it. Pause. I wouldn't like to see it end. We all do enjoy it, which is so funny to listen to this stuff now. One of the reasons I love reading these articles, because now we know what was really going on at the time. You know, the strife, the difficulties, the problems. Because right after this, of course, Ozzy's gone. They kick him out. And then Ozzy has to go off. He kind of picks up, and they put that new band together with Randy Rhoads, Blizzard of Oz, like we talked about a minute ago. And then Black Sabbath picks up Dio. And they, in some ways, when you look back at that, you could argue that it was good for both parties, because they were kind of, it seems, losing their way by the time Never Say Die came out. Even though there are people that watch this channel that think that's their best album, it did seem that they were losing their way. And with Ozzy being able to go out on his own and being introduced to Randy Rhoads kind of gave him a shot in the arm, and he started picking back up and finding himself, and of course became a legend again after that, a whole new career. And then Black Sabbath picking up Dio, you had this whole new energy brought into Black Sabbath, because Ozzy never wasn't as involved with writing the music like Dio was. When Dio came into the band, I mean, Dio was a multi-instrumentalist. He could play different instruments. He wrote lyrics. He wrote songs. And so it was so both camps, both groups were kind of introduced this whole new thing that kind of helped them almost resurrect in a new form. And so you could argue that it ended up being better for both, for Ozzy and for Black Sabbath, to have that experience, because they were able to get this new energy and make some really great things happen. I mean, because when you ask me, some of my favorite stuff that ever was done under the name of Black Sabbath was the stuff with Ronnie James Dio. I love that stuff. I mean, the first time I was introduced to Black Sabbath, the first time I remember hearing a quote Black Sabbath song was the song Mob Rules from the heavy metal soundtrack. And and then about the same time, we're all being introduced to Ozzy, and it wasn't until after I had heard of Ozzy that I even realized that he had been with Black Sabbath. And that was true for a lot of us, because we were all very young and we're just kind of figuring things out. And so, anyway, it arguably was a good thing for both camps to have that kind of starting over thing. Okay, so I'm going to share a couple other things with you. That's the end of the article. This is always so interesting. So on this same newspaper, this is December 7th, 1978, by the way. So this is October, about almost 2.5 months after Never Say Die had come out. But it's interesting to see what other music was popular at the time, because it kind of helps get a timestamp of what was going on. So these were the popular albums out around the same time when they were writing this article, but again, around the same time that Never Say Die came out. Living in the USA, Linda Ronstadt. I know nothing about that album. 52nd Street, Billy Joel. I think we probably all know a little bit about that one. The soundtrack for Grease. That was huge. That was such a big deal. Foreigner's Double Vision, which was also huge. Boston, Don't Look Back. This is, of course, their second album, which was such a big deal. And then Pieces of Eight by Styx. So not my favorite Styx album, but a really cool album cover. And it had some cool songs on it. I don't want to knock it too much, but it was, Styx was a big deal at that point. Who Are You by The Who, Some Girls, Rolling Stones, Hot Streets by Chicago, I don't know that one. Tormato by Yes, I've got that one in the collection. I don't know that was their greatest album, but that was what they were doing at that time. Twin Sons of Different Mothers, that's Dan Fogelberg and Tim Weisberg. Dog and Butterfly, that's Early Heart. Night Watch by Kenny Loggins. Time Passages, Al Stewart. A Wild and Crazy Guy, Steve Martin. Do you remember that? Do you remember when Steve Martin just kind of showed up and he'd be playing his banjo? I'm a wild and crazy guy. And he'd put that, he'd be playing his banjo, and in the middle of playing the banjo, he'd grab that arrow and he'd stick it so it looked like there was an arrow going through his head. And he said something like, got to keep the jokes rolling. I don't know, keep the laughs going. Anyway, but he was such a big deal. I remember Steve Martin hitting. Stranger in Town, Bob Seger. Brother to Brother, Gino Vanelli. I don't know anything about that. Comes a Time, Neil Young. The Stranger, Billy Joel. That was another big one. Let's Keep It That Way, Anne Murray. Bursting Out by Jethro Tull. I don't know anything about that record. I'm much more familiar with the early stuff of Jethro Tull. This is way later into their career. Children of Sanchez, Chuck Mangione. Mixed Emotions, Exile. Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf, one of the biggest selling albums of all time, was out at this point. So Meatloaf and Jimmy Steinman. And it's interesting because even though it's Bat Out of Hell by Meatloaf, it was originally supposed to be Meatloaf and Jim Steinman. But then if you look at the record, I think it's down at the bottom. It says music by Jim Steinman. And there was a little problem with that because Meatloaf was getting all the credit, even though he was, I was going to say just the singer, but he didn't write the music. That was all Jimmy Steinman put that stuff together. But it just wouldn't have been the same without Meatloaf. He was awesome. I love that guy. He had so much just charisma, such an interesting dude. And then recommended new releases: Weekend Warrior by Ted Nugent, Single Man Elton John, more songs about buildings and food, Talking Heads, Toto, Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, Aerosmith Live Bootleg, I've got that, Rush Hemispheres, and Plan to Win by the Outlaws. Wow. Okay. Let's jump back to the other thing I wanted to show you. This is a really, so one of the things I do, so in this channel, we pull out old newspapers, record reviews, that kind of thing, and then we'll find things about bands like we did about Black Sabbath. But one of the things I do when I'm looking at these newspapers is sometimes I'll just go back to the front page and just kind of skip through it and see if there's anything else interesting in the newspaper. And I saw this headline and I thought, okay, I got to read this. What is this? So again, the headline is "Woman Wakes Naked Intruder." This is great. Okay. A Parkland college student knew what to do with a naked intruder she found in her bed Wednesday morning. She took him at knife point to the Urbana police station. So she showed up in the morning and there's a naked guy in her bed, and at knife point takes her to the police. Okay, let's keep going. The woman, who lives in the 700 block of North Matthews Avenue, Urbana, told police she was returning home from work about 6:45 a.m. when she found a man naked from the waist down, asleep in her bed. According to police reports, the student and her friend woke the man and told him to leave. The man said, "That's okay, she said I could stay here," but then realized he was speaking to the woman. He then began getting dressed. While the man was dressing, the woman noticed one of her kitchen knives sticking out of the man's coat pocket and removed it, police said. Threatening the man with the knife, she ordered him to get into her car and drive to the police station. This is just all kinds of weird, isn't it? I mean, what is it? You take a guy by knife point, get him into your car. Anyway, so strange. Police arrested Daniel Hunt, 20, of 1301 West Beslan Street, Urbana, and charged him with burglary. Police reported finding a number of other items belonging to the student stuffed in Hunt's pockets. Among them were a bra, a half slip, 6 pair of panties, a bottle of cologne, and several other small items totaling $49.55, police reports said. The woman was very upset when she brought Hunt to the police station, according to Police Lieutenant Carl Menert. I guess, I mean, it's just such a strange thing. Why would you drive, whatever. It's just, like I said, such a strange story. There was such a commotion in the lobby, Menert said, that Hunt had to be removed from her site, which is, it's just hysterical. And it's awful, of course, but it's like, what? What just happened? Anyway, strange stuff. I love these old newspapers. This is so much fun. And again, reading that stuff about Black Sabbath. And the other thing that was fun about that article, just jumping back to it for a second, about Black Sabbath, is you get kind of a sense of Ozzy's sense of humor when you read that. It was like I said at the beginning, it's just kind of cool experiencing that and reading this article that kind of gives you a vision into what he was like at those times and kind of his humor that followed him. Hey, if you're not following the channel already, please follow the channel, like the video, share this with everybody you know, and I'd love to get your comments down below. All the things you remember about Black Sabbath. What did you think about that album? Did you see that tour? Did you see the stuff with Van Halen? And have you read the biographies of these guys? And what do you think about what they said about this period? It's very, very interesting stuff. And so anyway, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, I'm Robert John Hadfield, and this is AudioMover. You're watching our 8-hour stream featuring videos from our archive celebrating Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath. Thanks for watching, and let's get back to the music and stories. Left to right, Ozzy Osbourne, Bill Ward, Tony Iommi, and Geezer Butler. What's so funny sometimes looking back at these old newspapers, how often they have it just completely wrong. Hey, we're going to continue with our Ozzy-themed shows today, and I have something that I think you're really going to enjoy. This is kind of a little bit of a time capsule, especially related to Black Sabbath. And what it is back in the 1970s, in 1975 and 1978, Rolling Stone did a feature on Black Sabbath, did a couple different articles, and these articles were then distributed across the country and printed in newspapers all over the United States. And what I did is I actually found these two different articles, the one from 75, one from 78. And what I'm going to do today is I'm just going to read these to you because they're really interesting to hear what was being written about them at the time. So this first one, the version I'm going to read is from the Dayton Daily News. And like I said, these things were printed all over the country in newspapers far and wide. And so this one, it says Rolling Stone profile, Black Sabbath. And then it's really interesting. The subhead that they put here is, sorry, folks, they really aren't weirdos. They're sweet, charming, totally unpretentious young people. Now, that first part's kind of interesting when you hear the word young, because although they were young in a sense, these guys are getting up into their later 20s at this point, because basically the three of them, Bill, Tony, and Ozzy, were all born in 1948, and Geezer was born in 1949. So when Black Sabbath came together, in 68, when they were really starting to get moving, basically they were 20 years old. And by the time they get to this point in 1975, these guys are 27 and 26. And so they're getting up into their later 20s, and so because they're a little further into their career at this point. And one thing before I read this is kind of interesting is they print this picture in the newspaper, and it says Black Sabbath left to right, and look at the picture here while I'm reading this. Left to right, Ozzy Osbourne, Bill Ward, Tony Iommi, and Geezer Butler. Now, what's really funny about this, it's a little blurry, and when you have these old pictures that are blurry, it's a little bit hard sometimes to tell the difference between Tony and Geezer, because they both had those mustaches and the long hair, and then with sunglasses on, it's very, when it's blurry, it's tough. When it's not blurry, it's really easy. But I believe what the picture really is Tony Iommi's on the left, not Ozzy. Bill Ward, they have that one correctly. And then it's Geezer, not Tony, that's the next one there. And then, of course, Ozzy's the last one, even though they say it's Geezer. And what's so funny sometimes looking back at these old newspapers, when they print these pictures, how often they have it just completely wrong. And this is an example of it where it's just totally off. Okay, so again, I think you're going to enjoy listening to this. This was printed on August 31st of 1975. And so to put this in context, this is right after the album Sabotage has come out, because Sabotage was released on July 28th of 1975. So this is, just about a month after that album comes out. All right, Los Angeles. Black Sabbath is back on tour after more than a year's absence, this time with an expanded show, a 30-city string of, as usual, sellout concerts, a new album, Sabotage, and new managers themselves. And that whole manager thing, they talk a little bit about it here, but this was such a tumultuous time for the band because of this whole manager and legal problems, figuring out that they'd been being ripped off all this time, that they were getting a kind of an allowance from pay, but they were not making the money that they should have been making. So this was a very, very challenging time for the band. Over the last 3 years, Sabbath had become literally sick and tired of touring. Drummer Bill Ward had contracted hepatitis. Vocalist Ozzy Osbourne thought he was going crazy. And actually, right around this time, for a brief period of time, he actually did check himself into an asylum because he was having some real issues. Bassist Geezer Butler had developed a kidney stone, and guitarist Tony Iommi thought he would simply never recover from his physical exhaustion. Quote, after doing all those strenuous tours, Iommi said, we needed the time to sit back and look at what we were doing. We were losing all the content, didn't know what was happening at all musically. And like I said, this was a really challenging time for the band. There's so many moving parts, so many issues outside the band that were putting pressure on them in different ways. So this was a big deal. Sabbath retreated to their homes in the English countryside and stayed there for a year, leaving only for one tour of Australia and to work on Sabotage, their 6th album on Warner Brothers. Meantime, rumors surfaced in this country about lawsuits and threats and general unhappiness between the Sabbaths and manager Patrick Meehan, who had assumed direction of the group about 4 years ago. And what I was saying a minute ago, between Patrick Meehan and the group, this is where a lot of these challenges started. They began realizing what he was doing from a management standpoint. They ended up firing him, and it just cost them a small fortune dealing with him, dealing with all the lawsuits, the legal issues that were happening. And as a matter of fact, it became such a big deal. They talked about how they were in the studio recording Sabotage, and they were regularly dealing with lawyers. I mean, people were literally bringing them documents into the studio, legal documents, things they had to deal with were happening on a regular basis. And as a matter of fact, so much so that they actually wrote a song called The Writ. And it's an interesting song because it was the lyrics, which was kind of a different thing, were actually written by Ozzy, which he didn't do a lot in the band. It was usually Geezer that wrote the lyrics. But this one was a direct response to their manager that they were dealing with. It had all these legal issues, so they literally wrote a song called The Writ that was, for all intents and purposes, an attack on Patrick Meehan, their manager. So let's see here. Whatever differences did exist were apparently settled out of court. Meehan reportedly still gets a piece of the record royalties, but the group controls its own destiny, and that's all they will say about it. Now, interestingly, I think it's in Geezer Butler's book, Into the Void, where he talks just a little bit about this, about the settlement, and what he says is that they basically settled out of court for $1 million with Patrick Meehan just to make the whole thing go away. And they were having financial struggles all through this time anyway, and then that just made it worse, that they had to basically borrow money from the record company to pay him off. And anyway, they were paying lawyers constantly, and they were actually, when you read their books and listen to them, there was this part of them like, why do we even bother doing any of this stuff? Because basically all we're doing is making money to pay off attorneys. So anyway, it was just a really very, very difficult time for the band. Let's see here. Whatever differences, that's all they will say about it. Okay. Before launching their current tour in mid-July, the group rehearsed in Los Angeles and did a few interviews at Ben Frank's, a Sunset Strip coffee shop. Iommi ordered a plain omelet and orange juice and conscientiously dropped Sweet and Low into his coffee. Quote, "Got fat laying about," he smiled, if recording can be called laying about. And the issue here was that the amount of time it took putting that album together, that's kind of what he's referring to, is that they were just stuck. So Sabotage was, compared to their other efforts, a positively leisurely album. Quote, "It took quite a while," Iommi admitted, "but the actual studio time wasn't that long," unquote. It may have been too long for Osbourne, though. He told one reporter, quote, "If I hear this thing again, I'll shoot myself," unquote. And again, the point was, the amount of time they actually spent recording it, actually in the studio being productive, when compared to all the other things that they were dealing with, probably wasn't that big a percentage, or at least as much as it seemed like it would have been. Because they said that whenever they weren't in the studio, they were either playing a show or they were in an office or somewhere dealing with an attorney. That's all they were doing at this time. The new album, Iommi said, is a return to the Black Sabbath of yore, back to basic roots. That means hardcore rock, no more fiddling with orchestras and fancy embellishments as on Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Sabotage has the old familiar end of the world motif, although the group did relent and add a choir and some keyboards. Now, this is an interesting thing, because this is the album they had that song Super Tsar on it. And that song is just, it's an incredibly ambitious piece of music. And it is just filled with these choirs and some really cool guitar work in it too. But this is, if you ever hear that kind of legendary story where Ozzy walked into the studio late, notoriously, walked into the studio and saw all these people there. This lady, he said, that was like an 80-year-old woman playing a harp, and this massive choir of people. He thought he was in the wrong place. He walked in, sees all these people, turns around, leaves. Anyway, that legendary story, that's what it was about here, from that song, and where they'd had all of these people in there in this choir, because Tony Iommi had apparently been working this song out on a Mellotron, I think at his house. And if you're familiar with the Mellotron, it was, although it wasn't a synthesizer, it kind of served a similar purpose because it was a keyboard that would create all these different sounds. But it was actually, instead of being generated by circuits, the sounds were being generated by actual tape. And a Mellotron, when you'd play a key on a Mellotron, it would actually push a playhead down and drag a tape across a playhead, and it lasted about 7 seconds. And then you'd let up, and a spring would pull the tape, and then you could play the note again. And so a lot of people would use these for strings, for choirs, for flutes. And there were a lot of bands. I mean, everybody from Led Zeppelin to David Bowie, and probably the one that you'd know the most that used a Mellotron was the Moody Blues. Mike Pinder, the keyboardist for the Moody Blues, was notorious for using the Mellotron even live. And matter of fact, a lot of bands use it live, but I mean, there were just so many people that use this. But anyway, I didn't mean to get off on that, but Tony Iommi had worked out this stuff on a Mellotron, and then he thought, hey, let's try this for real. And then that's how you ended up with Superstar on the album Sabotage. So in fact, a keyboard player, Jez Woodruff, is accompanying them on this tour, the first such musical edition since the group formed 7 years ago. He hasn't joined the group. He's just over here with us to add the sound, says Iommi, who plays keyboards on Sabotage. He only plays about 3 numbers, but he's carrying a tremendous amount of keyboards. You'd think he was doing the Philharmonic. Now, for me, the first time I'd ever heard the name Jez Woodruff was because I discovered Black Sabbath much later, was on Robert Plant's solo albums. And if you bought Pictures at 11, you'll remember, you pull the sleeve out and you'll see Jez Woodruff's name right there. Sabbath's new show is 2 hours long and about a half hour longer than last year's presentations. They've added a fancy shell in back of Ward's drum kit and some intricate lighting. Quote, "We wanted to do more," Iommi said, "but we just didn't get it organized in time," unquote. And again, of course, because of all the different things they were dealing with, recording that album took way, way longer than they'd planned. And they had scheduled the tour while they were recording Sabotage, not thinking it was going to take as long as it did. So the tour started so fast after they finally finished the record, they just didn't have time to put together all the things that they were planning on doing. This year's act is somewhat more restrained than the spree-spending lifestyle Sabbath adopted after their early success. Country mansions, Rolls Royces, Lamborghinis, as well as the unexpected scorn of their old croonies and the unwanted leeching of new, quote, friends. Let's see here. Quote, "This business does affect you in a way, but you don't realize it," unquote, Iommi said rather sadly. "At one time, we didn't even go down to the local pub because we felt uncomfortable. We felt we had to act like pop stars. Now it's great. I can do anything I like." Iommi attributes this newfound confidence to rural life and the reduced pressure to conform. Iommi told one English writer who paid a visit to Tony's 200-room Kilworth house and was quite startled to see expensive paintings and porcelain figures. Quote, "He said it didn't fit my image. What did he expect? Everything painted black?" Unquote. Right. That's exactly what people expect of this group. Ominous darkness, relieved only by gold crosses and occult mutterings, all shrouded in a drug-riddled haze. Well, no. They do have more than a passing interest in the occult, but it's the sort of naive interest that's easily satisfied by seeing The Exorcist 8 times, as Osbourne has. Iommi has been reading books by Lobsang Rampa and on astral projection, but that's not scary. They are simply not weirdos. They're sweet, charming, totally unpretentious people. And it's this contrast between them and their music that's the fascinating thing about them. One weekend several years ago, they played the Whiskey in LA dressed in white ties, tails, top hats, and canes, and came bouncing onto the stage grinning at themselves. It was a rare moment, a heavy metal, fire and brimstone group having fun and poking fun. So much for being sinister. Besides, there's absolutely nothing sinister about a slightly overweight Ozzy Osbourne galumphing around a stage in bright Superman tights, waving peace signs and shouting, "We love you," while the band thunders along like the Grim Reaper. Quote, "We tend to give another impression on stage," Iommi said. "We get carried away ourselves," unquote. Critics who have hated Sabbath in the past, and they are legion, probably won't be won over this time either. But Sabbath keeps packing in crowds and selling records, critics be damned. And it's interesting that they talk about Ozzy and the clothes that he'd wear on stage, because this album, Sabotage, is also one of those legendary album covers that they absolutely hated. Now, it depends on who you listen to, how they ended up with that album cover. But the idea, they're sitting in front of a mirror and you're basically seeing the wrong side of their reflection in the mirror when you look at the cover. But according to Geezer Butler's book, he said that when they showed up, that they were going to be doing. The guys in the band thought they were going to be doing some sort of test photo, and I think, as I recall from Tony Iommi's book, they showed up, but they just weren't prepared. That they knew they were getting photos taken, but they just dressed and didn't really talk about what they were going to wear. Didn't come ready. And the one thing they do agree on, though, speaking of the Superman tights, is that the pants that Bill Ward is wearing were from his wife. They are these really funny looking things, and then when you look at what Ozzy's wearing, they just don't look like a cohesive unit. And you listen to those guys talk about it, and they just say they've been relentlessly made fun of over the years because of what people say is one of the worst album covers ever made. Now, me personally, I don't see it that way. I mean, it is a little silly, but I kind of love the weirdness of it. The what Ozzy's wearing, what Bill's wearing, the other guys. I mean, Tony's sitting down, and it's just because for me, I always kind of like these snapshots in time and kind of the weirdness that comes in moments like that. And so there's this part of it that I find a little bit charming in just how strange and goofy it ended up. But anyway, you be the judge of that. But the guys in the band certainly were not fans of what came from that. Okay, unlike other groups in similar situations, Sabbath isn't arrogant. They don't actually say, "Damn the critics." Quote, "We're not the best thing in the world," Iommi said. "We really enjoy it, and that's what counts." And which is isn't kind of a funny thing listening to them? It's actually almost a weird symbol of their self-confidence, maybe, or how comfortable they were in their own skin, because here is Tony Iommi. They're this, at this point, this legendary band. They're a big deal, and his attitude is like, "Well, we're not the best thing out there." And you think, can you imagine other bands saying something like that? There's so many other groups that just have so much arrogance about them that you just could never imagine them making statements like that. So anyway, there's something charming about that interesting humility that these guys had, where they were very comfortable in who they were and they weren't afraid to say things like that. Okay, so that's the first one. That's the Rolling Stone article from 1975. Now, there's another one here that is really interesting, and this one's from 1978. And this is another Rolling Stone feature about Black Sabbath, and this one is about the time that they come out with the album Never Say Die. That's the one that we're dealing with here, which is, it's so fascinating because you're talking about just a few years later. You're talking about going from 75 to 78, and so many things changed during that period. I mean, they started having so many more problems. And when you look at Sabotage, one of the things that they talk about is that because they were being attacked so much from so many different directions, from lawyers, their former manager, all the different issues they were dealing with. Interestingly, it brought them closer together as a group. It made them a stronger, more cohesive group of people because they started really feeling like the world was attacking them. The world was closing in around them, and they were them against the world, which strengthened their bonds while they were putting together the album Sabotage. And why this is so fascinating is here we are 3 years later, putting out the Never Say Die album, and it is completely changed from that point where they are ready to fall apart. And as a matter of fact, before they even recorded the album, at one point, Ozzy actually quit. And what's kind of fascinating about it is Ozzy was getting so kind of, fed up with the band himself, even though they were all having so many substance abuse problems. They kicked Ozzy out, but he had actually quit before they started recording the album. And he had this attitude like, I'm going to go do my own thing. He'd even talked to Geezer about the two of them putting a band together. But Ozzy apparently had even started making some t-shirts that said Blizzard of Oz as early as this time period, thinking that he wasn't long for the band. And they actually, for a very, very short period of time, brought in a guy named Dave Walker. And Dave Walker actually was involved with them writing some of the songs and even some of the lyrics, thinking that he was going to be a long-term part of this band now. But it was very short-term, and Ozzy came back, and they put the band back together, recorded Never Say Die, and then you know what happened after that, which is so funny. Because here's this album that they call Never Say Die when they were really ready to collapse. Okay, now, so with this context that makes this stuff so interesting. So here in this case, the headline is Black Sabbath Surviving Species. This one's from the St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada. And again, this is just a feature from Rolling Stone. Now, again, look at the picture. And look at the names underneath it. Again, this is so typical. They got the first two right. Members of Black Sabbath are Bill Ward, Ozzy Osbourne, Tony Iommi, and Geezer Butler. And again, they didn't say left to right, so we'll let them off the hook there. But in order, it is wrong because it's Geezer and Tony are flipped right there as to who's who. I always thought Bill Ward was one of the coolest looking rock stars ever, by the way. I always liked Bill Ward. He's so cool. Okay, let's get into this, and I think you'll find this one interesting as well. We've obviously got what the people want, said Black Sabbath lead singer Ozzy Osbourne before the British band's first United States appearance in 15 months. It's aggressive music, and I think America likes aggression, he said. What Osbourne says America wants is clearly what it gets. Back on the road for a 6-week, 10th anniversary tour of arenas in late August and September, Black Sabbath played its ear-splitting Downer rock in 26 U.S. cities, and the band recently released its 7th Warner Brothers album. It's actually their 8th album. Sometimes they get those things wrong, but Never Say Die is in the sequence of things is their 8th album. Let's see here. Vintage Sabbath with little melody and lots of heavy riff. What's not so clear is why people still want what Sabbath has to sell. Spawned in the era of Manson and Miley and propelled to the big leagues in the early 70s with singles like Paranoid and War Pigs, Black Sabbath was very much a product of that age. And the reason they mention Miley, of course, is that was one of the atrocities that people talk about from Vietnam. And we've talked about that on this channel before. You just look at the chaos that was happening in the world, and they bring up Manson right there, and they say that's the world that those first albums, those first songs were being written in, and that's why you get that. And then now we're years later, and they're creating something. Actually, in some of the albums just prior to this, they were starting to do some different things, different experimenting, going little different directions. Let's see, very much a product of the age, a belligerent heavy metal outfit whose music consumed the listener like a deep depression. Today, Sabbath seems like a band without a context, one of the last surviving specimens of an endangered species, but somehow without adapting to the changing times and evolving tastes that have sent many a heavy metal group to the slag we never have been, said the soft-spoken, slightly pudgy Osbourne. A lot of that had to do with the initial drive to sell the band. We created a brand, if you like, a package. But I hope the coffin has been bolted forever on that black magic thing, unquote. And this is kind of an interesting thing because, it talks about them, all the things that had happened, the things that were changing around them. And it's when you listen to them talking in their books about this issue, they started there. Those first albums coming out, they formed in the late 60s, that first album coming out in 1970, and here we are in 1978, and think of all the things that changed during that period. Led Zeppelin was coming into prominence right around the same time they were, but there were so many groups, so many different bands, so many things going so many different directions, and then you start looking at all the things that started happening then through the 70s. You start having punk rock come in, which in some ways, Black Sabbath had that punk rock attitude before punk rock existed. And so, but that started coming into prominence during some of these periods. And then you had disco taking over. And then you had bands like Boston and Journey coming to prominence. And then here they are, kind of feeling a little bit lost. And you actually get that impression. And they'll openly admit it. They talk about the album Never Say Die, and they'll talk about how the thing felt like disjointed and chaotic. Like it just wasn't a great offering to the public. It was just something that they were confused. They didn't know where they were going. They had all this substance abuse. They were having these internal conflicts. And then that's what ultimately, the band started falling apart. Let's see, we created a brand, etc., blah, blah, blah. Still, the group's high-powered sonic assault at New York's Madison Square Garden early in the tour sent 20,000 neck-wobbling teens thrashing around like holy rollers. Quote, I don't profess to be a messiah of slum people, Osbourne insisted before the concert, but I was a backstreet kid. And that little demon is still in there shoving the hot coal in. The aggression I play is the aggression I know, and it's obviously aggression a lot of people have, unquote. Now, this is a pretty interesting thing for him to look back at his roots and talk about what he's bringing on stage, because the other thing that's happening during this period is that first tour with Van Halen, because they took Van Halen out on tour on this tour. And Ozzy's pretty clear about this. He was like, Van Halen was blowing us off the stage every night. And they actually became really good friends with Van Halen. You listened, I think it was Geezer in his book. He says, when we first saw them and we heard You Really Got Me, we were Kinks fans and we loved what they did with that. And then he says, and then I saw Eddie Van Halen playing the guitar and doing his tapping, and we're going, what is this? And then even though they got along with Van Halen really well and everything was mostly fine with them, even though Van Halen was kind of in some ways torching them every night. I think it was, I don't remember which one it was, but they talked about how they really kind of felt Van Halen maybe should have been headlining that tour. Well, what they started realizing was that Warner Brothers was using Black Sabbath to get Van Halen out in front of the public. Because they knew Black Sabbath was kind of a draw that people would show up, but they were starting to think that the reason that they put Van Halen touring with Black Sabbath was so that Van Halen could be introduced to the hard rock audience out there through Black Sabbath. And then Black Sabbath was kind of this washed up has-been group, and they could feel it. And it got to the point that Ozzy even started feeling like David Lee Roth was stealing some of his moves and things. I mean, it started feeling there was a little bit of tension between them at the time because Sabbath was on the way out and Van Halen was on the way in. They were the new kids. They were the sweethearts of the business at that point, which was also so interesting because if you read Alex Van Halen's book Brothers, he talks about this and says we were so excited to be touring with Black Sabbath because we were huge Black Sabbath fans. As a matter of fact, Van Halen had flirted with the idea of naming their band Rat Salad originally because that's a Black Sabbath song. So anyway, there was a there was a big kind of emotional connection from, Van Halen was there with their heroes, touring with them, and yet every night in these shows, they were kind of upstaging Black Sabbath in the process. So anyway, this is kind of an interesting thing. So let me get back to this. They mellow. Ozzy admitted that the band members have mellowed considerably since moving from the tough working class neighborhood of Birmingham, where they grew up together, the gracious country homes and high income brackets. But this newfound serenity hasn't completely dulled the proletarian rage that's always been the cutting edge of their music and the essence of their appeal. Never Say Die exhibits no real departures from the group's time-proven musical formula. The new album's only notable difference, in fact, is the time spent to produce it. Despite their renowned efficiency in the studio, they recorded 2 of their early albums in a total of 6 days each, and both went platinum. The members of Sabbath spent about a year pulling the latest disc together. And this happens with a lot of bands. And this, you listen to Geezer Butler talking about this, and he says part of the reason was, Tony Iommi would go into the studio to start recording his guitar solos, and he'd record it and record it and redo it and redo it and try to get it better and try to get it better. And Geezer to this day is saying his best takes were always the first one, but we would just leave because he would just keep working over and over and over. So they had the resources and the time at this point to just spend time working on an album. And then that happens to a lot of bands. And then that freedom for so many groups actually kind of gets in their way. When they can just do what they want, then they spend way too long, and then the music suffers, interestingly, as a result of it. For the band's legion of diehard followers, it has been worth the wait. They get what Osbourne says they want and what Black Sabbath records have always delivered. Droning, reverberating vocals laid over fast furnace bass lines and screaming guitar leads that chase each other off into heavy metal oblivion, a place the band itself has clearly managed to avoid. Which, again, is so interesting because they seemed to be right on the edge at this moment of heavy metal oblivion. Because, like they said, they were looking at this going, we're actually being sent out to pasture so Van Halen can come in and kind of take over the world. And you can actually see that's where it all was going, because Van Halen, right after this, starts becoming the biggest band in the world. They were headlining not long after this stuff. And so this was actually a really, really challenging time. And so now, they finish this tour, they go through this whole experience, and the time capsule of this is what makes it so interesting, because here this Rolling Stone writer is talking about this, like, yeah, they're giving them the same stuff, people still like listening to it, things seem to be fine, and yet here we are in September 23rd of 1978, and it was April of the following year, April 27th of 1979, when Bill Ward went into Ozzy Osbourne and said, "You're fired." They kicked him out of the band. They realized that there was just nothing that they could not continue on the way they were going. Ozzy had really bad feelings about it because he was thinking, me have substance abuse, all you guys do, and you're kicking me out of the band? So he had very, very bad feelings about that whole thing. And nobody really liked seeing this happen, but they kind of felt like they didn't have a choice. And this is also the time, Don Arden then gets hired as the band's manager. And then, notoriously, that's when Ronnie James Dio gets brought in to take over. And you have that famous line where Don Arden says something like, "You can't have a midget singing for Black Sabbath." I think those are the words he said, because Ronnie James Dio was like 5'3" or something like that. It's a really short dude with this humongous voice. But then, of course, that's when Ozzy really, he got to know Sharon, and Sharon kind of took over his career. And then, like a phoenix, when he could have easily gone off into oblivion, she basically puts this world together and helps him create this new career where he amazingly kind of becomes bigger than Black Sabbath was. Which is just incredible to think about, just how huge he became. Because Sharon, you listen to her talk about it, and she goes, without Ozzy, there just wouldn't even be a Black Sabbath. And so he was such a big deal. And this is, reading these articles, especially this one to me, is such a time capsule of that moment. Because even though Ozzy's talking about what he has at his core, like he said here in this article, but I was a backstreet kid And that little demon is still in there, shoving the hot coal in. The aggression I play is the aggression I know, and it's obviously aggression a lot of people have. And so he still had that at his core, but he had things had changed. You know, he'd become, in some ways, he'd become comfortable, like a lot, and the other guys in the band did. And some of that edge was probably lost in the process. And then having all those things fall apart the way they did, strangely, kind of was able to wake that up in both camps. By bringing Ronnie James Dio into Black Sabbath, it kind of brought it brought them back in some way. It gave them new life. It gave them new direction, new energy. And similarly for Ozzy, Sharon picks him up and then guides him into creating this whole new career that just made him, it re-energized that thing that he'd come from back in Birmingham, and he brought that edge back to his music. And then, of course, you know the story from there. Anyway, I love these things because they're these cool little views, timestamps, time capsules, being able to look at what people were saying at the time. And, this was the public face. This is what people were saying about them. But behind the scenes, as we've talked about, so many other complicated things were going on that, now we know about them, and it makes this stuff even more interesting. So I hope you enjoyed this stuff. Thank you for taking the time to visit with me here today. If you're not following the channel, please follow the channel, like the video, and share this with anybody else you think would be interested in this kind of thing. And I would love to hear your comments about this stuff, especially if you saw them during these concerts. Put that down in the comments. I'd love to hear what that was like for you, what you remember from that. And I know a lot of times it's hard to remember the specifics because we're so far removed from them. But one thing I do know that we remember, I know I do from concerts, is I remember what it felt like. I remember just somehow the experience and the energy, what it was like. And especially if you experienced one of those things when Black Sabbath was in that Never Say Die period, that ironic name of Never Say Die, when they were literally about to die, when the band was about to fall apart. What it was like then seeing them with Van Halen. And did you experience that? Did you see that same thing that they talk about now? Anyway, thanks for leaving your comments. We really appreciate that. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey everyone, I'm Robert John Hadfield, and welcome to the world of AudioMover. If you're just joining us, you're in the middle of our 8-hour Ozzy live stream, featuring some of our favorite Ozzy and Black Sabbath videos from the AudioMover archives. Hey, if you're a Black Sabbath fan, then today's video is for you. Now, one of the things that seems to drive this channel is our shared experiences. And I know that because so many people leave comments down below our videos saying, man, I had that same experience. I went through that same thing. I remember hearing that album for the first time. But I had a very, I think, really unique way that I got my first Black Sabbath album. And since today is July 5th, and this is the final day that, Black Sabbath's going to appear together, where you've got all the original members, and I thought maybe this would be a good day, since their whole theme is back to the beginning, to share kind of my funny little story, how I ended up with this album, Black Sabbath's, their debut. Now, as you know, this album was released on February 13th of 1970. So when it came out, I was less than a year old. But it wasn't until many years later, of course, that I would get it. And what it was is I was in a scout troop. And I don't know, I must have been 13 or 14 years old. And I was starting to play the guitar, got my first electric guitar, and I was starting to listen to a lot of hard rock and heavy metal music and that kind of thing. And my scoutmaster one day showed up to one of our, patrol meetings or troop meetings? I can't remember what you called it. But he showed up one day holding a record. And it was this one that you're looking at right here, this actual one. And he came up to me and he says, do you have any interest in having this record? And I looked at it, and I knew of Black Sabbath. And I think what had happened is I'd heard of them from the heavy metal soundtrack, with Ronnie James Dio, but I didn't know a lot about them other than that song. And so he said, do you want this record? And I said, well, are you sure? And he says, my wife, I've got kids, and my wife does not want this thing in our house anymore. Which is so funny looking back on it, like, my wife doesn't want it in our house, so here, put it in your house. Anyway, so he gave this record to me, And I remember taking this thing home, and I was pretty excited because this is, Black Sabbath. And they were, at that point, this would have been in the kind of early 80s, and they were legends. Everybody knew that name. Everybody knew who they were, at least had heard of them. So I remember taking this album home and putting it on the turntable, and it was just kind of this amazing experience, again, that I think many of you probably also had, because you put that thing on, you hear it for the first time, and it comes on, and you hear the rain starting, and then you hear that bell goong in the background, and then you hear that thunder, and it's just kind of this setting this mood of just darkness and eeriness, and then all of a sudden the whole band together, boom, ba, ba, and they do that tritone thing, those three notes that right in that moment when they recorded those things defined an entire genre that would resonate all the way until today. Here we are in 2025, and those three notes still resonate. It started this entire movement, this entire sound that everybody knew as heavy metal, and it was those three notes. Just unbelievable. And then, of course, Ozzy comes in after a few measures with that line, "What is this that stands before me?" And the way he sang it, the whole thing was so amazing. And I remember sitting in my bedroom hearing that for the first time, just thinking that it was just one of the most amazing things I had ever heard. And it's such an incredible song too, because not only it captures both of the things that we would understand as heavy metal. And what I mean by that is we have heavy metal that is the really kind of slow, plodding stuff. And then you have heavy metal that's the fast rocking stuff. And that song had both things, complete with an amazing guitar hook. And it encapsulated so much of what would define heavy metal over the next several decades. It was incredible. And combine that with what I think is one of the greatest album covers ever created. And when you look at this thing, it just says simply Black Sabbath, and it has this British scene with this what looks like some sort of a witch or something on the front of it. And there's nothing else other than it's just all mood, and it's darkness, and it's this heaviness. And when you hear that sound, when you hear that song, Black Sabbath, the song Black Sabbath, you can almost just look at this picture and just feel it. Just amazing the way they did this. And then, of course, you start going through this record. So I listened to that first song. I remember hearing that going, this is one of the most amazing things I've ever listened to in my life. And then it comes out of that, and then you hear that harmonica start with the song The Wizard. And just this next song is just so incredible. And then I remember hearing on that first side of the record, I remember the experience all of a sudden hearing this bass solo. Ba-na-na-na-na. I'm introduced to Geezer Butler and this kind of amazing bass playing that he would do. And then you have that song NIB. And I mean, the whole experience of hearing this album for the first time. And then, of course, the second side, the whole thing was just so amazing. And it's today, this record right here, this particular one, is one of my most cherished records in my collection. And not just because it was what introduced me to Black Sabbath, because of how I got it. I had this scout leader that it was really cool because he was able to see me on a personal level. And he knew what I was interested in. And I don't know if his wife was really telling him to get rid of it. It wouldn't surprise me though. But the fact that he was willing to kind of make a sacrifice like that just to help make a connection with a kid, just knowing what I was interested in. And then it's impacted me for the rest of my life. This music. And so again, this album, this thing right here in front of me is one of my most cherished things in my record collection. And kind of a funny part of that story is that all these years later, the guy that gave me this record, my scoutmaster from back when I was a kid, is today my accountant. I took my daughter to see them on that last tour that they did. And one of the most disappointing things, of course, was that Bill Ward wasn't there, because Bill Ward was such an amazing, interesting drummer. And again, when you get back to that first song, Black Sabbath, you get introduced in some ways to the whole band in there. You know, you hear Geezer's really unique, powerful bass tone. You hear Tony Iommi and this skill of making these great hooks. You hear that guttural instinct that Ozzy has in his vocals, but you also get introduced to Bill Ward and his almost jazz approach to drumming. I mean, he was heavy and it was strong and it was powerful, overwhelming stuff, but you also could hear kind of the jazz influence in it when he would play. So he was just so great. So it was really disappointing to me when I went and saw them on that final tour that Bill Ward wasn't there. And they were great. You know, I loved them, and it was great to just be able to see them all together. And that was the only time I ever saw Black Sabbath together, you know, as Black Sabbath. And it was just amazing. And to take my daughter, we got her a t-shirt, and because of course my kids all know about all this stuff. And so that was a cool experience. But then to hear, you know, some months ago that they were going to get back together one final time, and it was going to be the original four guys. And then the whole theme then of this concert that they're doing today is back to the beginning. And this album really was the beginning. Came out in 1970. It's interesting because it was the beginning of a decade too. It was the beginning of heavy metal. It was the beginning of the 70s. And I, as we do a lot of times on this channel, we go and we find these old newspaper articles, and I thought it'd be really fitting today in context of everything that was going on with the final concert and discussing this. I found this really cool little record review about this album from April 8th of 1970. So this album is barely 2 months old when this review is being written. And this is from the Formby Times, and this is Merseyside, England. I loved reading this review because while so many critics didn't really like them back then, this guy got it. And so when I found this, I just loved seeing this. So the headline is The Ultimate in Heavy Music. And again, this is from April 8th, 1970, page 7 of the Formby Times. Black Sabbath, Vertigo LP. Black Sabbath turn out sounds which are as doomy as their title suggests on this, their debut album. They are a 4-strong group from the Midlands: Tony Iommi, lead guitar, Geezer Butler, bass guitar, Bill Ward, drums, and Ozzy Osbourne, vocals and harmonica. And you'll notice that it's spelled O-S-S-I-E. And interestingly, back then, a lot of these articles and things, they wouldn't even call him Ozzy, they'd call him John. So it was kind of a variety of things. It wasn't until later that it kind of settled into that O-Z-Z-Y thing that we all know today. This LP should not be played by anyone with a nervous disposition or by anyone who has complaining neighbors next door. The only way to appreciate this album is to play it with the volume turned to a maximum, with the speaker of the record player no more than 2 inches away from your ear. The sound, and you got to remember this. When this was being written, this is 1970. I mean, think about what was going on in the world at the time. This was so original. This was so unique. There was nothing really like this. They were this super heavy, dark thing was kind of a novel idea back then, at least the way they were doing it. There just wasn't a lot like it. And this was a reflection of the world that they were from. So there was something really unique about this. And so for somebody to make that comment, you know, that wouldn't be unusual to hear it today. But this is back in 1970 when this person's writing it. So the context, I think, is really important. The sound Black Sabbath generate is heavy and closely akin to their philosophies on black magic, which seems to be their current record-selling gimmick. Anyway, gimmicks apart, the album is complete value for money for any heavy music fan's collection. Now that albums have risen considerably in price, it restricts the record-buying public to records which are real value for money. Vertigo, for their admirable recording and reproduction techniques, give that value which is so sadly lacking in many records, time-wise, quality-wise. Not often does a record come along which is worth saving the pennies for. This is the kind of, quote, once-in-a-lifetime record which cannot be overlooked. I mean, listen to the fact that this person sees this. You know, this is in the same era where Led Zeppelin is huge. You know, this is in the same era that Grand Funk is filling up stadiums. And for this person to see this, the value, the quality, the sound, that there was something super, super special here, which cannot be overlooked. It could even be described as the ultimate in heavy music. Again, thinking about that, Grand Funk, Led Zeppelin, you know, that's the kind of stuff that was happening at the time. The tracks are side 1, Black Sabbath, the name of the group, and the title track. The Wizard, Behind the Wall of Sleep, NIB. Side 2, Evil Woman, Sleeping Village, Warning. And that's the end of the article. But I just loved seeing that here we were 2 months after this album came out, and this person just could see that there was something special here. And he was so right about it, because think about this. Here we are in 2025. We are 55 years later. And it is being celebrated that the 4 guys that recorded this album are going to get together for a show where people from all over the world, people are talking about it everywhere, that this thing is happening, this event, because these 4 guys went and recorded this album at this time 55 years ago. And an album that was recorded basically inside of a day. For all intents and purposes, what they went into the studio and kind of recorded their live set. And then that was about it. It wasn't a lot of overdubs. It was very simply done. And you ended up with what may be, if not the most consequential hard rock heavy metal album ever recorded, definitely in the top most consequential hard rock heavy metal albums and ever recorded. And on top of that, a cultural touchstone because of its lasting impact. Because everybody today, part of the celebration of having them back together is that Ozzy is going to be, Ozzy's not doing really well from a health standpoint, and that he's back together with them. And I've said this on this channel many, many times before. It's amazing to think about the cultural impact that this ultimately had. Because I bring up this as an example. My mother, who I think watches every single show that I put on here, most of the time she has no idea who I'm talking about or anything. It's just me talking. But you say the word Ozzy Osbourne and she knows who that is. It's incredible to think about it, that these 4 kids that put together this album basically in a day had this lasting impact that was so huge that the lead singer, 55 years later, you ask somebody that had no interest in him or Black Sabbath, still knows his name. It's an incredible thing to think about the cultural impact that this album, this music, and the guys in this band had over the decades. So anyway, just since today is July 5th and they're playing that final concert, I thought it would be fun for me at least to get on here and talk about that, the moment that I got my first Black Sabbath album and how I got it and the amazing experience of hearing it for the first time. And I'd love, as usual, to hear your comments about when you heard Black Sabbath for the first time and when you heard this album for the first time. What was your experience like? How did it impact you? And how did it ultimately impact you in the years and decades after that? Hey, please like the video. Of course, leave your comments. Follow the channel if you're not already following the channel. And we also really, really appreciate that if you would be willing to share this with other people, because if you're interested in this kind of thing, you probably know other people that are too. And we really appreciate that when you email this, put it on your Facebook and what have you. We thank you very much for doing that. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Welcome back to AudioMover. I'm Robert John Hadfield. You're watching our 8-hour Ozzy stream, where we're digging through the AudioMover archives and revisiting some of our favorite Ozzy and Black Sabbath episodes. If you've never been here before, this channel is dedicated to the history of classic rock. We have hundreds of videos exploring old magazine articles, album reviews, forgotten stories, and the history behind the music we all grew up with. Black Sabbath has always been one of my favorite rabbit holes to go down, so if that's your thing, you've definitely found the right place. One of the highlights last year came when Jack Osbourne shared one of our Ozzy videos on his social media. That eventually led to our channel being mentioned in several national news stories, which was something I'd never expected. I'd love for you to be part of the conversation, so jump into the comments below. Today's stream is going out across several platforms, but YouTube is where we spend most of our time, and we recently crossed 37,000 subscribers. And if you like this kind of deep dive classic rock content, consider joining us. Now let's jump to another video. Hey, it's been almost a week since Ozzy passed away, and I keep finding these cool articles about Ozzy in old newspapers, and so I just thought, maybe we'll do one or two more of these things, but the one I found today is really, it's very short, so this is going to be a really short video, but it's an interview with Ozzy, very short one from this was published on November 20th of 1973. This was published right around the time that Sabbath Bloody Sabbath was released. And so anyway, I think you're going to find this really interesting. This is from the Daily Mirror, November 20th, 1973, published in London, England. And interesting, first thing right there is there's a picture of Ozzy over on the side, and it says rock star Ozzy Osbourne and his 22-month-old daughter Jessica. Life isn't all black. And she's one of his kids that has really, really stayed out of the limelight. There's not a lot of information out there about her. And the headline of this article says, Prophets of Doom. And then it says, Ozzy's despair pays off. I actually really loved listening to this. I think you're going to like this. So, every time rock star Ozzy Osbourne reaches the depths of despair, he makes himself a little richer. Every time he hammers the hopelessness of it all into the black grooves of an LP, a bright golden replica is laid at his feet by a record company grateful for another $1 million worth of sales. Every time his band, Black Sabbath, tried to obliterate an audience with leaden waves of doom, the public happily queue for more, as they have been doing for 5 years since the band's first album, Black Sabbath, blasted its way into the charts. Now, it's close to 5 years. The Black Sabbath's first album actually came out in January of 1970. And so we're getting close to January of 1974. So they're not exactly right there, but it's actually almost 4 years since the first one came out. Why this happens, Ozzy doesn't know. But despite the success and true to form, he's still complaining about the 10 long world tours that have wrecked the four-man band's health, about the plastic shortage that has held up his latest ear-splitting message of death and destruction, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Now, this is an interesting thing because in 1973, actually in October 1973, there was an oil embargo. That's what they're talking about right here. And the Organization of Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries, the OAPEC is what it was called, had an embargo for anyone that had been involved in the Yom Kippur War. And so they started this embargo in October of 73, and so it had some impact on plastics because of that. And that's what they're referring to right here, the plastic shortage that has held up his latest ear-splitting message. About everything from his numerous tattoos to his nagging tax man. Anyway, again, these are the three things that he's supposedly complaining about. Ozzy was born in the Black Country near Birmingham and intends dying there. Now, just by the way, he actually passed away just outside of London, which was about 100 miles away from where he was born, just FYI. The son of a toolmaker, he joined his mother on a factory assembly line when he was 15. 5 brothers and sisters had to be fed. Quote, I went from factory to factory. I couldn't stand the machines and the noise and the dreariness and the pointlessness, Ozzy told me. I'll never forget what it was like all my life. It marks you. Certainly, it seems to have marked Black Sabbath's music, which sounds as though it has been welded together in some giant horror factory. I love that line. I've never heard it put that way. Black Sabbath music sounds like it's been welded together in some giant horror factory. Anyway, it's really, really cool. No preaching of peace, no glimmer of hope for the thousands of Black Sabbath fans. But Ozzy hasn't done too badly. Quote, eventually I broke my machine and got out of the factory, he said. He married a girl called Thelma 3 years ago, and they have a 22-month-old daughter, Jessica. And so anyway, the picture that I just showed you a second ago is Jessica. And so from that first marriage to Thelma, he actually had 3 kids. This is the second oldest right here, Jessica. Quote, okay, so now I'm married and I've got money, but I'm still the same bloke. People try to treat you differently if they know you've got money. I hate that, said Ozzy, still trying to look on the darker side. Quote, maybe I'll land up like a battery hen back at the factory bench. And that's pretty interesting. I mean, because here they are. They're putting out their 5th album, their worldwide success, and he's just looking at that like, well, maybe I'll end up back in the factories either way. And what a battery hen is it's literally just a hen that lays eggs, and they have these very small little cages that they keep them in, and that's called the battery, or the battery hens are kept in these little cages that are organized and then lay eggs. Now this is awesome right here. So he says, maybe I'll land up like a battery hen back at the factory bench, but at least I can say I had an ambition and I achieved it, he added defiantly. Isn't that fascinating that he's looking at that going that even if he ends up back in the factories, at least he can say he accomplished something. It was just so cool to hear that. Jessica delightedly threw a packet of crisps all over the new carpet. Dad smiled despite himself. Life can't be all black. And that's the end of the article. And it's pretty cool just hearing this stuff. And again, to also put this in context, Ozzy was about 25 years old here. So even though he's on his 5th album, I mean, just think about that. This is a really young dude. And they've taken over the world at this point. They're on their 5th album. He's married and he's got kids, and anyway, it's just such a fascinating time in his life. And I thought that was kind of just a cool little thing, hearing a few of those quotes of what his life was like and what he was thinking about back at that time. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for taking the time to visit with me today. If you're not following the channel already, please follow the channel, like the video, and leave your comments about any of this stuff, what you think about these things. What did you think about the albums that were coming out around that time? Because when you think about this daughter, Jessica, she was born while they would have been touring or during that period of Masters of Reality. And so it's just kind of interesting to think of what was going on in his life, including children at that period. So what did you think about that period? Did you ever see them in concert during that time? What did you think about that album? And anyway, I'd love to get your feedback on all these things. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. If you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm Robert John Hadfield, and you're watching AudioMover's 8-hour Ozzy live stream. We've pulled together some of our favorite Ozzy and Black Sabbath episodes for one continuous celebration. So let's get back to the next chapter. I've become famous by acting in ways that other people may have been arrested for. Did you know that Ozzy protested one of his own shows? Here now is an inside look at Ozzy Osbourne, the man, the myth, the loon. What do these two albums have to do with each other? It all seems so silly. You think if it wasn't for your image, you'd be as successful as you've been. Now listen to what he says here. The band, it's not called Blizzard of Oz. They're free to go. I'll just get somebody else and keep going. Does it bother you when somebody else in the band begins to emerge as a star? I'm the crazy man of rock. They ought to see those guys in action. Like the echoes of Ozzy are still in Black Sabbath. If you look at the back of this album, Nikki Sixx, that is Joe Lynn Turner. Ace Frehley, check it out. Paul Frehley. Tony Iommi. After going through what I did with Randy, I realized that nobody is indispensable. So sometimes I start these videos off with a little trivia question. This one's probably maybe a little easier than most. And the question is, what do this album and this album have in common? We have Ozzy Osbourne's Blizzard of Oz, which came out on September 12th of 1980. And we have Uriah Heep, Abominog, which came out in April of 1982. And I don't know what it was about that album cover. For some reason, it kind of reminded me of that. You remember the movie Creep Show? And there was that crate that was under the stairs or something, had that huge mouth. Anyway, I don't know what it was about that, but I remember seeing that for the first time. One of the creepiest album covers. Anyway, and it's actually not a bad album. It's got some cool stuff on it. But anyway, what got me thinking about this was I was looking at this old Hit Parader magazine. This is from fall of 1984. I was reading this article about Ozzy, and there were some really interesting things in here. First of all, did you know that Ozzy protested one of his own shows? He talks about that in here. He also talks about one of the bands he worked with that was the same off stage and on stage, and was sometimes even too crazy for him. Also briefly talks about how this is no longer called Blizzard of Oz. It's just kind of his solo thing. And I know that's kind of a strange issue, but he actually addresses it a little bit in this article. And so I'm going to read this to you. But one other thing, when we get to the end of the video, stick around, because I'm going to open up one of these packs of these rock cards. I was out in Denver a couple weeks ago, and I was at this kind of retro store called 5280s. And they had these packs of Kiss trading cards and these packs of what's called rock cards. I have no idea what's in here, but I thought it'd be fun just to open one of them up on camera. So we're going to do that at the end of the video. And also, we want to say thank you to Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. If you are a guitar player, go to digitech.com, check out all the latest gear and technology, and always let them know that the people at AudioMover sent you. Okay, let's jump into this article. I think you're really going to enjoy this. And it says, Inside the Asylum. With Bark at the Moon securing his position as the high priest of macabre metal, Ozzy Osbourne remains one of the most controversial and popular figures in rock history. Despite more than 15 years reigning the rock domain, to many people, Ozzy remains the ultimate enigma. A man capable of being a bat-biting geek. That's kind of a funny... Do you remember that word being used that way? I don't know. Anyway, just was a strange word user. A bat-biting geek, or a charming gentleman with equal aplomb. Here now is an inside look at Ozzy Osbourne, the man, the myth, the loon. Okay, Hit Parader. Ozzy, looking back over your career, is there anything that you'd have changed? Ozzy, really not a darn thing. There have been good times and there have been some bad, but they've all helped make me who I am, and that's something I have no desire to change. Now, one thing to put this in context is pretty fascinating. When this article is being published, Ozzy is 35. And so he's been around for a little while now. But still, you know, you think of those things in those terms, and that's still so, I mean, to me right now, thinking of 35, that's so young. But anyway, that just kind of puts this in context, that he is well into his career, but compared to, you know, he just kept going and going, he was actually still fairly young. And that's what's, to me, that's also kind of interesting when you look at these interviews, to think of the fact that he's really not that far removed from Black Sabbath. This is 1984, so you're talking about just a few years earlier was when he left Black Sabbath. I'm the luckiest man alive to be able to do what I do and get away with it. I've become famous by acting in ways that other people may have been arrested for. I love that line. Hit Parader. But it's true that much of what you do is an act. You're not the crazy man that everybody imagines all the time, are you? Ozzy, I couldn't be. I'd go absolutely crazy. I know that during the last tour, I would hang out with Motley Crue in the hotel bars. Those guys are amazing. They're crazy rock and rollers 24 hours a day. They're the same off stage and on. And that actually answers the question I was talking about a minute ago, where, and if you saw The Dirt, I don't know, man. They made Ozzy look way crazier than Motley Crue, but at least from Ozzy's perspective here, Motley Crue is just this wild group of people. And he actually goes on and talks more about that in a minute. I watched them for a while throwing peanuts at people, and I said to my wife, Sharon, I guess I'm getting old. I can't be Ozzy all the time anymore. It's great when people see me sitting in a restaurant and they stare at me like I'm going to do something crazy at any moment. A lot of the time, I don't disappoint them. Again, it's really important to think of these things in context because the guys in Motley Crue would have been so much younger than him. Ozzy is now 35 years old, and you know what that was like. You know, you start getting into that point, and you're married, and you've got a couple of kids, and even though you have a little bit of that energy left in you, the stuff that you did in your early 20s, there's part of you that goes, I don't know if I really want to participate in that quite the way I used to. Okay. What was the craziest thing that happened on the last tour? I know there weren't any animals killed or bats bitten, but I'm sure there was a fair share of lunacy anyhow. Ozzy. I guess the strangest thing I did was in one place where a group of religious freaks were protesting my appearance. They were saying all the standard crap about me worshiping the devil, and they had organized a picket line outside the arena. I thought to myself that they really didn't know what they were protesting. And on top of that, they probably didn't even know who I was. To prove that point, I made up a sign with a smiling face that said, "Have a nice day." I joined the end of their picket line and they didn't even notice me. That shows you how crazy those people are. Now, I don't know if this happened for sure or not. I didn't look it up to see if there was any other evidence of this happening. But that is a fascinating idea. You know, and how many of you remember that stuff? You'd go to these concerts and you'd have these people out there with the, big cross and a megaphone telling everybody not to go in because it was the devil's music. And anyway, just looking back now, it all seems so silly. But at the time, people were really, really serious about it. So anyway, and of course, bands like Ozzy and Iron Maiden and Motley Crue, and there were so many groups. Matter of fact, I think I even saw that out in front of a Journey concert. It was just everywhere. These people protesting this rock music, And so whatever, it was just kind of fascinating stuff. Hit Prater, why does it bother you so much that people have singled you out as the symbol of rock's demonic image? Ozzy, basically because it's totally untrue. No matter what I say or do, people say that I'm Satan himself. Look at the Bark at the Moon cover. The cover has nothing at all to do with the devil, but just because I'm dressed up like a werewolf, people say it has to do with Satan. What rubbish. They even say that a song like Rock and Roll Rebel shows I'm in league with the devil. If they took the time to listen to the lyrics, they'd know they're completely wrong. I say, they think I worship the devil, they only see through his eyes. To me, that says it all. They only see and hear what they want. And by the way, I got that album out. I actually remember seeing this for the first time. And it was, I don't know, it creeped me out a little bit. But I mean, again, looking back at this stuff, this is all just, it's all just entertainment. And it's all showmanship. And it's all just imagery to make things more interesting. And this kind of stuff spoke to, people our age that were into this kind of music, and it kind of represented that stuff. And it's just there's something really important about that last line, because it just applies to so many things. They only see and hear what they want. And that's a principle that just applies so far beyond any of this stuff right here. But I think that was really, really true with so many of these people that were protesting. You see you find whatever you're looking for. If you're looking for this kind of stuff in the music, you're going to find it. But isn't outrage what really has made you famous? Do you think if it wasn't for your image, you'd be as successful as you've been? Ozzy, I don't know. I think everyone has something in them and would like to be like me to a certain extent. We all have a little crazy in us. I just let that come out. People of all ages seem to have a macabre fascination with me. It's like an auto accident. You might not like what you see, but you feel an incredible urge to go over and look. And there's a lot of truth to this too, because when you look back at the early Black Sabbath days, he wasn't this. It was this really, really got enhanced the more and more he got into his, solo career. Just this really over the top craziness. And, but perhaps, there really was something to that when he got on that solo career that did, those legends, those things going from town to town, hearing all the stuff, he bites the head off the dove and the bat, and then it just grows and grows and grows. You know what I'm talking about. And somehow that just, the legend becomes part of it. And of course, then he becomes more and more famous, not just for what he actually did, but for the legend that follows him. Hit Parader, what causes that fascination? Ozzy, people want to be scared or see something out of the ordinary. That's why horror movies are successful. I know that at my shows, people come to see the most bizarre things even I'd never think of doing. And by the way, again, this is such an important point, because when you think about why Black Sabbath was called Black Sabbath, some of those early discussions, I think it was Tony Iommi that talked about this, that said they came to this realization that people pay money to go be scared in movies. And so they thought, well, we could actually be just the music version of that same thing, because people enjoy it. People like to be scared. They like to feel those emotions. And so Black Sabbath and then Ozzy found a way just to tap into these things that people like to experience this stuff. And so much of just heavy metal in general did that. It created these emotions because people like to feel things. And so the music actually helped you feel something. And so anyway, and it helped. And like he says here, then people started coming to his shows looking for things, like he said, that he wouldn't even do. We played in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania during this tour, and there was this mature couple in the front row. They had to be in their early 30s, and they kept jumping up every time we played a fast song. It was like they were waiting for me to go over and saw the guitarist's legs off or something. Every time I didn't do that, they'd sit down. It was like the music and the show were irrelevant. They wanted to see something totally insane. Okay, and then here's this quote, Motley Crue has been great. They're totally insane. People say I'm the crazy man of rock. They have to see those guys in action, which is kind of funny. Now, I think there's kind of a typo here, because Ozzy now answers a question, but we don't know what the question was. It's actually missing, but we're just going to keep reading here. I was, but it got to be too expensive. I have no idea what they were talking about here. The people who are involved with putting on a stage show, the lighting people, the costume designers, charge a fortune for what they do. They wanted $25,000 to design a werewolf concert costume for me. I wouldn't pay that for anything. I can't see paying ridiculous sums of money for something you're going to wear a few times and then throw away. Believe me, I'll never, ever compromise when it comes to spending on my stage set. Hit Parader. Obviously, a great deal of careful thought and planning goes into your stage show. Who comes up with the ideas? Ozzy. Actually, my wife, Sharon, comes up with the ideas. She came up with the idea for the werewolf on Bark at the Moon, and she had the idea for most of the stage set. She's great at coming up with things like that. Oh, and by the way, part of the answer to the question that I asked earlier about what do these two albums have in common is a direct result of Sharon. Something to think about if you don't know the answer here. The band on this tour is a little different than your last touring group because Carmine Appice is on drums. It seems that you're always changing personnel. Does that make things hard on you? Ozzy, not at all. I'm making up for lost time. I played with the same old boring guys for 10 years in Black Sabbath. Now I want to play with as many different people as possible. Now listen to what he says here, because this gets back to that whole Blizzard of Oz thing. Everybody thinks that the band is called Blizzard of Oz. That's not true. We're simply billed as Ozzy Osbourne, so whoever I can feel like playing with fits into what we're doing. Now, the original band and what Bob Daisley and Lee Kerslake and Randy Rhoads signed up for was to be in a band called Blizzard of Oz. When they put the album out, it says Blizzard of Oz, but they realized from a marketing standpoint that they'd be a lot better off if they just really emphasized Ozzy's name on the cover. A lot of you already know this. But then what happened for so many of us that just didn't know, we didn't have all the information that we have today about this stuff. You just assume that the album is called Blizzard of Oz and it's by the solo artist Ozzy Osbourne. And a couple of the guys did not really like the fact that this was then immediately seen as Ozzy's solo career and not a band called Blizzard of Oz, because they thought they were signing up to be in a band called Blizzard of Oz. Well, interestingly, in this article now, Ozzy has kind of embraced that ultimately and said, look, The band, it's not called Blizzard of Oz. What's happening now is I'm not tying myself to any individual people. That's his whole point here. This is no longer a band that has specific people in it. This is me and whoever I feel like playing with. So real change of tune here just a couple of years later on what was happening. So whoever I feel like playing with fits into what we're doing. There's no requirement to keep the same people in the band all the time. If Carmine wants to leave or Don Airy get a better offer, they're free to go. I'll just get somebody else and keep going. Hit Prater. You've gone through so many guitarists since Randy Rhoads' death. Would you mind, for instance, if Jakey Lee took off and formed his own group? Now, of course, that's so many guitarists. 2? I mean, you had Randy Rhoads obviously passed away, and then Brad Gillis from Night Ranger came in and played on Speak of the Devil. Now you have Jakey Lee. But the question, would you mind if Jakey Lee took off and formed his own group? And this is an interesting answer. Not at all. I'd hope that if and when that happens, we part as friends. But I'd say, best of luck, mate, and find somebody new. After going through what I did with Randy, I realized that nobody is indispensable. Hit Prater. It seems that Jake has been drawing a lot of attention on this tour. And of course, he was drawing a ton of attention because, you know, for all of us that were Ozzy fans, this was kind of, we were looking forward to finding out who's this new guitarist and what's he going to be like. You know, because we all knew about Randy passing away, obviously, and then bringing Brad Gillis in, doing the Speak of the Devil album, and then, okay, new album's coming out. Who's this guy? You know, Jakey Lee. And when you look at his band, it's just kind of interesting to note now, you know, that he's got this different band. I mean, it's Jakey Lee, Bob Daisley, Ozzy, of course, Tommy Aldridge, and Don Airy. So anyway, this is his current band, and this kind of emphasizes the point that he's okay with just this revolving door of people in the group. And so, like I said, Jake was somebody that we had, you know, all of us, you remember this, we're looking forward to this and listening to him and hearing what it was like. And we were, I don't know about you, I loved it. You know, you hear the song Bark at the Moon, you're like, this guy's killer. This guy's an amazing guitar player. And now kind of, you know, in his own way is legend status for taking that spot in Ozzy's band back then. So then it goes on and says, does it bother you when somebody else in the band begins to emerge as a star? Ozzy, I really love it. It takes a great deal of pressure off me. I'd love to see Jake's picture on the cover of Hit Parader soon. My ego is secure enough to deal with the attention that anybody else gets. I've always surrounded myself with very good people, and many of them have gone on to form very successful bands of their own. Look at Rudy Sarzo and Quiet Riot, and Brad Gillis and Night Ranger. They helped me when they were in my band, but the experience obviously was beneficial for them as well. And that is such an interesting and important thing to remember, because it did give Night Ranger a little bump, for sure. I mean, I remember when, you know, after Brad Gillis had played, I don't know that I had heard the name, did we? Night Ranger prior to Brad Gillis being, and maybe I had, but the point was that actually helped a little bit with the Night Ranger thing, because there were so many of us that loved Ozzy. Brad Gillis is Ozzy's guitarist temporarily. Brad Gillis plays with Night Ranger. Who is this Night Ranger? And then we become interested. I loved Night Ranger. I was a huge fan of those guys. Well, the first album, I wasn't a huge fan of the albums after that. Some of them were okay, but that first album was killer. And I was partly interested in it because of Brad Gillis. You know, you make those connections. And similar thing with Rudy Sarzo. You know, that probably, his connection there with some of this stuff probably in some ways helped Quiet Riot a little bit. And that's also kind of an important thing to remember, even with Black Sabbath, because you have to think that just Ozzy's, his amazing fame that he was able to gain as a, quote, solo artist, in some ways continued to help Black Sabbath in their new incarnations, help them stay on the map. Because everybody, you know, following Ozzy then, you just always kind of had Black Sabbath at least in the back of your mind just for that reason. And so these things all do kind of impact each other. You have to remember it's a really important point here that he makes that thing. Obviously, it was beneficial for them as well. There's no question about it. that having that association, being in that band, playing with Ozzy, is going to help you in your other career. Okay. Hit Parader, how do you view the current stage of hard rock? You mentioned Quiet Riot. And on this tour, you've been playing on the same bill as Motley Crue. How do you feel about these bands? Ozzy, Motley Crue have been great. They're totally insane. People say, I'm the crazy man of rock. They ought to see those guys in action. And that gets back to the early thing that I said a little bit at the beginning of this video. When he talks here about Motley Crue, is like, these guys are way worse than me. Let's see here. They ought to see these guys in action. Actually, I love a lot of newer groups. I think Def Leppard are wonderful. I speak to Joe Elliott quite often, and I just love their attitude and their talent. I guess I'm a little jealous too, he laughs. There are some bands around who really aren't that good, but that's to be expected. Hard rock has made a big resurgence recently, so a lot of people have jumped on the bandwagon hoping to cash in on the trend. And isn't that the truth? It seems like somewhere right around this time, there was just this never-ending parade of bands that would go through the rest of the 80s. It really, the problem really, from my perspective, is it just kind of became ching, 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 cookie cutters. You know, like just the same thing over and over and over. I guess that wasn't a cookie cutter sound. That was more of a stamp. That was another way to put it. Like this, the same thing, repeat over and over and over, the same type of music, the same band, the same formula. You know, anyway, just kind of got rinse and repeat. We had the same thing. And so much of it was you had so much success in the early 80s with this hard rock and heavy metal that the record companies looking at this going, this is where the money is. And then they got to keep pumping out different variations of it until we finally got sick of it. I know that you really don't consider the music you play heavy metal. What do you call it? Ozzy. It's Ozzy's music. I have nothing against heavy metal. It's just that a song like So Tired has nothing at all to do with that kind of thing. To be called a heavy metal musician is a bit limiting. I want to be able to do a ballad if I want and not feel that I'm selling out. Certain bands are trapped by their metal image. They can't change, even if they want to. That's the thing that scares me. I love heavy metal. It's just the name that I feel is a bit limiting when it comes to my music. And of course, So Tired is a song that was on the album Bark at the Moon that we were just talking about. And it was this very, it was a little bit more of it was just a very slow song. It had that orchestration in it, and it was just a lot more mellow. And he'd done those a couple of these things on his solo albums or on the Ozzy stuff, the albums that he'd put out since Black Sabbath. and so there really is something to that idea of not limiting yourself. Ozzy, though, did have the advantage of, at this point in his life, just kind of being a legend. And so, people were going to give him a little bit of leeway, whatever he decided to do at this point, where a lot of other bands, that were new and we just didn't have that same kind of, their audience wasn't going to be quite as forgiving with them. We're getting close to the end of this article, and then I'm going to show you what the connections are, because it actually is answered down in this picture below. You've been playing your kind of music for 16 years. Do you ever feel that you're getting too old for this kind of lifestyle? Again, remember, 35 years old. Never. Rock and roll is what keeps me young. It's what keeps me going. Without it, I'd get old very fast. I love what I'm doing, and I plan on doing it for a long time to come. Right now, I'm more popular than ever, and I'm enjoying it more than ever. And I got to tell you something. I think we've talked about this on this channel before, but they don't talk about it a lot. But that must have driven Geezer, and especially Tony Iommi, just crazy watching this. They kick him out of the band, and then he goes off and he just gets bigger and bigger and bigger than ever. It's such an amazing thing. And to have been part of Black Sabbath, eventually Geezer goes off and joins him. Anyway, that just had to bug them a little bit. And I sometimes think that might have actually played into some of the rifts during the Dio era. I know they had their own problems. Those were some personalities that were going to struggle a little bit. But you just imagine, you're Tony Iommi because Black Sabbath's kind of his band. You're Tony and I mean, I guess it's kind of Geezer's too, but Tony's it's always been his group, because eventually Geezer left and sold the rights to Tony, and Bill Ward was kind of in and out for a long time, but Tony's, always been that consistent character. But there they are, they bring Dio on board. They do Heaven and Hell, which is a great record. And they do Mob Rules, which is a great record. But while they're doing that, Ozzy is off doing this stuff. And even though Black Sabbath's doing okay, they're not doing this. Ozzy's out turning himself into this legend. And so then when they do the live albums, and actually you read articles back then with Dio, and you could tell Dio didn't like it either. He would kind of make these biting comments about Ozzy, because you could tell he was even feeling a little bit of it. Like the echoes of Ozzy are still in Black Sabbath. They can feel his presence almost. And then there's this insecurity that comes with it. Like, why is he doing so well? We're over here making some of the best music Black Sabbath's ever made. We kick Ozzy out because he's a drunk and he's useless, and he goes off and then he starts doing better than us. And then he puts out Speak of the Devil, a live album, right around the same time Black Sabbath's putting out Live Evil. Both albums are Black Sabbath material. And I got to tell you, as a kid, I remember that time. I remember when Speak of the Devil came out. I barely remember when Live Evil came out, because everybody was talking about Speak of the Devil because it was Ozzy. And then, that was the time that Dio and Sabbath split. It was during the Live Evil time period, when they were doing the mixing. So again, like I said, you just have to believe that there was this undercurrent. There was something in there, that the ever-present Ozzy was kind of in their minds almost, and it didn't help. It didn't help Black Sabbath stay together. Okay, so let's keep going here. Do you ever feel like getting too old for it? Never. Rock and roll. I'm more popular than ever. I'm enjoying my life more than ever. My life has stabilized to the point where I can concentrate on my career without having a lot of outside problems hanging over my head. It's a great feeling. It makes me want to run out of here and just bark at the moon. Staying on brand, obviously. All right, so let's jump down to this picture, and then this will kind of answer the question what these two albums have to do with each other. Now, here's a picture of and it says here at the bottom of the picture, notice that. It says the original Blizzard of Oz. From left, Bob Daisley, Randy Rhoads, Ozzy Osbourne, Lee Kerslake. Okay, now, what happened here is, they recorded those two albums, and then Sharon apparently is ultimately responsible for Bob Daisley and Lee Kerslake getting kicked out of the band. Okay, now, what do these two albums have to do with each other? Well, Bob Daisley and Lee Kerslake, again, leave Blizzard of Oz, leave Ozzy's band, and then they go off and they join Mick Box, who is putting Uriah Heep back together. And if you look at the back of this album, Uriah Heep's Abominog, you'll see right there, Lee Kerslake, Bob Daisley. And then, of course, there's Mick Box. And then they picked up this new singer named Peter Golby. So anyway, what those two have in common was that this album had Bob Daisley and Lee Kerslake. And then when they were kicked out really after the next album was recorded, then they went off and joined Uriah Heep and then became a part of Abominog. And anyway, that's what those two things have in common. Okay, let's have a little bit of fun and take a look at these cards. I'm going to move over here. Okay, let's see what we've got here. All right, so this is Souls of Black. I don't know what this is. All right, so okay, here we go. Check it out. So the first one here is Eric Peterson of Testament. I don't know a lot about Testament, but here's our first card, Eric Peterson. Testament. Then okay. So these are just like football cards or baseball cards. Has all of the statistics in the back. Testament, guitar songwriter. All right, interesting. Let's spread them out here. Okay, next, Nikki Sixx. Little Motley Crue here. All right. There's Nikki Sixx in the back. Bass guitar, songwriter. All right, okay. Deep Purple. So we have a band card here, and that is Joe Lynn Turner. So this is late in the Deep Purple era. By the time they had Joe Lynn Turner singing. I love Joe Lynn Turner. I actually really, really like him. We were talking about him in some other video recently. I think we were talking about Rainbow maybe, but yeah, I always liked. Yeah. We were talking about Bent Out of Shape. Anyway, I can't remember. Anyway, we do so many videos, I sometimes forget what we talk about. There's a little Deep Purple with Joe Lynn Turner. John Anderson from Yes. Did he have one of the coolest voice? I love John Anderson's voice. I don't know what it was about that guy. He had such a cool voice. And I liked Yes. I have a bunch of Yes albums. I thought they were pretty great. So there you go. John Anderson vocals right there. Okay, Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley with his sunburst right there. This is no makeup. No makeup era there. Oh, check this out. He's got a whammy. I don't pay attention to a lot of Ace's guitars, I got to be honest with you, but he's got a whammy installed on this Les Paul. I don't know. How interesting. Okay, on the back here, there's Ace with his boots. Check out those boots. This is so awesome. How fun. This is great stuff. Oh, and we've got Ace, another Ace card. Looking cool in that one. Another live shot, flipping it over. Same picture as the other one on that one. Oh, check it out. 1991, Paul Frehley. I mean, I knew that was his name. I'd never seen... Does he always have his copyrights set as Paul? Maybe he does. I've just never noticed before. Just kind of jumped out at me when I saw that. Okay, Slaughter, Tim Kelly. We did a video over the weekend. If you like Slaughter, you need to watch this video. It's about Vinnie Vincent. It's about his $2 million album. It's one of my favorite videos I've ever made. If you haven't watched it, you need to watch it. It's a brand new video. We talk about Vinnie, and it's pretty fun. We had a good time with it. So anyway, Tim Kelly from Slaughter. There's Tim Kelly right there. All right, how cool. Okay, what's next? Oh, a little AC/DC. This is the Brian Johnson era, obviously right there. Kind of an interesting photo. On the back, looks like it goes through the discography. High Voltage, Let There Be Rock, If You Want Blood. So these cards actually go back a little ways. All right, let's see. Oh, Cinderella is the next one right there. Cinderella. That's a cool picture. That's actually a really cool picture. What does it say about them? First hit the rock scene in 1986 with their debut LP, Night Songs. All right. These are really kind of fun. And then we have another AC/DC with Cliff Williams, a little bass playing right there. What does it say about Cliff? Bass guitar. Fender custom bass guitar. Okay. Oh, and then the man, Tony Iommi. That is a good picture, but the colors are weird. I love Tony. I don't know what it was about that guy. He had such a cool image. I actually really always liked Tony Iommi. I thought he was awesome. Black Sabbath. All right, there you go. Ray Thomas. I have to admit, I am stumped right now. Ray Thomas. Who is Ray Thomas? Oh, Moody Blues. I guess I should know that. I have a bunch of Moody Blues albums. If you said Justin Hayward, I'd know his name. Mike Pinder was the keyboardist. I actually met Mike Pinder, so I know him, but Ray Thomas. Now, okay. Just not one that's on the tip of my tongue. They were, I don't know, they were a cool band. they had their place. They had some cool stuff. Like I said, I have a bunch of their records. They had some interesting music. All right, then here's the last one. Brian Baker, Junkyard. I know nothing. I know nothing about Brian Baker. This one completely stumps me. Brian Baker. Let's see. Brian was a member of the punk band Minor Threat. I remember Minor Threat. And then became a member of Junkyard. Oh, yeah. There you go. I didn't know anything about Brian Baker. Anyway, there you go. That was kind of fun. That was kind of cool. Started off with this weird sticker. Hey, thanks for visiting with me today. Love to get your comments, especially anything related to that Ozzy article. There was a lot of pretty kind of cool, interesting stuff in that article. Also, do you remember Abominog? Did you know that connection? And do you remember that album? What did you think about that? We need to do a video about Uriah Heep, Abominog, because I actually thought that was kind of a cool album. And then check out these cards. We have more packs of these, and we're probably going to do some more of these on another video, because the fact that I actually knew who these people were, most of them, is actually helpful, so this was kind of fun for me. Anyway, we also want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. Please go to digitech.com, check out all the latest gear and technology, and whenever you go to digitech.com, please let them know that the guys at AudioMover sent you. And with that, have yourself fantastic day. Welcome to the world of AudioMover. I'm Robert John Hadfield. Thanks for spending part of your day with us during our 8-hour Ozzy stream. We're pulling videos from our archives and celebrating one of the most influential artists in rock history. AudioMover is built around classic rock history. We have hundreds of videos covering everyone from Black Sabbath and Deep Purple to Rush, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Def Leppard, and so many others. But if I'm being honest, Black Sabbath is one of my favorite subjects of all. One of the coolest moments this channel has ever experienced happened last year when Jack Osbourne shared one of our Ozzy videos on his social media. That opened the door to a number of news stories featuring our work, and we're incredibly thankful for all of the support. So leave us a comment while you're here. Tell us your favorite Ozzy song, your favorite Sabbath album, or simply where you're watching from. We're live across several platforms today, but YouTube is really our home base, where we've recently grown to more than 37,000 subscribers. So if you enjoy these stories and this community, we'd love to have you join us. Now, let's move on to the next video. Hey, if you're a fan of Ozzy Osbourne, especially in the early days of his solo career, I think you'll enjoy this video that I have for you here today. I know for a lot of us, our first introduction to Black Sabbath was from the heavy metal soundtrack, the song Mob Rules. And so our first exposure to Black Sabbath was with Ronnie James Dio as the singer. And we became fans of Dio and Black Sabbath, but didn't understand at the time that there was a Black Sabbath before that. We'd heard the name Ozzy Osbourne, and then we just, over time you start making these connections and realizing, wait a minute, Ozzy was the singer for Black Sabbath, and then of course Iron Man. You discover all this old music. Anyway, it was the early '80s, and I was just, a lot of us were just figuring out. We were coming off a Kiss, and we're starting to figure out all the other hard rock and everything. And so anyway, when the story, Ozzy goes off, he leaves Black Sabbath, and that's a kind of an ugly story how that all happened. Then Ozzy goes and he goes out to start a new band, and the band is going to be called Blizzard of Oz. And that's what the other guys in the group thought they were signing up for. But the powers that be, and there's a lot of different stories behind this, but the powers that be decided that from a marketing standpoint, they needed to have the Ozzy Osbourne brand front and center on this. And then what we kind of then assumed was that the name of the album was Blizzard of Oz, but actually that was supposed to be the name of the band. And it's kind of amazing when you look back at this album, especially just the song Crazy Train, the staying power that song has had. And this launched Ozzy into this whole new career. I mean, he'd been big enough with Black Sabbath, then he goes off on his solo, and so many people wrote him off. And then he just amped it up and just became more and more famous over time. It was really kind of incredible. So anyway, what I wanted to read for you here today, one of the things we do a lot on this channel, of course, is we'll go back and we'll find old record reviews, old concert reviews. And in this case, I found something that was really well written, and it's kind of funny, and it actually it's very negative about Ozzy, but but it's still entertaining listening to this. Whether you're a fan of Ozzy or not, and I am, I still thought this was hilariously funny listening to this person's take on Ozzy and his solo career. And so I think you'll enjoy this. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to read this for you. This is from the Boston Globe. This is August 12th, 1981. And so to put this in perspective from a timeline standpoint, this was the album that was out at the time that he would be touring on. It was about 2 months later that Diary of a Madman would come out. Anyway, but that gives you an idea of what was happening at the time. So this article is from the Boston Globe, August 12th, 1981, and the title of the article is Once an Oz, Always an Oz. Okay, and it says Ozzy Osbourne's Blizzard of Oz in concert with Def Leppard at Cape Cod Coliseum Sunday. All right, here we go. I think I've got it. Heavy metal in its classic form is the inverse of the blues. With the blues, pain and loss are liberated, given emotional release. With classic heavy metal, pain and loss are flogged and amplified, and then, most importantly, nullified. A simple equation. How can you care when you can't think? Ozzy Osbourne, ex-lead yowler for Black Sabbath, brought his new juggernaut, Blizzard of Oz, to the Cape Cod Coliseum Sunday, along with a lot of mescaline dealt in the parking lot outside and the deafening cement mixer sound dealt inside. There was a fair bit of irony dealt throughout the evening. Ozzy's intent, naturally enough, is ultimate macho aggression, but with a charted musical course that predominantly starts, develops, and ends at the same place. We're talking about controlled aggression with highs and lows, not unlike the ones your washing machine runs through during its cycles. I love this. When you find a good writer that just knows how to put those little subtle jabs in there, I love this stuff. It's so much fun. Okay. Still, giving credit where it's due, Ozzy might be smarter than he seems to let on. Example 1. He uses the word polemically in a song. Now this is interesting because when I read that, I thought, wait, what? When does he... And then you realize, and part of this is because you don't always understand what he's saying in his lyrics. So I'm going to show you that, and this is kind of a beat up copy of Blizzard of Oz, but at least you'll be able to see it. Mr. Crowley, the epilogue of Mr. Crowley. Was it polemically sent? I want to know what you meant. For some reason, I've heard that song how many times before, and I just never understood the word in there. And here's this guy goes, well, at least he used a big word like that, which I thought was just kind of funny. So example 2, he opened the show with I Don't Know, a superbly ironic head knocker that ends with the line, it's up to you, which is about the same do-it-yourself message progressive rocker Peter Gabriel put across a while back. And if you didn't know, Peter Gabriel actually had a song called DIY, Do It Yourself, and it was actually produced by Robert Fripp. Anyway, that would have been back in the late 70s, I think 78. But of course, the volume and sledgehammer drive of the music overwhelms everything, making the impact about anything but taking control for yourself. Neat touch. The true heavy metal attitude toward taking action was later exposed in Ozzy's encore, the old Sabs tune, Iron Man. Nobody wants him, Ozzy yowls. He just stares at the wall. And of course, those are lyrics from the song Iron Man. Right to the point. Predicament and solution all in one. Despite an erroneous image as some satanic worshiper, Oz looks more like an out-of-work geezer who spent a few years drinking beer. Mostly, Oz waves the peace sign, grins like the village idiot, and hunches over, clapping his hands like one of those toy monkeys. And if you sift through the lyrics on the album's inner sleeve, Forget Him in Concert, you'll find that, despite a pleasant new number played at Cape Cod called Die High Again, Oz can be a bit of a fun-loving humanist. From Steal Away, Love Will Flow Like Wine Tonight, from Revelation, Mother, please show the children before it's too late to fight each other. There's no one winning. We must fight all the hate. Okay, let's get back to the question. Is Blizzard of Oz better than Black Sabbath? And by the way, just listening to all the stuff that we've heard so far, if you saw Ozzy in concert during this particular tour, I'd love to hear about it. Please put that in the notes. What was your experience like watching Ozzy as he kind of set out? And again, we call it Ozzy as a solo artist, but at the time it wasn't supposed to be. So anyway, so let's see here. Okay, so let's get to the big question. Is Blizzard of Oz better than Black Sabbath? Are day-old leftover burgers better than week-old leftover burgers? Is a 1980 calendar more useful than a 1975 calendar? Would you, and remember, this article is being written in 1981. So anyway, that's important with that line. Would you rather be run over by a train or a steamroller? Fact is, despite certain, dare I say, growth exhibited on the Blizzard of Oz LP, in concert, Oz proves that once in Oz, always in Oz. Rock and roll is a bludgeoning instrument. Sunday's saving grace, though, was Randy Rhoads, who is by no means a good guitarist, but is also not Black Sabbath's Tony Iommi, whose guitar as an oral torture device drives laboratory mice to suicide. This is so interesting because when you take these things in hindsight, again, this album has staying power now, what, 40 plus years later? What is that? 44 years later, this thing is still, that song, especially Crazy Train alone, still resonates. So this thing had a massive staying power, and Randy Rhoads, in retrospect, and a lot of people knew it at the time, but in retrospect was one of the great guitarists of that era. And here's this guy poo-pooing all of it, looking at Randy Rhoads going, well, he's not as bad as Iommi was. But the truth is, Tony Iommi was fantastic in his own way. And Randy Rhoads, but one thing that's interesting also in here, and I want to give this guy credit for even saying it, is that he used the word, he said, dare I say, growth. Because one of the interesting things that happened with both things, with Black Sabbath, when Dio comes in, and then Ozzy hooking up with Randy Rhoads and his new, Blizzard of Oz band, they both interestingly grew. The musicianship, the music, what came out of them. Now, you don't have to like Ozzy's solo stuff as much as the Black Sabbath stuff, and I love the old Black Sabbath stuff with Ozzy. But you have to realize that from a musician standpoint, there was actual real growth in the music. It changed, it progressed in some ways. Now, you might say it regressed in the output, but the skill set behind it definitely it just increased. Just when you look at this album, when you look at the next album, because Randy Rhoads forced that band to get better, the band that Ozzy was with, and he probably in some ways forced Ozzy to step up his game. And you listen to Geezer Butler, Tony Iommi, they talk about Dio the same way. Bringing him into the band at that point forced them to step up their game. And a lot of times that stuff's needed. You have a band like Black Sabbath that really by the end of that first Ozzy, the first Ozzy era had gotten a little stale. And so when he says growth here, he's right, because sometimes you have to have that. You have to introduce these new elements. You have to force yourself out of that situation that's become stale and force yourself to deal and work with a guy like Randy Rhoads, and you become a better person or a better performer or a better player or a better singer or whatever because of it. And on the other hand, the same thing with Tony Iommi and Geezer Butler and Bill Ward, having to now have somebody like Dio walk in, where Dio is a lyricist and he plays instruments, which Ozzy never wasn't really involved with that part of it. It forced them to step up their game, and they'll be the first ones to tell you that. You can see it in interviews and their books. They talk about this stuff. Anyway, it's just interesting that he makes that point here. Okay. Whose guitar, it's so funny. Laboratory mice to suicide. I love Tony Iommi's guitar playing. I just do. I think he's one of the, I love his guitar playing. Okay. If Blizzard of Ozz is a modern dinosaur of heavy metal, Def Leppard is a cheetah of the same field. Like Iron Maiden, Def Leppard is part of AC/DC-influenced school of British heavy metal. They let it rip. Now, again, to put this in context, this was, I think, a couple of months after High and Dry had come out. So now this person's kind of shifting gears, saying they're talking about Def Leppard and kind of comparing what was happening with Def Leppard at the time, because they were the kind of the new British heavy metal or whatever. I don't know if the word heavy metal is so difficult to use, but they had a very, very intense AC/DC sound, especially on that High and Dry album, for obvious reasons when you understand the production. But okay. AC/DC influenced school of British heavy metal. They let it rip. Def Leppard aren't as dexterous with melody, and they make a point of not breaking new ground, but they do play screaming, tight, driven rock with the requisite crankshaft riffs. Sure, it's bone-crushing bluster, but it's not pretentious bone-crushing bluster, and one must take refuge in pleasures, however qualified. And that's the end of the article. Anyway, I thought you would enjoy that, because again, this guy obviously doesn't like Ozzy, didn't like Black Sabbath, none of this, and he was out to kind of attack it. And do with that whatever you will. But it's interesting still to see somebody from the outside, their view, especially at the time. And especially now, all these years later, when you realize that those things that were happening at that time, that Black Sabbath, their entire career, they are now legends, that whole Ozzy time period. And then the Ozzy, this solo stuff, if you will, when Blizzard of Ozz came out, this now has had staying power for several decades. And interestingly, the Black Sabbath stuff with Dio, same thing. It kind of stuck, and it made a splash, and it continues to resonate even to this day. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. I find this stuff so fascinating. If you're not following the channel, please follow the channel, like the video. I'd love to hear, again, if you saw this concert, and if you have any thoughts about any of the stuff that I talked about, especially the stuff related to the growth and the change of what had to happen with this, and the kind of impact that these two directions took. When Ozzy went off and did this Blizzard of Ozz, the impact, I mean, who would have ever thought that the name Ozzy Osbourne, back then when people were kind of writing him off, would today really be a household name? I mean, how many people have never heard of him before? It's amazing what ultimately happened with him and with his career and with the music and the fact that this stuff is still around. Anyway, I think it's fascinating. I'd love to get your feedback on that. Follow the channel, like the video, share your thoughts and comments. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey, thanks for stopping by. I'm Robert John Hadfield. This is AudioMover, and today we're celebrating Ozzy with a full 8 hours of videos from our archives. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, be sure to check out the rest of the channel after the stream. Now let's get back to Ozzy. Okay, if you're a fan of Ozzy Osbourne, especially the early days when he first started out on his solo career and this album came out, Blizzard of Ozz, I think you'll really enjoy the video I have for you today. What this is I found an article that's basically a concert review while he was on this tour, but it asks an interesting question, or has this interesting idea right at the beginning that I want to share with you and get your feedback about. You know, it's always interesting thinking about how did we first get introduced to some of these people, some of these rock stars, like Ozzy, for example. You know, when it was probably 1981 when this happened, but I was going to what was then junior high school. I was in 7th or 8th grade, and I would go into my math class, and this particular class, I don't know what it was, but every single time we would have this class, this kid, that was older than me. So, I mean, I was 12, he was probably 14 years old, but had this long hair, jean jacket, would come walking into my math class. He wasn't actually even in the class. He just was, he knew the teacher or something, and he'd come into the classroom, and on the board, he would very artistically write out Ozzy. you know, and he'd come in, Ozzy, you know, he was just one of those kids. And he'd have Ozzy, you know, emblazoned on the back of his jean jacket. And, you know, and I'm sitting there as this kid in this junior high school going, what's an Ozzy? And of course, it didn't take long before all the kids that were into hard rock and heavy metal were talking about Ozzy Osbourne and this album that had come out. And it must have been, it actually, when this was happening, must have been right around the time this article was written, because it was just probably not long before Diary of a Madman would come out. But it's amazing looking back. We have a few videos on this channel about this album and different things, and it just always fascinates me that this album has had the staying power that it has, especially the song Crazy Train. Just go to some sporting event. I'd imagine if you've been to a sporting event sometime in the last year or so, you've probably heard this song at a sporting event. The introduction to the song Crazy Train is so iconic, you know, that gunna, dunna, dunna, dunna. It was just, and then the Randy Rhoads guitar riff that comes in, it's so amazing. And again, it's just one of those things that just has that perfect energy for moments like a sporting event. And that's why I just know I've been to sporting events before, and it comes over the loudspeakers. All of a sudden, it's like, there's Ozzy again, 40 years later. All right, I'm going to read this article to you. And this is from the Arizona Republic, Tuesday, June 30th, 1981. And so again, this is on the tour for the album Blizzard of Oz, and just a few months before Diary of a Madman comes out. And the title of this article is Solid Heavy Metal Performance Puts Fans in a Boisterous Mood. And now this first couple of paragraphs, this is the thing I wanted, that jumped out at me when I read this, that I wanted to talk to you about today and get your feedback on. So listen to how this starts. Ozzy Osbourne is not what God intended lead singers to be. For a start, he has a round, merry face similar to that of the English comedian Benny Hill. And then there's the sturdy, earnest figure he cuts on stage. It's not dramatic or sensual, or lean and hungry, or graceful, or any of the other star qualities lead singers are supposed to have. And so you think of kind of what you imagine a rock star is supposed to look like. And again, put this in the context, especially of this is written in June of 1981. You know, the 70s started out, we lost Jim Morrison at the beginning of the 70s, but he's the front man for the Doors. He's this sex symbol, this really good looking guy. You had Paul McCartney, who was now not in the Beatles, but had his solo career in Wings, and he's just this really good looking dude. Roger Daltrey is with the Who. They're popular through the 70s, another really nice looking guy. Mark Farner. Grand Funk is huge throughout the 70s. He's got that long hair, and he's kind of muscular. This another really really nice looking guy. I mean, you got Ted Nugent, Barry Gibb. I mean, even Brad Delp from Boston was a relatively good looking guy. What Robert Plant, for heaven's sake. Talk about a sex symbol. You know, he is the ultimate rock star all through the 70s. Paul Stanley, you know, the sexy guy in Kiss. David Lee Roth, obviously. You know, you have all these guys that really look like what you would think this is what a rock star looks like. And then there's Ozzy. He is not the stereotypical idea of what you think a rock star should be. And what's so interesting to me is every once in a while you have these people, like Meatloaf, for example, not at all what you expect to be that guy, and yet he becomes this utter legend of a singer. Just had this massive impact on the industry, one of the biggest selling albums of all time. And again, he doesn't even come close to the stereotypical idea of what a rock star should be. And then you look at a guy like Ozzy, and here he was in 1981, and similarly, what was it? What was it about him that not only made him famous then, so that, you know, you got this kid walking around and writing his name, you know, being the evangelist for Ozzy in my little junior high school, probably happening all over the country. But what was it about him that he, to this day, here we are in 2025, I think everybody knows his name. I look at all the people that were famous when I was a kid. How many of them do I think my parents would be able to say who they are? Not a lot of them, some of them, but they certainly know the name Ozzy Osbourne. Everybody does. And so you have to ask yourself, when you have this guy that does not fit any of those stereotypical ideas, what was it about him? What was the charisma that Ozzy Osbourne brought to the table that made him this iconic figure that he became and remains to this day? And it's interesting because I think of these things every once in a while. And then when I stumbled across this article, the first thing this guy says is he goes, he's not what God intended lead singers to be, because we kind of look at him and go, yeah. And you look at the pictures that we'd see of him throughout the 80s. And a lot of times he was a little bit overweight and then he cut all his hair off, and there was just nothing really about him that just said rock star, especially when you go down like that list that I threw out just a minute ago. Anyway, I'm going to keep going on this because this is actually kind of an interesting article historically talking about some of the people that were involved. And it says, so it finishes that qualities lead singers are supposed to have, but it is well loved. At 31 years old, 3 years after splitting from Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne can still count on loyal fans. More than 8,000 of them came to the Activity Center, probably more than would have turned out if the show had gone ahead as first scheduled at Veterans Memorial Coliseum last Thursday. So I guess in this situation, there'd been some sort of a cancellation or a reschedule. Osbourne and his band, Randy Rhoads guitar from Los Angeles, ex-Rainbow bass guitarist Bob Daisley, and this is actually a really interesting thing too from a historical standpoint. Bob Daisley, who had played bass guitar with Rainbow since the album Long Live Rock and Roll. Now, who sang on Long Live Rock and Roll? You guessed it, Ronnie James Dio. So fascinating. Dio, who is with Ritchie Blackmore when he forms Rainbow, eventually leaves Rainbow to join Black Sabbath. Ozzy gets kicked out of Black Sabbath, and the guy who'd played bass with Dio, who's now with Black Sabbath, goes off and plays with Ozzy. Anyway, just interesting things to see all these little interconnected people. So Bob Daisley had played with Rainbow. And one time Uriah Heep drummer Lee Kerslake. Now, Uriah Heep, a lot of people know a lot about them these days, but if you remember the song that Uriah Heep had was kind of a hit called Easy Livin', Lee Kerslake had played on that song. Okay, give their audience an energetic and highly appreciated set that lasted about 75 minutes. Oh, they're just saying that that's what the concert was, that came from Ozzy. As one might expect from a founding member of Black Sabbath, one of the premier heavy metal bands of the 70s, the music was basic and extremely loud. The even sound balance of the new band's debut album, Blizzard of Oz, was not reproduced accurately live. In its place was the inflammable energy of a live performance. And by the way, if you've ever seen Ozzy ever in concert, you talk about a guy that just brings it, that brings the performance to the people. He's that guy. And by the way, it's also interesting to note, when it says band's debut album, there were so many weird little misunderstandings about this when it first came out, because this album was not intended to be called Ozzy Osbourne Blizzard of Oz. Blizzard of Oz was supposed to be the name of the band. And these other two guys, who were actually like veteran rock stars, didn't really like it when the album showed up and this was the cover where they put Ozzy in this big, main billing, and then Blizzard of Oz kind of in subtext. That was supposed to be the name of the band, and Ozzy was just kind of a name to just an attraction part of it, right? Where people would go, oh yeah, this is Ozzy's band, but the band was supposed to be called Blizzard of Oz, and that ended up causing some ill feelings in the group because of that, the billing that Ozzy took in this. The material came from the album and also from Osbourne's contribution to Black Sabbath's repertoire. Rhoads, Daisley, and Kerslake did what was expected of them smoothly and professionally. The show was not visually spectacular in terms of lights or effects. The focus naturally was on Osbourne, who made use of it to arouse the audience. Between stomping and pacing and having tete-a-tetes or tete-a-tetes, or I actually, before reading this, I'd never seen that term before. I had to look it up, and it's spelled TETE-A-TETES. With his lead guitarist, he issued directives to the crowd. I think I looked it up, and what it means is that you have kind of a little private conversation. It's what it's apparently that's what that means. issued directives to the crowd. These began with things like getting people to stand up, put their hands up and shout, and ended with Osbourne encouraging a general rush to the area just in front of the stage. Neither Osbourne nor his accompanists have a particularly distinctive sound, but the songs they have composed are a cut above the usual heavy metal subject matter. And by the way, again, part of the question I wanted to ask here, and he addresses it a little bit, but what is it that made Ozzy such a big deal? Well, if you ever saw him in concert, there was something about him, the massive amount of energy that he just brought to the audience, and he's constantly trying to get people to clap and stand up and shout and yell and on and on. But if you never saw him live, again, then what was the attraction? Because I was a big fan long before I ever saw him live. So lyrics on the Blizzard of Oz album are refreshingly offbeat. Quote, "If you're going to sell an album, write something with a bit of a message on it," says Osbourne in a brief interview after the show. "There's too many people polluting rock just for the financial gain. I'm in it for the fun of it," unquote. That's Ozzy saying that. Instead of the usual rock diet of girl songs, Osbourne and the band effectively tackle war. In Revelation, a song he said was inspired by the crisis over Afghanistan, The Folly of Suicide as a Solution, and a song about British occultist, the late Aleister Crowley. Black Sabbath has a long history of occult songs, but Osbourne said he has never been involved in the occult, and that the song could just as well have been called Mr. Smith as Mr. Crowley. Except then I think most of the words probably wouldn't fit so well, but anyway, just reading what he says here. Like many others who have suddenly branched out after years with the same outfit, Osbourne talked like a revitalized man. And this is what I was talking a little bit about earlier. There's so many people, so many bands where a member will leave and go strike out on their own to do their own thing. The band may carry on, and so often it just doesn't work. But in this case, one of those rare situations where the singer gets kicked out of the band, goes and does a solo thing, and arguably does way better than the band he left. Has a longer, stronger career as a result of it. As a matter of fact, you could argue that the reason Black Sabbath continued to succeed was because Ozzy kept succeeding. So anyway, this is just a really unusual scenario. And it gets me back to that question. Why? Why? What was it about him that this worked? Let's see here. Osbourne spoke about the challenge of starting fresh after years with Black Sabbath when sold-out tours were a virtual certainty. Asked why he had left Black Sabbath, he first said, "Musical directions. I didn't like their music and they didn't like mine. I feel I outgrew them. I was fed up with singing about wishing wells and fairy tales. The best way was to get out of it and start again," unquote. Later, he admitted to serious personality clashes in the group. Quote, "For the last 5 years, working with those people, I was working with it was so depressing. No one was talking to each other," unquote. After quitting Black Sabbath, they have a misprint here. Osbourne said he thought about retiring. "It lasted a week, and in that week, I wrote 4 songs. Now, if you go back and listen to the stories of Geezer Butler and Tony Iommi, they have a kind of a different view of why and how Ozzy left the group. But it's fascinating here that in both cases, as the band split, as Ozzy went off and as Tony and Geezer and Bill were on their own at that point, in both cases there was this question, do we just quit? Because Black Sabbath, Tony felt the same way. Like, maybe this is over and we just need to start over with something else. And ultimately, Black Sabbath, as we said earlier, picked up Ronnie James Dio. They carried on. I loved the Ronnie James Dio stuff, and then he left, and then, that's a whole nother story. And then Ozzy went on, as he said here, wrote some songs, and then he ended up having this massive career. The band now has the material for a second album to be called Diary of a Madman. Osbourne said, and to be released in the fall. So Diary of a Madman then would be released in October of 1981. So July, August, September, October. So about 4 months later, after this article was written, Diary of a Madman would come out. With his financial future secure, Osbourne said he stays in rock music to keep young and in the hope he can communicate something worthwhile to his fans, who included a 14-year-old boy that used to come into my math class and write his name on the chalkboard. I'm curious, did any of you have something like that where you had these kids with the jean jacket, the long hair, and they were just these Ozzy Osbourne crazy fanatics? If you had somebody like that in your school, because we had more than just him. We had a lot of people in that school that just was all about Ozzy, and that was them. You know, the long hair, the jean jacket, the whole thing. Okay. He was particularly concerned after Sunday's show about what he considered to be very heavy-handed treatment of concert goers by security men. He claimed security men had beaten up fans near the front of the stage and was concerned this might reflect badly on his show. Parents, he said, might keep their kids from his shows because of such incidents. And there were legends following Ozzy from town to town. He didn't even need this in particular to happen. There was so many rumors going on around him all the time that gave parents plenty of reason for them not to want their kids to go see him. Anyway, if you know about Ozzy, you know about all that stuff. Earlier, near the end of a heavy metal set even more basic than Osbourne's, Motorhead had dedicated a song called Overkill to, quote, the security men of America. Okay, so to put this in context, I think I may have read this earlier, but Motorhead was opening up for Ozzy on this concert. And this song Overkill, if you've never heard the song Overkill by Motorhead, I don't know when double bass, double kick became a really, really big thing in heavy metal and hard rock. But Phil Taylor, the drummer from Motorhead, I think they call him Phil Filthy Animal Taylor, he's a great drummer. And if you listen to that tune or go watch a video of it, this is, again, remember, this is happening in 1981. And Phil is doing this double kick pattern. I don't think he stops through the entire song. I mean, it's like this, it's not super, super fast, but it's fast enough. And that I'm always amazed by a drummer that can just do that for 3-4 minutes straight. Just keep going and going and going. And also, it's just interesting from a historical standpoint that this was happening, Motorhead doing that song Overkill in the early days of the double kick thing, when people really started this idea of bringing that a double kick drum into a song. These days, it's everywhere. I mean, by the time heavy metal really got going, I mean, so many people were doing it. But this was in those early days. So if you haven't listened to it, that's a really cool tune to go listen to by Motorhead, where you can get that sense of those early days of double kick, double bass drums. Okay. Osbourne believed his fans should be able to express themselves physically during a show. That was part of the rock and roll heritage. And then this is interesting listening to him say this next. Rock and roll is my life and my religion, said Osbourne, which is kind of interesting because on his next album, Diary of a Madman, he would have a song called You Can't Kill Rock and Roll. And it says, 'cause rock and roll is my religion and my love. So, knowing that he was putting this album out, he'd probably already written and recorded that song at this point, and it's on his mind. And he says in this article, unbeknownst to everybody else who had no idea, what was going to be coming in a few months, he makes his comment, rock and roll is my life and my religion, said Osbourne. Once you get into this game, it gets into your blood, keeps you young. Most of the guys I grew up with have ulcers and miserable wives. My wife said to me, what are you going to do when you're 55? As long as these kids want to hear me, I'll be there forever. They'll crucify me in the end, which is also kind of a funny statement because as you recall, back in the early 90s, Ozzy retired. He had his No More Tours tour. And I actually went and saw him at Red Rocks on that tour, which was going to be his last tour. And as you know, it wasn't even close to not only Ozzy's last tour, but it wasn't even close to his last tour as Ozzy as a singer of Black Sabbath, because years later he'd go back with Black Sabbath. And I saw him on that final tour as well, with Black Sabbath. And so he just kind of, every time he threatens to quit, he just keeps going. So when he talks about he talked about being 55, that he just keep doing it the rest of his life. And then he decided to retire, and then not really. Anyway, just kind of funny thing watching him over the years. Responding to Osbourne's complaint about the security men, Miriam Bogle, managing director of the Activity Center, said she knew of no out-of-the-ordinary clashes between security men and fans Sunday. Quote, "The way I interpret it, there was simply a difference in philosophy," she said. "I think the band is a little more easygoing about the way their fans behave. We are a little more strict. Safety is emphasized, and we expect people to behave like ladies and gentlemen and stay in their seats. If they want to play our building, the philosophy comes with the building. It's as simple as that." And I just think that's just funny because, because Ozzy's whole thing, he wasn't necessarily telling people to go, start a riot, but he always, if you ever saw him in concert, it was always this, go crazy, yelling, shouting to go crazy 500 times every show, telling people to stand up, telling people to clap and move. And, that was his thing. And so it's no surprise that when some of these concerts would happen, there'd be a little bit of mayhem in the process, because you combine that with the music, the attitude, the overall thing, the young teenagers that were there, experiencing something that you would have that kind of a thing at a concert like that. I never saw him in these early days. I was 12 when this album came out, or 11 when this album came out. So, but I ended up over the years really being a big fan of Ozzy in general. I didn't love all of his quote unquote solo albums, but there was a lot of stuff over the years I thought was really spectacular. Of course, he had some amazing guitar players over the years that worked with him, starting with Randy Rhoads. Brad Gillis was an excellent guitar player. Jakey Lee, of course. Eventually we get to Zakk Wylde, who is just really just a spectacular, that's just such an understatement. He's such a great, and he's really cool. But even with that, because he didn't always have the same guitarist, things were changing around him all the time. I want to get back to this question. What was it? What was it about him? What was it about this guy that, as he says at the beginning of this article, for a start, he has the round, merry face similar to that of the English comedian Benny Hill. What was it about a guy that did resemble Benny Hill a little bit that turned him into arguably one of the biggest rock stars of all time? That made him got him to the point that he became a household name, even having songs that would long outlast his career. I'd imagine that the beginning of that song "Crazy Train" will be played 40 years from now, still in sporting events and around, just because of what happened there. And so many of his songs were just spectacular that way. And then you go back into the early Black Sabbath days, and he was this just interesting guy. And I've wondered about this over the years, because I think about things like this. What was it that made him this legend in that way, that put him on the map? And so I'd really love to get your feedback on this. And we sometimes put out videos where we read people's comments. This is definitely one. If we get a lot of interesting comments, I'm sure we'll make a video where we go through and read them and talk about them, because it is such an interesting idea. When you look at these people, somebody like Meatloaf, what was it about these people that just don't fit into that mold that we normally think of as a rock star, and then that they end up being these legendary figures that seem a little bit out of place, that don't fit that stereotypical ideal that we kind of expect. Okay, anyway, hey, please follow the channel if you're not following the channel already. Share this with your friends. You probably know other people that are interested in this stuff like this. Share it on YouTube, throw it on Facebook, whatever, but we'd really love it if you share it with people. Like the video, and again, I'd love to get your feedback on this idea. And anyway, hey, with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Hey everyone, and welcome to AudioMover. I'm Robert John Hadfield. Today we're celebrating Ozzy with an 8-hour stream of videos from the AudioMover archives. Now, if you're new here, this channel is all about the music that shaped our lives. We have hundreds of videos exploring classic rock history, legendary albums, vintage magazine articles, concerts, and the stories behind the artists we still love talking about today. My favorite topic has pretty much always been Black Sabbath, so you'll see a lot of Sabbath and Ozzy content throughout the channel. Last year, something incredible happened when Jack Osbourne shared one of our Ozzy videos on his social media. That led to coverage in several major news outlets for our channel, and it introduced thousands of new people to AudioMover. So if you're enjoying the stream, don't be shy. Leave a comment, tell us your favorite Ozzy moment or the album that made you a fan. Now, we're streaming this out on several different platforms, but our primary home is YouTube, where we recently passed 37,000 subscribers. So if you love classic rock history as much as we do, we'd be honored to have you become part of the AudioMover community. Thanks for being here, and let's get to the next episode. If you like Ozzy Osbourne and you're interested in the early days of his solo career, then I think you'll enjoy what I have for you here today. So there's been a lot of talk about Black Sabbath lately because they've announced this concert that they're going to do, and it's going to be the original guys all back together. And I guess they said that maybe Ozzy isn't going to be singing more than a few songs with them. But what got me kind of excited was the fact that Bill Ward was going to be there, because I went and saw them on their final tour. Of course, Bill Ward wasn't involved, which was kind of a letdown. But anyway, it's just always interesting. It's one of my favorite topics to just talk about Black Sabbath, Ozzy, and just it's such an interesting history how the whole thing happened. And what I have here is a newspaper article that I think you're going to enjoy, because what it is it's basically an interview with Ozzy and this was published July 14th of 1981. So what was happening at this point is Ozzy is basically just started a month or so earlier, I guess a couple months earlier, his tour of North America on this album right here, Blizzard of Oz. So to put all this in context, the history gets a little bit messy when you start talking about the personnel, and I'm going to go into that in a second to try to clear up really what happened between these two albums, the first two. So this album was released in the UK in September of 1980. But it wasn't released in North America until the following March 27th of 1981. And so what happened then when they released it in the United States, March 27th of 1981, about a month later, they started the tour of the United States. Now, what's interesting about that, though, is that after they finished the European leg of this tour for Blizzard of Oz, they actually recorded the entire next album before they even came to the United States to tour on this album, which is what made the personnel changes in this thing a little bit weird. And I'm going to get into that in just a minute. But I want to jump into this article because, again, this is an interview with Ozzy. And to just kind of hear what he was saying back in 1981, it is actually pretty interesting because he's got this solo album out. And keep in mind, I mean, by 1981, he had been, for all intents and purposes, a drunk, washed-up rock star from a couple of years earlier. He got kicked out of Black Sabbath. He had no money. He had no future. Nobody knew what to do with him. And he managed to get this album recorded, put out, managed to put a band together, and then started touring on this thing. And then it just started leading to personnel problems. And that's what I'll talk about here in just a second. But anyway, so the title of this article is Ozzy Lacks Horns. And you'll notice the people in the picture, and this is kind of important. You have Randy Rhoads over on the left, you've got Ozzy there in the middle, and then you've got Tommy Aldridge. Of course, Tommy Aldridge was the drummer at this point, and he'd been recruited from Pat Travers, and the one they don't show here is a guy named Rudy Sarzo, and he was the bassist at this point. Again, I'll get into this in just a second. Okay, Ozzy Lacks Horns is the name of this article. And this is a quote, "People seem to think that late at night when I'm at home, my teeth turn into fangs and I grow horns out of my head and I start flying around the attic," Ozzy Osbourne is saying earnestly. "Nothing could be further from the truth," unquote. This doesn't sound like a man who recently shocked a meeting of CBS record executives by biting off the head of a dove. But then it was an early phone call from LA and the sun was up. Okay, now, what is this all about? This is a story that's been told and misunderstood many times what happened because we have a couple of head biting off incidences. And they get kind of mixed up for some people, I think. Well, okay, so here's what happened. And this is why I brought up the timeline a minute ago, because this will actually make this whole thing make sense. All right. So they had put out this album on Jet Records. Let's see, right there, Jet Records, okay? So they'd put out this album on Jet Records. Now, they're getting ready for the American tour of this album, but it hadn't been released in the United States yet. So now it's being released in North America on March 27th of 1981. So on March 27th of 1981, when CBS is now going to take this album, so to make that clear, it's Jet Records is the record company, but it's being distributed in the United States by CBS Records. And so for all intents and purposes, they're going to be responsible for getting this thing in the stores, making the promotion happen, et cetera, et cetera. So on March 27th of 1981, to get the people at CBS excited about Ozzy as a solo artist, they went and participated in this meeting of basically executives at CBS Records. And this was on the day of the release, March 27th. And the idea is, they're trying to get all the executives, all the promo people and everybody excited about this guy, this washed up rock star from Black Sabbath, which is this old band, trying to get them excited about him. So they have this meeting. And so Ozzy and Sharon both show up to come to this meeting, and it's in kind of a business boardroom kind of thing, right? So, and what she had said is we need to go in there and we have to do something that gets their attention, that makes a statement. And because one of the things that Ozzy was really well known it was whenever you see him in concert, you always have these peace signs up. I mean, there's pictures of him everywhere back with Black Sabbath. That was always his thing, peace, peace. And so what Sharon decided to do was, why don't we take a couple of doves in with us? And Ozzy was basically going to put them in his pocket and then wait for the right moment. And as a symbol of peace, he was going to take these doves out of his pockets and release them. And then the idea was they were going to fly around in the room and it was going to be a little spectacle, kind of a fun little thing. And then I guess the doves were supposed to come back and land on him or something like this. But anyway, that was it. It was kind of make a splash, do something kind of interesting, a peace offering, if you will, to this record company that is now basically going to be at the head of deciding whether or not he's going to have a future by whether or not they're really going to promote him. So they're in this boardroom, they're in this meeting, and Ozzy, who is bored at this, in this meeting, and he hates this kind of stuff. I mean, if you ever read his interviews and listen to him, he hates that kind of thing, going to these meetings with all the executives and what have you. So apparently, and he's probably, it sounds like he's a little bit inebriated too. And it is, of course, it is 9 o'clock in the morning or something like that at the time. So what he does is he's getting bored with this kind of meeting that's going on and the little formalities and the executive stuff. Apparently what he does is he just, in the middle of the meeting, out of frustration, he stands up, he walks to the front of the room and proceeds to sit on the lap of this young woman who is one of the, I don't know if she's an executive, but she's one of the people that works there at CBS Records. Ozzy then proceeds to take out one of the doves. This story is told slightly different variations, but I think this is the one how he tells it in his book. He takes out one of the doves, and rather than letting it fly away, he sticks its head in its mouth, rips the head off of it, spits it out onto the table, and apparently when you bite the head off of birds, the waste that is in the bird ready to be released anyway comes shooting out of the bird, something that we probably just wouldn't have known otherwise. And this then proceeds to shoot out of the bird all over this girl that he's proceeded to sit on her lap. And everybody is dumbfounded for a second, not knowing what to do. And then she, starts, and it just turns into this kind of chaotic, what the heck is going on situation. And then supposedly he takes the other dove out, throws it up and then says peace or something like this. Okay. But that was basically it. So the basic idea of the story is that they were at CBS Records because they needed CBS to push the album. So they wanted to make an impression while they were there, a good impression, and Ozzy proceeded in Ozzy fashion to turn it into a chaotic, crazy experience, and he was banned from the offices after that. They kicked him out, and he and Sharon didn't even have a car there apparently, and they're sitting out front, and it was kind of a funny story. I mean, it's sick, but it's just and it's crazy. What happened? It's so wild. But anyway, so it ended up, even though they were there trying to have kind of this peace offering to get them excited about promoting the band, they ended up just upsetting everybody, banning them from the building. But of course, when this story started getting around, it just turned him into more of the notoriety he had for being a little bit crazy and wild. It just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And these are the kinds of things that helped him just over time become more and more of a household name. So it actually added to the legend of Ozzy, the fact that he did that. And the bat one happened a couple of years later, and that's a whole nother story. And maybe we'll do a whole show on these things at some point, because it's just so interesting. So anyway, so now by the time this bite the head off the dove incident happened, they had already finished recording the entire next album, Diary of a Madman. It was in the can, ready to go, and it was set to then be released later on that year in October of 1981, which is part of the reason why the albums were released so close to each other, this one and the next one. And I'm going to talk about the personnel thing here in just a second when we get to that. In fact, the former lead singer for heavy metal doomsayers, Black Sabbath, prefers to stay at his English home with his wife and 3 kids, drink with the farmers at the local, and be normal. Right now, however, he's back on the road with his own Ozzy Osbourne band, touring to promote the LP Blizzard of Oz. Now, this is a mistake that was being made early on. And a lot of people, I didn't understand this at the time. Not sure many people actually did. It was intended to be called, the band was going to be a band called Blizzard of Oz that just happened to have Ozzy in it. But for promotional reasons, they decided that they needed to connect Ozzy's name to this band, and so they just put his name really big, and then everybody kind of assumed that the album was called Blizzard of Oz, but this is Ozzy Osbourne on his solo tour. And this actually rubbed some people the wrong way. Randy Rhoads, who was in the band, he was kind of an unknown, so he didn't have a lot of leverage, or he didn't really have, wasn't in a position to be too bothered by it, because he's just bought into this great meal ticket for himself, to be with this legendary frontman, even though he was a washed up rock star. He was actually out doing his thing now. But the other 2 people that played on this album, and I'll show you right here. Well, you can't really see him. There's Randy, there's Ozzy. This is Bob Daisley playing bass. He had actually played with Rainbow, and that's what he's best known for. I think he also played for Uriah Heep, and he was a fairly well-known guy. And then back behind there is a guy named Lee Kerslake, and he was the drummer who had also played with Uriah Heep. So these 2 were actually kind of established musicians. And so they joined the band. They were the kind of people that had done enough that they weren't seeing Ozzy as some godlike figure. He was a peer. And so they were forming a band with Ozzy that was going to be called Blizzard of Oz. And so they didn't really like finding out that they were now we're playing for Ozzy. So it rubbed them the wrong way a little bit, those 2 specifically. And then, so now I'm gonna read what it says here in this paragraph, and then I'm gonna explain something. So promote Blizzard of Oz, which was again supposed to be the name of the band. The band, Ozzy, drummer Tommy Aldridge, ex-Pat Travers band, guitarist Randy Rhoads, and bassist Rudy Sarzo appears at Kerrisdale Arena Wednesday, and then it's saying that they appear with Motorhead, which means reverting from normal to mental. Okay, so you'll see the people, though, that they just named in here. You've got Tommy Aldridge as the drummer, Randy Rhoads and Rudy Sarzo are his band. Now, okay, I'm going to just show this to you visually so you can see what's going on here. So again, this is Blizzard of Oz. This is the first album. This is the one that came out, at least in the States, March 27th of 1981. Then, later on that year, in October of 1981, is when Diary of a Madman was released. Now remember, this was finished before the Dove incident, before the release of this album in the United States. Okay? Now, here's the thing that's interesting about it. When I pull the sleeve out, look who is listed as the people in the band. Ozzy Osbourne vocals, of course, there. There's Rudy Sarzo, Randy Rhoads, and then Tommy Aldridge. These two, Rudy Sarzo and Tommy Aldridge, did not play on this album. Because what happened, again, this album was released, Blizzard of Oz. Blizzard of Oz was released. I know a lot of Ozzy fans already know this, but my mom, who also watches these videos, doesn't know this stuff, so she's getting educated right now, so bear with me. Okay. Lee Kerslake and Bob Daisley they'd been upset about some of the things related to how much they were being paid. And so they said, we want to get paid more for our travel and various things like this. And there were some other personal issues, again, because they didn't like a lot of this stuff that had happened. And so they kicked those two guys out of the band. Lee Kerslake and Bob Daisley are kicked out of the band. So by the time they start the tour for this album in the United States, they needed a new drummer and they needed a new bass player. So they picked up Tommy Aldridge, who, as we said, played with Pat Travers, and they picked up a guy named Rudy Sarzo. How did they find Rudy Sarzo? Well, Rudy Sarzo had played in Quiet Riot. And where did Randy Rhoads come from? Quiet Riot. So they brought Rudy Sarzo on board. So here, when they put the album out, this is the picture that they put on the inside of the album, but these two guys didn't even play on it. It was actually the two guys that had played on this album, actually played on both albums. So the long and the short of it is, the band that played on Blizzard of Oz was the exact same band that played on this album. But they had been kicked out by the time these tours started. And so anyway, that's why you end up with this picture on the inside of the album. And boy, it led to legal troubles. I mean, all kinds of stuff over the years. As a matter of fact, at one point, they even re-recorded those tracks to get there, and people, it was an ugly, ugly thing. And so anyway, that's what happened with the personnel there. Okay, now getting back to this interview, which is I think is so interesting. So here's Ozzy again. Now again, we're referring to Blizzard of Oz at this point. He says the album is really taking off, says the affable Oz, and really doing well in Canada from what I hear. I'm bowled over by it, because to be successful once is great, but to have a second crack at the whip and at 31 years old. Of course, he's talking about the fact that he got booted out of Black Sabbath, where he was on top of the world at one point, one of the most famous rock stars in the world, and then slid all the way down almost to the bottom, where he's just kind of this washed up has-been. And now he's looking at this, and for whatever reason, he seems to recognize, like, hey, I got another chance here. It's kind of lucky, especially now that I'm in my 30s. Okay. Although several artists from Jimi Hendrix through Cream were the blueprint for heavy metal and Led Zeppelin laid the foundation, Black Sabbath was the archetypal heavy metal band, a group that turned up the volume on a few simplistic monolithic chords and plodded forth as comic book antichrists. Although Black Sabbath quickly fell victim to self-parody and was widely cited as the first dinosaur band, a group that should be extinct by now, it has retained its popularity. Ozzy, who left the group approximately 18 months ago, is glad to be rid of it. Now, left the group, he was, as far as I've been, it's so funny. You read all these books and everybody has their own little twist of what happened. It's pretty clear they kicked him out. They just couldn't deal with him anymore. He was a disaster. He was a mess. But anyway, his spin on this whole thing here is that he says, quote, "I feel free," Osbourne enthuses. "I have the chains of doom sawed off my legs. For the rest of their career, Black Sabbath will have to sing about gloom, death, and destruction. Like Never Say Die, the last LP I made with Black Sabbath was the worst piece of junk I'd ever had the displeasure to record. I didn't want to work with those people anymore. I can say this now as it looks like things are happening for me, but I think the other guys are living off the past, and it's sad to see. The dream is over," he continues, unfortunately quoting John Lennon, "and they won't own up to it. It's garbage." Now, that is an arguable statement. So again, now putting some of these things in context, Black Sabbath, with now new singer Ronnie James Dio, put out the album Heaven and Hell. Heaven and Hell came out in April of 1980, and in my opinion, and I think, and a lot of people share this, it was great. Black Sabbath stepped up their game. The music was fantastic. It was like a shot in the arm for the guys in Black Sabbath to come up and you listen to the guys talk about it. Tony Iommi, he'll say that having Dio brought into the band actually kind of forced them to step up their game. And so anyway, so Ozzy's knocking it, saying those guys live in the past and it's awful. Of course he is. But the truth is, several months before this album came out, Black Sabbath put out this new album with Dio, and it was awesome. And it actually did okay. I mean, people responded to it fairly well. So to put this, the timeline, that was released in April of 1980, Heaven and Hell. This was released in September of 1980 in the UK, and then it was again March of the next year that it was released in the United States. So Heaven and Hell was released widely instantly, but it took almost a year before this one showed up after Heaven and Hell, before this one even showed up in the United States. So it seemed kind of further apart, at least in the United States, than it really was, the release of the two things. Anyway, but Black Sabbath did just fine without Ozzy. And I actually love all that Ronnie James Dio stuff. And that's a whole nother story, how that kind of fell apart. Okay. Blizzard of Oz doesn't exactly present Ozzy as Buster Brown or Little Ford Fauntleroy. He's posed on the cover with crucifix, cape, skull, and ram's horns, and he's written a song about Satanist Aleister Crowley. Of course, they're referring to this album cover right here. Quote, "I was an integral part of Black Sabbath," Osbourne explains. "Part of the sound that is identified with Black Sabbath. So when I started the band, I knew I wasn't going to sound like the Kinks or anyone else. But now I can try anything I want. We've already recorded the second LP, Diary of a Madman." That's what we were talking about a second ago. And this article, remember, is in July 14th of 1981. And so this is just a couple of months after the biting head off the dove incident while they're touring the United States, and just a few months away from releasing the next album. But let's see here. Diary of a Madman, which will come out in October. And when that comes out, people won't be comparing me to Black Sabbath. And I got to tell you, part of the reason that these articles, and I do these things when we do these segments on reading these old articles, is the context is so fascinating. Because at this point, Ozzy was not the worldwide legendary figure that we know him today. The record companies weren't even sure whether to promote him because he'd been this kind of washed up, drunk, a drug-addled rock star, kind of a loser, kind of what he seemed like at this point. And, today it's fascinating because here we are in 2025, and I could call my mother and she'd know who Ozzy is. It's just amazing. I did a whole nother video. You should go look for it, where I kind of asked the question, why him? Of all the people in the world, why is he the guy that everyone in the world knows who he is? It's just so amazing to think about all the things that had to fall into place for him, who was in 79 getting kicked out of Black Sabbath, this has-been, and now in 2025, everybody on the planet knows who he is. It's an amazing story. And so, but here at this point, nobody knows that's coming. All he's got is this one album out, and you listen to him, read his book and listen to what was going on, and they were struggling. They didn't have any money. They were just bootstrapping this whole thing. Matter of fact, I think they paid for the recording of Diary of a Madman, as I recall, out of their pockets. They didn't even have an advance from a record company really to do it. And so a lot of this stuff was just being bootstrapped. So, okay. The next LP varies drastically from track to track, he says sincerely. It's the most tasteful LP I've ever made. The title track is an epic. Again, we're talking now about this album. He's talking about this one that has not been released yet. But the title track, of course, is this Diary of a Madman. But listen to what he says about it. It's not overproduced or anything, but I think I've finally got my Stairway to Heaven. It's so interesting when you listen to people compare things to that song, because to so many people, that is the touchstone of magnificent, perfect song, right? Perfect recording, perfectly written, everything. And so he's even comparing himself to, I've got my Stairway to Heaven. Well, Diary of a Madman, in truth, is a really interesting song. And it's produced well, it's written well. Randy Rhoads' fingerprints are all over that thing. And as a matter of fact, it's about 6 some odd minutes long, so it is a longer piece of music, and it has some cool little movements in it. And of course, it ends up with that choir. Ah, ah. You've heard the song before, which is kind of neat. And it has all these really interesting things it does through it. But Stairway to Heaven, it was not. But it was it was still a solid song for Ozzy. While some of us may gag on this horrific piece of news, this is not him anymore. This is the writer of this article, after he says, "I've finally got my Stairway to Heaven," the writer says, "While some of us may gag on this horrific piece of news, it is indicative of the Oz's heavy rock orientation, born of late 60s experimentation, which is where he probably will remain until either he dies or reincarnates. This solid, reliable, guileless mentality also is the source of the Headbangers' continued identification with the earthbound Birmingham singer." "That's me," agrees Osbourne. "I'm trying my hardest to be one of the boys." And then it goes on and it explains this concert. And it says opening, it's an attitude he also respects. In his opening act, the decibel crazy Motorhead. Be interesting if anybody saw this tour. Did you see him with Motorhead? That'd be really cool to hear about. There's no ifs or buts about it. They get out and play, he says, offering his endorsement of Fast Eddie, Filthy Phil, and Lemmy. They are the ultimate heavy metal band. That's Ozzy talking about Motorhead again. So anyway, it's kind of an interesting history. When you look at this guy who was a has-been only a couple years earlier, and then managed to not only resurrect his career, but turn himself into a legend in the process. It's just fascinating how he pulled that off and how that all happened. And in reality, I actually really like this stuff, and especially this one. This album is one of my favorite things that he ever did during his solo career. I still think this is just absolutely incredible listening to this. So anyway, I hope you find that interesting. I'm fascinated by the whole Black Sabbath history, and then all the stuff that happened with Ozzy and all the different connections, all the different directions all this stuff went. I think it's so interesting to talk about. Anyway, if you're not already following the channel, please follow the channel and like the video. Click that little button. And of course, click on the notifications. Be sure and let us know if you saw any of those concerts with Motorhead, because that was pretty early on in Motorhead's, our awareness of Motorhead, especially in the United States. And it'd been interesting to see them in concert, especially at that time. And also, any of your comments, thoughts about what this was like when you first started listening to Ozzy. I know a lot of people that watch this channel are roughly my age, and our experience with Ozzy was we discovered him and didn't even know that he had existed before his solo career. It wasn't until later that we found out that he was actually the singer for Black Sabbath. I was introduced to Black Sabbath. I know I've talked about this on this channel before, but I know a lot of people share this experience. We were introduced to Black Sabbath on the soundtrack for the album Heavy Metal. And of course, they had recorded with Ronnie James Dio the song Mob Rules. And then later they put out a whole album called Mob Rules. They actually re-recorded the song for the album. But then we go, okay, this is what Black Sabbath sounds like. And it sounds like Dio. And then we buy Heaven and Hell after getting Mob Rules. And you go, wow, this is just so awesome. And then somebody points out the fact that the song Iron Man, and you go, well, that's Black. Well, wait, that's Black Sabbath. Doesn't sound like that because that's Ozzy. Wait, what? Who? What? And then you start discovering, going back and finding the old catalog and learning all this other stuff, all this great stuff that happened with Black Sabbath all the way, decade plus earlier from this. It's fascinating, and it's such an interesting thing to talk about. An interesting history, interesting people. And all these experiences that happen is just absolutely fascinating to me. So anyway, I hope you enjoy that. Love to hear your feedback on the video, and also, again, like I said, what was your experience discovering some of this stuff? And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. If you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm Robert John Hadfield, and you're watching AudioMover's 8-hour Ozzy live stream. We've pulled together some of our favorite Ozzy and Black Sabbath episodes for one continuous celebration. So let's get back to the next chapter. Used to kill 250 cattle and 300 sheep a day. Hey, it's July 29th, 2025. It's been exactly 1 week since we got the news that Ozzy Osbourne has passed away. And we've done a video almost every day since then about Ozzy. And this little series we've done has been pretty successful. I mean, we've had so much feedback, so many views, so many comments. We really appreciate all your feedback, all the time you took to watch these videos, and we're really glad everybody enjoyed them. I think we're going to do maybe just one more of these because I did find another really kind of cool article that I wanted to show to you. It's an interview with Ozzy, another one from 1974, and it's really cool. And then after this, by tomorrow, we'll probably just start getting back to our normal stuff. And that doesn't mean we won't be doing more Ozzy or Black Sabbath stuff, because anybody who's been following this channel for any length of time knows that that's probably my favorite topic ever, is things related to Black Sabbath and Ozzy. So there'll be more of that in the future, but just kind of this week-long version of this, we'll probably wrap this up today. So what I found here is in a newspaper called The Tennessean, and it looks like a little article that's in maybe a section of the newspaper called The Young World, probably focused toward kids. And this is Sunday, June 9th, 1974. And so to put this in context, this would have been the time period when they're out doing, touring on Sabbath Bloody Sabbath still. And this is, for all intents and purposes, kind of an interview with Ozzy. And there's actually quite a few little quotes from him in here that I think I thought they were cool enough that I should show them, that I thought you'd like this. And so the title is Black Sabbath's Exhausted But Works Better Than Being Poor. And then there's the guys right there. This is during the Tony Iommi without the mustache period. I always thought he looked so weird without it. He has the coolest rock star mustache look ever, in my opinion. I think he always looked so cool. He was such a cool looking guy. So anyway, you can see him right there without it. So here we go. All right. I'm so confused by what's happening in the world. There are just so many bad things going on that you wonder how it's all going to end. Ozzy Osbourne plops down onto an ivory-colored couch, squeezing a lit cigarette between his lips. Burnt ashes flutter to the floor around him, but he seems oblivious to them. Quote, I know it sounds like a cliche, but I'd really like to buy an island where I could get away from it all whenever I wanted to. I'd only let nice people on it, unquote. If he were really serious, Ozzy could probably afford that island. After all, he's the lead singer of Black Sabbath, one of England's most successful rock bands. Each of the band's albums have attained the 1 million sales figure. It says $1 million, but it means 1 million records. And Ozzy admits that he has more money now than he ever dreamed possible. Money has put me through a lot of changes, he says. I have all the things I could ever want, and I've done all the things I wanted to. But it's interesting how money changes the way people treat you. Suddenly, just because you have money, certain people automatically respect me. They think I'm somebody important. That's a sick attitude. I'm still the same person I was when I was poor. but people look at me a lot differently just because my wallet is a little fatter. All the members of Black Sabbath live in a high life style. On respite during their concert tour of the United States recently, Ozzy stayed in a $150 a night isolated bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel. When the sprawling 15.5-acre hotel first opened decades ago, it played host to show business pilgrims like John Barrymore, Harold Lloyd, and W.C. Fields. And now, the new breed of celebrity, like long-haired Ozzy Osbourne, lounge around the pool, hiding behind dark glasses, dipping creme de la menthe in, and following current events in Rolling Stone and Crawdaddy. Crawdaddy is a magazine similar to Rolling Stone. It was named after something called the Crawdaddy Club back in England, which is incidentally where the Rolling Stones played their first concert. 2 days earlier, dressed in a gaudy and frilly outfit, accented by a pair of knee-length boots with 4-inch heels, Ozzy had pranced from the end of the stage to the other at a day-long concert at the Ontario, California Motor Speedway. His fingernails were painted with walnut brown polish, and there were flashy rings on each of his fingers. And what they're talking about here, by the way, is something called the California Jam. It was on April 6th of 1974 at the Ontario Motor Speedway in California, and there was something, around 250,000 people that came to this concert, and it was a big day-long festival, and there were a lot of different bands that played there. And one of the interesting stories about it was Deep Purple and ELP were fighting over who was going to be the closing band. I looked it up just so I could tell you who was in the show, and this is a promo poster that I found. And it says California Jam, Deep Purple, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Black Sabbath, Black Oak, Arkansas, Rare Earth, Seals and Crofts, Eagles, and Earth, Wind and Fire were all the bands that played there. Saturday, April 6th, 74 from 10 to 10. Now, what's kind of interesting about this also is that it said, of course, Seals and Crofts had played in the California Jam. And I found one other kind of incidental, really cool thing related to Black Sabbath and Seals and Crofts. So check this out. So there's this interview in this Pensacola News Journal, and they're interviewing the guys in Seals and Crofts, okay? And one of the questions they get asked is, what is the largest crowd you've played before? And then he says, California Jam. Wow, what an experience. And then, then it goes down a little bit further. And then they ask him the same question. Ozzy Osbourne of Black Sabbath had a great way to describe California Jam. Do you remember what he said? And again, this is asking one of the guys in Seals and Crofts. And this is so great, the answer that he gave. Oh yeah, he said, wow, oh wow, man, gosh, oh what a trip, wow, wow, wow. Ozzy was never one for words. Anyway, I thought that was kind of hilarious that's how the guys from Seals and Crofts, after being around Ozzy Osbourne, that's how they reacted to him. And it does sound a little bit like him, because you'd see him in different things where he'd be kind of have that, wow, this is so cool, this is so interesting. And so you can see why he would have kind of gotten that kind of vibe off of Ozzy when he was talking to him. Anyway, I thought that was pretty funny. Okay. Now, while he talked, he caressed a crucifix. This is back to the Ozzy interview. Now, while he talked, he caressed a crucifix hanging around his neck and sipped a Coke during brief breaks from his nervous chain smoking. Since the release of their first album 4 years ago, Black Sabbath has earned a reputation for producing grim and humorless music. Their songs are loud and politically oriented. They are often critical of society and quote, the politicians who purport to lead it. Black Sabbath's music has always been better received in the United States than in Britain. Quote, frankly, the British kids don't seem as realistic about what's going on as the kids over here, observes Ozzy. And when music makes a social comment, the kids back home just can't handle it. Just look at the top 10 records in England. They're a bunch of garbage. They don't say anything. And they're giving people a false impression of life. American audiences seem to pay more attention to what they're listening to. They care more about having a song of substance, unquote. Osbourne and the other members of Black Sabbath, Tony Iommi, guitar, Geezer Butler, bass, and Bill Ward, drums, all grew up in Astor, a poor and rough area of Birmingham, England. The sons of laborers, they seemed destined to follow their father's footsteps. But while working during the day on assembly lines, at slaughterhouses, and as truck drivers, they formed a band and practiced at night. And that, by the way, that's just an interesting thing to note. Because one of the reasons so many of these bands happened was that that's all the future that they could see. That their father had been worked in this factory his whole life, and they just kind of, as they got into their teenage years, they were just going to go start working in the factory. That was going to be their life. And so there was a lot of these kids that said, we have to get out of here. And then they saw music as a way to do it. And Black Sabbath was one of those bands. And so there were other groups that had that same experience. And that's, anyway, but this is the way that so many people back in England, back in that period, thought. It was just same thing. They lived in a place around where the Industrial Revolution had happened. And so then it had kind of carried on into this next century. And there was just this mindset, especially after World War II. And there were so many things that still hadn't been rebuilt. And it was very dark and it was very dreary and it was hopeless. And so anyway, that was, they make this point here where he said they seem destined to follow in their father's footsteps because that's what everybody did. Anyway, just it's noteworthy that that's the world that they came from. Quote, I just couldn't stand working on an 8-to-5 job forever, recalls Ozzy. I had no motivation to work where I was nothing but a machine. I had a job for a while in a slaughterhouse where I used to kill 250 cattle and 300 sheep a day. I decided I couldn't do that for the rest of my life. Unquote. In the beginning, the band called itself Earth, but before they released their first album, they had changed their name to Black Sabbath, which was the title of an old British horror film starring Boris Karloff. Their name alone led rock enthusiasts to assume that the group was somehow involved in black magic, mysticism, and the occult. Quote, actually, we were never into that stuff, says Ozzy. We've always sung about truthful stuff, and the occult never appealed to us at all, either in our music or in our private lives, unquote. Despite his aversion to work, Ozzy admits that he and the others in Black Sabbath channel tremendous amounts of energy into perfecting and performing their songs. Their concert tours are particularly rugged. By the end of one recent tour, guitarist Iommi collapsed from exhaustion. On the current tour, Ozzy battled the flu in New York, straining until his voice finally gave out on stage. Quote, we've worked really hard for 4 years, says Ozzy, but then, looking at the luxurious Beverly Hills hotel suite around him, he smiles and adds, but we got something in return for it. I like this better than being poor. Anyway, so that's all Ozzy from an article that was published on June 9th of 1974. Anyway, I love these little historical landmarks along the way where you get a glimpse into their lives and what they were thinking at the time. And anyway, so I thought this would be fascinating to share with you today. Anyway, thanks for taking the time to watch this video. Please like the video. I'd love to get your comments on what you thought about some of these things in here and what you thought about the world that they were coming from at the time. I know we have a lot of viewers on this channel that are from Britain, and we'd love to get your feedback on some of these things that they said right here too. And share this video with other people. We really appreciate you when you do that. And with that, have yourself fantastic day. I'm Robert John Hadfield, and this is AudioMover. You're watching our 8-hour Ozzy stream, featuring videos from our archive celebrating Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath.
Look what Santa brought me.
Can he survive without Randy?
The imagery, that's kind of kooky.
Pales in comparison to the first two.
He could have been a character on, what's the Dark Crystal?
Yeah, Jakey Lee is just crazy awesome. Hits it with a hammer. There's no protective glass. Bark at the Moon. So this was Ozzy's third kind of solo effort.
Sure.
Oh, man, whenever you start talking about Ozzy's solo albums, this is always a thing because it wasn't supposed to be, it started off with Blizzard of Oz. It was supposed to be the name of the band, but then it just kind of became Ozzy's solo career, and that's how we refer to it. But Bark at the Moon, this was such an important thing. And the reason I want to talk about this today is that this actually came out around this time of year. This was a Christmas release, at least in the UK.
Yes.
So it came out in early December in the UK, although it was released in November in the United States. Now, do you remember when you first heard this?
I remember seeing it at the store, and I remember, hearing it on the radio. I never bought it. Again, for me, it's more of an imagery thing.
Yeah.
And,
You thought it was silly, didn't you?
No, I look at that and I won't sleep well at night.
Okay. So I seem to remember talking to you about this before.
Yeah, because we talked about The Ultimate Sin, which is the album after this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, that was never going to be in my house.
That was kind of even kind of more creepy-ish.
Yes. And I think that was my thing. I mean, I know the songs on here, and yeah.
So not only did this come out at this time of year, which is one of the reasons I wanted to talk about it.
Merry Christmas.
It was a Christmas release. It was in time for Christmas. But this was such an important album in the history of Ozzy, because this was in some ways kind of, can he survive without Randy? Hey, before we jump into this, we want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. We have some of their stuff up here behind us. We have more posters coming. We've got one of their pedals up here on the set. We got some cool stuff going on with Digitech. Go to digitech.com, check out their stuff, tell them that we sent you. Did you see the performance of this song at that last Black Sabbath concert?
I did.
And do you remember? So how many of you remember this song at that concert, and who sang it? Yeah,
I can't remember who sang it.
I will show you. So check it out, dude. This is funny. So I get a hard time for this.
All right, what you got?
Check that out, man.
Oh, the ghost guy.
Yeah.
Tobias
Forge. Tobias Forge was the one that sang Bark at the Moon on that big concert. And Tobias has all these different personas. I can't remember. I don't know what the current one is, but and I got another one here too. Picked up a couple of Ghost albums when I was down in Vegas last. And it was pretty funny because I like Ghost, and people give me a hard time for liking
good.
them. I think I actually really, really like their stuff. I was introduced to them by this girl that was kind of sort of a step relative niece through relationships and whatever. And I didn't know anything about him, and then she started telling me about Ghost and telling me she listened to this heavy metal stuff. I was like, wait a minute. And then I started listening, and I heard the song "Mary on a Cross." Have you ever heard that song?
Yes, I've heard that one.
It's a great tune, man.
Yeah, it's a great song.
It's a great song. So anyway, so I started buying some of their stuff, and anyway, I actually really dig these dudes. So anyway, but he
sang it at the
He sang "Bark at the Moon," and he was flat through most of it. I hate to say it because I like Tobias a lot, but he wasn't great at it. But I loved the way kind of just there's something about his presence.
Yeah, he has a great presence on stage.
He's great,
performing.
Man.
He definitely does. And yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of people who knows if he could hear himself, his earbuds weren't working.
Dude, yeah,
right. I mean, there's so many technical things, right? It's not like, hey, I just got my monitor sitting in front of me. You see him.
No, especially when you're in a setting like that. If you've ever, because I've played, not anything that big, but I've played in things like that where you have all these rotating musicians and bands coming in and off, and it's like quick change to this and throw and
you're
it's
lucky
like, dude, I can't
half the
hear.
crap works.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But where I was going with that though is, even though he was a little bit flat, I have watched that thing several times since because I just liked it so much.
Sure.
You had Nuno playing the guitar, just the whole thing. I was like, dude, because this song, okay, the album, in my opinion, pales in comparison to the first two. Diary of a Madman and Blizzard of Oz. This doesn't even come close to those
two. It's a step
two.
back.
But the song "Bark at the Moon" is, in my opinion, as good as anything he's ever put out. Jakey Lee is just crazy awesome.
Yeah.
He did a great job with that song. And so, from a can he survive without Randy Rhoads, this kind of showed that he was going to be able to do it. Now, the history behind this thing, there's so many different stories being told, because at this point, Jakey's like, hey, I wrote all those songs, but then Ozzy, whatever. But whoever wrote them, whatever happened, Ozzy proved that he could carry on and have a really, really solid career.
Yeah, I mean,
because there was great stuff that came off of this.
Devastating, right? With the Randy Rhoads loss, you're thinking there's no way, because Randy contributed so much, right? There's no way he's going to be able to kind of carry that on. Yeah, so now you have this, which is definitely, as we're saying, it's a step back, but it wasn't that far back.
No, it wasn't.
And Bark at the Moon's so strong.
It's a great song.
The rest of the stuff, over the years, there's a couple that I kind of like, but not. It definitely wasn't like the first two where you can just listen to the whole thing and it's just fantastic, right? But you're gonna have a little bit of a drop off. It's just that's natural. You don't have Randy. Now, then the next one, and then when you get Zach and all that. I mean, he's definitely proved that Ozzy was a good entity on his own, that he could carry it. Now, does he carry it as good as in later years? But, I think that's up for debate, right? I mean...
But he had, at this point, he'd had all the Black Sabbath years. Now he's got these 2 incredible albums under his belt, that came before this. But I think what made some people kind of wonder, you had those first 2 albums, you're thinking, was all that just Randy? Was all that just Randy, that those 2 things are so great?
Because that's the question.
Because the thing that came out after that actually, even though it was cool, it kind of kept that question going, was he put out the live album, Speak of the Devil, and what was on that album? Just all Black Sabbath tunes.
Right.
And he picks up Brad Gillis from Night Ranger to come play guitar, who's a great guitar player. But all it was doing is like, does this just prove even further that he doesn't, without Randy, he can't do anything? Because all he's doing now is just putting out Sabbath stuff. There were excuses for why he did, but it was like, Yeah,
and the timeline, when this comes out, I mean, that's the other thing is that for me, as a visual type of person, I look at this and I'm thinking, besides scary, the imagery to me is also looking back is kind of like, that's kind of kooky. It's kind of like, come on, man.
That's funny.
It's like who's the brains behind this marketing plan that we want you dressing? Even though in hindsight it is kind of cool. All right, he's that, but at the same time,
he looks like a Muppet.
Yeah, right. I mean, he could have been a character on what's the Dark Crystal?
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, right,
right. And he would have fit right in. Or, what if he was a scary guy in like Labyrinth or something like that?
Yeah, he would fit in all those things with this look. Dude, when I first saw this thing, it actually freaked me out a little bit.
Thriller.
Actually, yes. He could have been one of the dancers in Thriller.
But the thing is that in my head, when I saw this, I'm like, okay, he's trying to make up for, because he's going down like, I'm Ozzy and the Blizzard of Oz, and the marketing of the crazy guy.
Yep.
To me, I'm like, this is a gimmick. It's not really going to be as strong.
That's a really good point, because the imagery on Blizzard of Oz, the very first one,
sure,
is about as cool as you will ever get. He's in that weird, like, attic-looking thing, holding that. There was something about that. I was
cool.
like, dude, that is awesome.
Right.
Cool. Then Diary of a Madman was maybe a little bit silly when you get to, because I don't know, just the way they did the makeup and the thing. And then this, I'd never really thought about that before, but it kind of was, because then Speak of the Devil, it's like, let's throw some strawberry jam in my mouth.
Right, that looks even crazier.
And then we go to this, and you go, we're on this downward trajectory from an imagery standpoint.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm going. Like, this is the beginning of the gimmicks.
Yeah.
Are you trying to gimmicky? Is it gimmicky to sell? Because as a teen, that you're into this scary whatever. I mean, if I showed up and I'm opening up my Christmas presents in the UK, ooh, look, I got, Ozzy. Whoa.
That's awesome.
Look, Mom. And, sorry, that's the worst British accent.
That's beautiful,
ever,
dude.
right?
I love it. Yeah.
And you're like, look what I got.
Look what Santa brought me.
Look what Santa brought me. You know? They're going, yeah. You're on
kind of Santa.
You're on the naughty list.
This stuff. Exactly. You must have been if he gave you that.
Right?
So they and then same imagery back here in the back. And it's all, of course, this is Ozzy.
Right.
But this is the one I bought. I think I bought this like right after it came out because I was a believer. I loved Ozzy, man.
Sure.
I was so into it. And Diary of a Madman, Flying High Again, even to this day, might be my 100% favorite song that he ever did. I just loved it. And so I was so into it that I was super excited about this. Now, when this album came out, Bark at the Moon was, again, as good as you get. The rest of these things, You're No Different, now you see it, now you don't, Rock and Roll Rebel, they tried, I think, to sell that one as a hit. And it was kind of like, it was okay. It was a little catchy. Just a rock and roll rebel.
Yeah.
They say I worship the devil. Anyway.
Again, kind of, even the lyrics there were gimmicky.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It was just, how can we kind of write a hit, sort of,
on the
that's
occult
catchy?
and the devil, and let's throw all these things. I mean, that's almost more, the Dio thing, like the Dio formula. Can I have,
We're going to mention a rainbow somewhere in here. At some point in this song, this album, we're going to say rainbow at least 8 times. Check, check, check.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's like that formula, right? And so I know we make fun of that.
Yeah.
I need to mention crosses, rainbow, darkness, some sort, rain, thunder.
Got the checklist of all the imagery that we need to do. So, but anyway, the one song though that I liked at the time that I don't like so much these days was the song, and it has a funny story behind it because they went and filmed a video for this, and at one point during the video, Ozzy goes and he sits down because the whole thing's like in this kind of stage.
I've never
video.
Seen it.
Okay, well I'm going to tell you the story.
Tell me the story.
So Ozzy goes and he sits down in front of a mirror, like a makeup chair. Okay,
gotcha.
To go on to this whole kind of weird stagey thing. He sits down in front of this mirror, and he's told that at some point the mirror is going to shatter while he's sitting in front of it. There was no plan. Basically, he goes and sits down in front of this mirror, and some stagehand from behind the mirror hits it with a hammer. There's no protective glass, nothing. And in the video, it happens so fast, it's like almost, why did you even bother? You should see it. Because he sits down, and then all of a sudden you see it kind of go crit, and then that's all you see in the video. But the glass literally flew out, got all over him, cut him, and the next thing, they were flying across the ocean to come over here to play some shows, and while they were flying, he starts bleeding. No kidding. When they land, I think they landed in New York, like JFK, and they immediately had to take him to the hospital. I think they had to cancel the concert the next night or something because he had all this glass embedded, like in his nostrils or stuff like this. Because in this video, that was their master plan: is you're going to sit in front of this mirror and we're going to explode it into you, and that was it. Anyway, that's a true story that really happened, and it was with this song, "So Tired." So anyway, kind of silly, crazy stuff. So anyway, so let's take a look on the inside. Now, lyrics on this side, not my favorite color scheme, to be honest, but
there's the band.
That's a cool picture. I always dug this. Of course, you've got Tommy Aldridge, who's just always cool, and then there's Jakey Lee right there. Again, this is our first time that we really got introduced to Jake. And anyway, so kind of a cool picture. The music on this thing was Bark at the Moon was fantastic. The rest of the album was okay.
Yeah.
And
but great Christmas gift.
But man, dude, if you wanted a good Christmas
'83.
gift. So what I wanted to share with you, I found a couple of reviews of the album. One of them actually, because today's December 9th, as we're recording this, one of them actually was in the Grand Forks Herald on December 9th
of
1983.
42 years ago.
So this is the real deal. So check it out. Now, Richard, let's see here. Is he the one that gave these ratings?
Yeah, he writes the reviews.
Looks like he might be the guy.
His 1-star rating means don't bother with the album. 2 is the record likely will appeal to the fans of the recording group only. 3 stars, which is what this got. The album's worth listening to. And 4 stars, the album is superior and shouldn't be missed.
So now so Bark at the Moon is 3 stars. So let's listen to what he has to say about it. Bats, werewolf, bane, and a hint of the devil are Osbourne's trademarks.
There you go.
What many don't recognize is his immense talent as a lyricist.
Nice. A compliment. Okay.
He may not always show it, but Osbourne is one of the most talented musicians the heavy rock world has to offer. The greatest drawback to his music is that each album includes a few mindless heavy metal songs meant to maintain his image. Now, by the way, I just have to wonder about this, because while he was in Black Sabbath, he wrote lyrics a little bit here and there,
right?
But not really much.
Yeah, he wasn't the lyricist there.
And so I wonder, the stories about all this stuff, who really wrote the words and this kind of thing. I don't know, man.
It's Jakey Lee.
I don't know that it was Jakey, but when I hear this, that he's a great lyricist, I go, well, first of all, the lyrics on this album, it's not like they're great lyrics to begin with.
Right.
Second of all, did he really write them? I don't know. Well, and we'll never really know for sure, because these stories are, everybody's got their own story of what really happened. Yeah, exactly. Bark at the Moon is a fast-moving, energetic song about the life of a werewolf. Osbourne hits back hard at his critics with the straight-from-the-hip performance on You're No Different. Which is, again, these are okay songs. The cuts, Now You See It, Now You See It, Now You Don't. And Rock and Roll Rebel have interesting lyrics, but are buried by a musical accompaniment that wallows in mediocrity. A Gregorian chant introduction and ominous background vocals give Center of Eternity a distinctive touch. Yeah. So Tired is a slow song done with grace and softer vocals. The style on So Tired will make you wonder if Ozzy isn't really a closet member of the Electric Light Orchestra.
Slow baby.
Down and Waiting for Darkness prove once again that for every good song there must be a poorly executed equivalent. That's funny. That's actually really funny. For every good song, there's got to be the equal and opposite. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
There you go.
Isn't that one of Newton's laws?
Newton's laws, baby.
So now we have the Ozzy's law, the Ozzy Newton law.
Right.
For every good song, there has to be one that's equally bad. Poignant lyrics and original arrangements could take over as Osbourne's trademarks, but this less theatrical approach would not be as commercially successful. Like Kiss, Osbourne has gained a following by appealing to the darker side of human nature. Cut through the pretense, and Osbourne's talent will shine through. Best cuts, Bark at the Moon, You're No Different, Center of Eternity, So Tired. Wait a second. Does Kiss appeal to the darker side of human nature?
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've never really seen them.
But in 1983, Creatures of the Night.
Okay. Yeah, I can give you that, I guess.
Maybe.
I don't know. Okay, so this one's actually a little more interesting. This one actually was not written until January, a month later. This is from the Los Angeles Times. The record rack is Ozzy Osbourne losing his bite?
It's not the most appealing picture of Ozzy, right?
But this is, this is maybe part of the reason that they were doing this, because he really was the madman, and they wanted to have that persona, and so he would do these
stunts
stuff, these stunts, things that were a little bit stunty, a little bit gimmicky, to what, as you said earlier. And so then you'd have pictures like this, and
sure.
Ozzy Osbourne sounds of stagnance. Okay, like the carnival geek whose act he has emulated by biting off the heads of birds and bats, Ozzy Osbourne realizes that his main appeal is crass sensationalism. The current star of heavy metal shock rock fringe seems intent on nurturing his menace to society image on Bark at the Moon, but he seems more of an economic than a social threat.
That's pretty funny.
I don't know why that hit me so funny, dude.
Because it is.
Great. That's really great. Okay, but he seems more of an economic than a social threat to America's youth as he plows through the same lucrative hard rock vein of his first 3 albums.
Which is 2, really.
two studio albums.
Right, gotcha. And
then
live.
then the live album. Rock and Roll Rebel and You're No Different are assaults directed at Osbourne's social and religious critics, but instead of the coherent attacks he intended, the songs have a surprisingly defensive, if not paranoid tone, as Osbourne rationalizes himself as a disobedient star in rock and roll's great tradition. Most of the remaining tracks, with the exception of So Tired, are an overblown and futile attempt at a pop crossover ballad, are routine hard rock with gothic or misogynistic themes. Musically, Bark at the Moon suffers from the absence of the late Randy Rhoads,
True,
whose searing guitar work made Osbourne's previous two albums better than average heavy metal.
agreed.
Though his replacement, Jakey Lee, approximates Rhoads' blistering style, he never transcends the standards set more than a decade ago by Osbourne's original group, Black Sabbath. By the way, you have to give kudos to Jakey Lee.
You do.
When you put him in that situation,
No matter who you are,
you just, yes, that's right.
you're
You just
following
Tony
big-
Iommi for a decade.
Right.
Then Randy Rhoads comes in, who is this
Icon.
who
Virtuoso.
and then a virtuoso, an icon, and then he becomes kind of a martyr for heavy metal. Then
Sure.
because when somebody then dies and everybody's you
Tragically.
rally to them and all this other stuff, and then you're the guy that has to walk in and go,
Fill those shoes. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
the
gonna be.
guy-
I'm gonna be the next guy.
yeah. Then whatever you do, it's going to be tough.
It's not only is it going to be tough, you're destined to probably fail
Yeah.
more than succeed. It just is.
Yep.
I mean, think about it in like a soul context, right? You're in this. You got this great girlfriend or whatever. You guys break up or something tragically happens, right? Your next one in line isn't usually going to work out. It's going to be like the rebound or the, something. Usually isn't the one. It's the one after. It's the Zach Wilde of the bunch.
That's really funny, dude. But you know what?
I know.
That's dude. You're so full of wisdom today. These
I don't know about
insightful
that.
comments.
I don't know about that. But the reality is, you're set up, to do that.
Dude,
It's
so
not.
I'll tell you.
It's just human nature. We are all gonna love the Randy Rhoads, Ozzy. So no matter, and Eddie Van Halen could have been. Ozzy could have picked anybody. It's just not Randy.
Yeah.
And Randy's style and sound was so unique. Nobody's going to do that. Look, Jakey Lee's a great guitarist, but I also am of the opinion of, okay, when you have guitarists come together with a good singer and they have that chemistry, they usually complement each other. But when they break up, as so many bands have done, you have the lead singers, usually what people tend to follow, and then the guitar player usually does something else. But I look at their body of work post breakup, right? What sounds or what holds up, right? I mean, I'll bring up like Don Dokken and George Lynch from the Dokken days. They can fight, and all these people, Jakey Lee and Ozzy, they all fight.
Yeah.
I did this, I did that. Jakey Lee, let me ask you, all your solo stuff and all the bands that you've done since, is it as good as your Ozzy stuff? Your 2 albums with Ozzy? That's debatable,
Yeah.
right? Because if it was as good or better, was it you were on the Ozzy coattails per se? Maybe, But then you look at like other people. We talked about David Coverdale and the Whitesnake album, John Sykes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at what they've done separate since that album, since they worked together and then didn't work together, right? Or like I was mentioning George Lynch. George Lynch's Lynch Mob, when it first came out, sounded great. And
Yeah.
it still
say
is
the
great,
least.
Don's solo stuff without George, not as good. So so that's kind of like the debate is, and I just kind of look at that, I mean, as a fan, you're buying both, right? I'm buying the David Lee Roth album, Eat 'em and Smile, even though I just bought 1984 and,
Yeah.
5150. It's just what it is. But, yeah, I mean, to be the rebound, the next in line, the heir to the throne, I mean, you can go through history in different scenarios and you're going to see a great ruler, president, girlfriend, Billy Joel, right? You were dating Christine Brinkley, bro. You guys break up. I don't know who you got on your list, but that shit ain't going to be as good as Christine Brinkley. Straight up. Right? I mean, it's just
Oh my gosh,
what it's
man,
going to be
that's
like.
So funny and horrifying.
You know what
I mean, yes.
And I'm just saying from, I don't know, just a relationship standpoint. It's not even like, Randy Rhoads is in 11. Christine Brinkley in her prime in 11. Right? That's kind of my parallel here. Jakey Lee or whoever Billy Joel married or hung out with after, they're not going to be 11s, man. They just can't. Maybe a strong 8 or 9. It's still not an 11. It's just what it is.
That's really funny.
All right.
So
my wisdom is...
That's beautiful, man. I am
digress.
touched. I think it's fantastic. So I love Jakey Lee just because of that. He had to come in here and take that.
Let me just take my last final thought. It takes some pretty big stones to answer that call and be like, you want me to follow in those footsteps? Got to give Jakey Lee credit, or anybody to fill in that void of any of these scenarios.
But also, it
right?
would be, yes. But also, let's be honest about it. That set up Jakey Lee. Because to this day...
Who else would know who the hell he is?
Right, because to this day, we all know who Jakey Lee is.
Right.
If we know something about... I mean, we're interested in him.
Right. I bought the Badlands
I was going to say...
CD because he was in it.
Because he's in it.
Right?
It's a little...
And Eric Singer was the drummer, I think, for them, too. But, I mean, I seen him in Reno playing, and he got some new band, like Red Dragon, or I don't know, it was some weird name, like in the last decade. I'm like, yeah, no.
But
I knew who he was.
We still know who he is, and we're still kind of interested.
Red Dragon featuring Jakey Lee. Like, he's still a name.
Dude, if it was Red Dragon featuring Vinnie Vincent, we'd also be like, okay, I'm interested.
Right?
Just whatever.
But what's Vinnie done? Zero, right? I mean, there's a great example, too. I can't believe I forgot that one. Come on, man. You're filling in for Ace. Didn't matter who it was going to be. That was a tough, right? That's going to be tough.
So you may as well get somebody like Vinny.
Might as well get somebody like Vinny.
You may as well go all the way with the...
Oh, man. Vinny, I miss talking about you, man.
So let's see this last paragraph here. But it's the writer of all 8 of the album songs. This is funny that this says this.
Because this is the big debate.
But as the writer of all 8 of the album songs, Osbourne is primarily responsible for the record's stagnant approach. While hardcore heavy metal fans might find the material here satisfying, Bark should mark the decline of rock's self-proclaimed madman, no matter how absurd his future antics become. This is the reason I love this channel. Because here we are, reading something from January 1st, 1984, and listening to what people were saying back then, and they had no idea what we know now. I love this so much. Because he's writing him off.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, whatever, this guy's over. Whatever he does from here on out, it's downhill. Little did he know that whatever it was, 80 years later or whatever it was, when we lose Ozzy, the entire planet,
42.
everyone on the planet is paying attention and knows. And it culturally significant thing brings millions of people around the world together over this guy that this self-proclaimed madman, how absurd his future antics, the guy had left such a mark. Yeah. It's so fascinating.
It is fascinating. And, but it could, I mean, that's the slippery slope of fame. It could have
gone the other way.
Could have gone the other way. And this Jim Reeves could have been right.
Yeah.
But Ozzy proved him wrong. Thankfully so. We got so much great material since Bark at the Moon. Merry Christmas. Bark at the
Merry
Moon.
Christmas, bark at the moon.
In your stocking.
Yes, indeed. Hey, thanks for watching this video. We want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. You see that we've got their stuff hanging up behind here. We changed those posters out recently. We've got more posters.
They look great.
Put up. We got more stuff.
I think we got new
some
ones
stuff
coming
on the
too.
set. Yeah, we have some new posters we've been putting up here, and so we always appreciate their ongoing support of the channel. Please follow the channel, like the video, share this video with every person you know. We really appreciate that.
You do.
And with
Thanks.
that, have yourself fantastic day. Hey, welcome back. I'm Robert John Hadfield. Just a reminder that you're watching our 8-hour Ozzy stream here on AudioMover. If you love Ozzy, Black Sabbath, and the stories behind classic rock, you're in the right place. Now let's jump back to the videos. Hey, if you like Ozzy stories and history, I think you're going to enjoy the video that I have for you here today. What it is, I found an article in this Hit Parader from August of 1985, and it's around the time of the Ultimate Sin period. Now, I think we did one recently around this same period, but I saw this article, and it was particularly interesting to me because there's a couple things that he talks about in here. One of them is when he was famously checked into the Betty Ford Clinic, and he talks about that in this article. And the other thing that was pretty interesting is the interviewer asks him what he thinks the ultimate sin is. And I don't know if you'll find the answer interesting or not, but he actually answers the question in this article. So I just wanted to share this with you here today. Of course, this is the Ultimate Sin. This is the album I bought. This is the one I bought when I was in high school. As you know, this is the second album with Jakey Lee. This is the last time we see him with Ozzy. And I didn't love this record. I know there are a lot of people that thought this was just amazing. I think the cover was pretty cool. I love the artwork. But to me, I believe I've said this before, but you just can't beat Diary of a Madman. I don't think he ever beat that album. Blizzard of Oz was great. Diary of a Madman was the high point for me. And then, then of course we had the, Speak of the Devil, and then we had Bark at the Moon, which was really good. But it just didn't live up to it. And then to me, this one was maybe just a little bit of a step down. It's not really important, but Ozzy was at his prime, I think, when he had Randy Rhoads, Diary of a Madman. It was so good. But the thing that was so interesting about him is he was such a legend at this point that he could do kind of anything, and people were just going to love it. And I'm kind of that way. I'm my favorite things to talk about, obviously on this channel, is anything related to Black Sabbath and Ozzy and just all that history around this band. I think it's just fascinating. And I've always been a fan of Ozzy. And then, this last summer, those of you that were following the channel, and we put out that little tribute video that we made for Ozzy, and then Jack Osbourne took that video, put it on his Facebook page, put it on his X account for everybody to see. By the way, just down in the first comment, if you didn't see the video that we put out, I'll put that down in the first comment if you're curious, if you hadn't seen it before. Anyway, so I think you're going to enjoy listening to this article. What he has to say as he talks a little bit about that whole Betty Ford experience, and then the meaning behind this album. Okay. So let's see here. Ozzy, crazy like a fox, the ultimate sinner prepares for next world invasion. Ozzy Osbourne once proudly proclaimed that he'd rather give up sex than drinking. Of course, he was drunk at the time. As the question was asked again of the new, dried out Oz, his wife, manager Sharon, sitting nearby, could only offer a hearty laugh. Quote, "I hope that's not a critique of my bedroom performance," Ozzy said with a grin. "The truth is that back then, I probably would have given up anything for a drink. I was a total mess, and I hated myself because of it. I wasn't a pretty sight," unquote. Unlike many people who find themselves in a similar predicament, Ozzy was smart enough to do something about his problem. Instead of masking his difficulties, he checked into the Betty Ford Rehabilitation Center in an attempt to clean up his life. While he freely admits that the clinic wasn't a total success, he's also happy to state that he's never been healthier or happier. And by the way, as you know, this problem plagued him through his life. It was an issue that he just never really, truly got away from. Quote, "I still drink occasionally, I'll admit that," he said. "The simple truth is that I'm an alcoholic, and I always will be." The difference is that today I have a fighting chance to control my drinking. It's no longer the situation where people say, okay, Ozzy's here, pour the booze in the tub and give him a straw. I'm in control now. I'm always in danger of falling totally off the wagon, and I know it, so the people around me are very careful. You don't see bottles of booze in my dressing room anymore. If I choose to have a quiet drink after a show, that's all right. I'm not trying to become a saint, but I'm not going to be making a fool out of myself every day anymore. And I don't know that... Anyway, famous last words, right? By the way, I saw an interview with Ozzy on the Howard Stern show, and he talked about going into the Betty Ford Clinic, and he said that he thought that he hoped what the Betty Ford Clinic would do was help him learn how to drink like a gentleman, which I thought was just hysterical. So anyway, so here we go. One, of course, must wonder if this more sedate Ozzy will still attract the legion of metal mad headbangers who have made Osbourne a legend over his 15-year career. According to the Oz, all one has to do is listen to his new album, The Ultimate Sin, for an answer to that question. Does it sound like I've mellowed too much? He asked. If anything, this record rocks a lot harder than Bark at the Moon. I learned some lessons with that one. And I'm smart enough not to make the same mistake twice. I may make a whole batch of new mistakes, but the ones I've made before I've learned from. The last time I wandered too far away from what I do best, and this time around I was determined to get back to playing loud, hard rock. I don't feel I have to prove myself to anyone after all this time, he added defensively, but I don't think I've ever felt more committed to a project than I did toward The Ultimate Sin. I had a great deal of time to mentally prepare myself for this album while I was in the Ford Clinic. So by the time I came out, I was really ready to get on with it. The music came from my soul. And before I turn the page, if you will indulge me for just a moment, right down here at the bottom of this page, you'll see it here in the magazine. There is a band called Prophet. Now, this is going to show you just what a vinyl nerd wasting my money on this I was back in high school, because I got out, knowing we were going to be doing this today, I got out my copy of their album, Prophet's album, on Total Experience Records. Now, I don't know about you, but I frequently would go to record stores and I would just find a record that looked cool and I would buy it. And this, I don't know why, but I bought this. And I didn't love it, but there were a couple of songs on this album that I thought were absolutely amazing. And one of them was this song called Everything You Are. And there's some really good stuff on this album. And if I'm not mistaken, Eddie Trunk, I think, was somehow involved with getting these guys off the ground somehow. But I appreciate you indulging me for a second, because I never get a chance to talk about Prophet. And I was going through this magazine and I go, oh my goodness, there's an advertisement for the band Prophet. So anyway, I'm actually really curious now if anybody out there has ever heard of this band or listened to this album, because I bought a lot of weird stuff when I was in high school and this was one of them. And if you've never heard the song Everything You Are, it is one of the greatest ballads you'll ever listen to, in my opinion. It's fantastic. The rest of the album is okay. There's some decent stuff on it, but that one song is actually really, really, really an excellent tune. Anyway, thank you for indulging me. I rarely, if ever, and may never again get a chance to talk about the band Prophet. There you go. It popped up in the magazine. I had to stop and acknowledge it. Okay, back to the article. The music came from my soul. There was nothing contrived about it. The music went straight from my heart onto the record grooves. The Ultimate Sin emphatically proves that while a new generation of metal mongers has emerged over the last year or two, Osbourne remains the form's master. From the burning guitar riffs of Jakey Lee to the Oz's traditionally strained nasal vocals, that's a really interesting way to put it, isn't it? The traditionally strained nasal vocals. The Ultimate Sin may well rank as Osbourne's ultimate rock and roll statement. And it's pretty fascinating that when they make that comment, Osbourne remains the form's master. Just imagine how far back this was, back in the mid 80s. And he just, even though his fame would kind of drop off a tiny bit, but it never dropped off that much. He just kind of always was there. And it's just an amazing, something about that guy. Anyway, just fascinating when you look at Ozzy, how he just kind of rode that for years and years and years, just became this legend and just kind of stayed there up until when he passed away. Anyway, it's just an incredible thing looking back at that. Let's see, everyone keeps asking me what the ultimate sin is. And here's his answer that I was talking about at the beginning of the video. He said, quote, "It's whatever you want it to be. There are different sins to different people in different cultures. What may be a sin to me may be all right with someone else. Right now, I'd have to say that the ultimate sin is the threat of nuclear war." Now, this is fascinating listening to that, because we are now 95. I mean, look how many years removed, 40 years removed from this magazine, from this album being released. Do you remember being a kid and being worried about nuclear war all the time? I do. I remember duck and cover. Do you remember duck and cover? Like that was going to do anything? Anyway, I remember just always being kind of afraid that there was going to be a nuclear explosion. And by the way, when you look at the cover of the album, I mean, that's what you have right there. It is a nuclear explosion. But it is, you sometimes have to put these things in these time capsules. And part of the reason I love this channel so much is because we get to actually go back and try to see things through that lens of what it was like at the time. And where today, I don't know how often I really ever even think about nuclear war, but when you're a kid and you're getting taught duck and cover, and they put out that movie in the mid 80s, they had that movie it was called The Day After. I mean, that was freaky stuff. And it was just kind of always on our mind. And just over the years, it's just kind of, at least it's settled down a little bit. But that's part, again, of the beauty of going back and looking at this stuff, because it reminds you of the environment that all of this stuff was coming from. These songs were being written in, the art was being created in a time where there was a different mindset. The collective conscience was just different. We were thinking about different things. We were focused. We were worried about different things at the time. So anyway, I don't know how deep his answer is, but it was just fascinating to go back and have, because how many people would say that today? I don't know, but it's different. The perspective changes so much. So here we go. He finishes up with this thought. How stupid can we be? We hang the threat of total annihilation over everyone's head and expect no one to care or take notice. You know, just a few years later, that of course the Soviet Union would fall apart, and then this whole concern would diminish considerably. But at the time, it was a real concern. Being British, I have a different perspective on all this nuclear family friendly than someone from America, he added. We're not as caught up in my bomb's bigger than your bomb mentality, which Americans seem to get off on. I spend a great deal of time in the States, and I believe I understand the American point of view, but they don't take anyone else into consideration. Britain is a small country that houses missiles and knows it's a primary target if there is ever a war. We'll all die without even firing a shot. That's scary. Yeah, indeed. And again, that's the thought process that was going on with so many people around the world back then. It seems hard to believe that fun-loving, loony Ozzy Osbourne has begun injecting his metal music with political messages. While Ozzy states emphatically that he will never use his lyrics as a forum for political thought, he doesn't shy away from shouldering some responsibility for informing his fans about what he believes is a precarious situation. Quote, "I don't want to sound like some old asshole who's suddenly developed a conscience," he said. "The truth is that I am the father of 2 small children, and I'd like to see them grow up in a peaceful world. That attitude doesn't mean I'm selling out my rock and roll instincts in any way. Rock and roll has recently been used to feed people in Ethiopia, so maybe it can be used to stop the nuclear buildup." And again, this is what's so cool about this, is looking back at the time capsule, because look what was happening at the time when you had Live Aid, you had USA for Africa. This was that time period when all of us around the world were focusing on that stuff. And then we had all these different people coming together and raising money, and we were all aware of that. So again, this is a reminder of that world that was going on at the time when this album came out, when Ozzy was giving this interview, and all these different things were happening. Anyway, just really fascinating stuff. And it's also a really interesting thing, because I know we have a lot of musicians on this channel. And it's a curiosity for me, how many of you, when you went from no kids to kids, from not married to married, did you have that little shift where you had that, suddenly things are a little different and I see the world a little differently than I did now that I have this responsibility. I've got these children. I've got this relationship. And it's fascinating then to see somebody like Ozzy, who's notoriously not that. And then in an interview, he goes, you know what? I mean, truth is, I got a couple of kids and I'm seeing the world a little differently than I was. Anyway, it's kind of an interesting thing to see these people, to kind of recognize that stuff, see the world that they're living in, the impact, and what kind of world do I want to leave for them? All right. Let's see here. I hope people don't read too much into what I'm saying yet. I'm still the same crazy Ozzy I've always been. I can see people reading where I've given up drinking and developed this political attitude, and they'll say to themselves, that poor old bugger, he's just like my dad. Well, to hell with that. The music is still the thing that people have to listen to, and that's rock and roll. I've never worked harder in my life while making an album, and that effort shows. The music's great, the band is hot, and we're ready to take on the world. I may not be biting the heads off of bats on stage anymore, but you'd better be careful when I come to your town. The old Ozzy is still very much alive, and he's liable to attack you at any moment. And then that's the end of the article, but there is something kind of interesting right here. So we have these photos that are in the magazine here. And of course, this one, it has Ozzy and it says, quote, does it sound like I've mellowed too much? And that goes along with part of the article here. But look at this thing underneath Jake. Jake Lee, rumors persist that he wants to form his own band. And it's just interesting to note that this would be the last album that he would have with Ozzy. Of course, he would go on and do other things after this, but it is kind of fascinating. So often we'd hear these little rumors about stuff happening and how often they were at least, if not completely true, at least partly true. And just kind of, when I was just going through this magazine and I saw that underneath his picture, I thought, it's kind of interesting that this would end up being the last thing that he'd do, and then he would move on. Of course, he'd do some pretty cool stuff after this. So anyway, Jake's an amazing, amazing guitarist, an amazing player. Hey, want to thank Digitech for their ongoing support of the channel. If you are a guitar player, go to digitech.com, check out the latest gear and technology. And of course, every time you go to digitech.com, make sure that they know that the people over at AudioMover sent you there. And with that, please follow the channel, like the video, leave your comments down below. There's so many things to talk about related to this. Did you see Ozzy on this tour? What did you think about this album? How did this album compare to the albums previous to this? Do you share my opinion about these things, or do you see it a little differently? I know a lot of people do. So I'd love to get your feedback on that. And of course, if you like Ozzy and you like this kind of stuff, I'm sure you know other people that would. So we always appreciate it when you share these things with other people. And with that, have yourself a fantastic day. Well, we've reached the end of our 8-hour Ozzy stream. And first of all, thank you. Whether you've been with us the entire time or you just discovered the stream a few minutes ago, we truly appreciate you spending some time with us celebrating one of the most influential artists in rock history. So to close out the stream, it seemed fitting to end where so many people first discovered us, the video that has become our closest connection to Ozzy. This final video is the tribute we created last year following Ozzy's passing. It's the video that Jack Osbourne shared on his social media that introduced thousands of new viewers to this channel. Of course, it is a very important chapter in the AudioMover story. So if you've enjoyed today's stream, I hope you'll stick around. We release new videos several times a week, and there are hundreds more waiting for you on the AudioMover channel right now. From all of us here at AudioMover, thank you for joining us, thank you for being a part of this community, and thank you for helping keep the music and the experiences we all share alive. And have yourself a fantastic day. Like many of you, I've had Ozzy and Black Sabbath on my mind a lot since that final show. And the day before Ozzy Osbourne passed away, I recorded a video about him asking a question I'd been thinking about for a long time. What is it about this man, once nothing more than a poor kid from the heartless industrial streets of Birmingham, that made him one of the most recognizable people in the world? Well, we edited the video Tuesday morning, scheduled it to go live just after noon, and then moved on to other projects. But as the video went live, we noticed suddenly thousands of views. I was kind of shocked until I saw one of the comments and found out for the first time, Ozzy is gone. And over the next few hours, people from all over the world were commenting on that video, sharing their thoughts on the answer to my question. Some people wrote paragraphs filled with emotion, memories, and deep analysis. Some just wrote a few words. People talked about his voice, his music, his personality, his vulnerability, his guitarists, Sharon, the reality show, and many more things. Well, that afternoon, as I scrolled through the growing list of comments and the outpouring of love and sadness, I couldn't help but think of the first words the world heard from Ozzy. The very first words on the very first Black Sabbath song. What is this that stands before me? At the time, it was part of the drama, the mystique, the horror movie vibe. But looking back, it feels like a premonition, like some blurry glimpse of what was coming, years and decades in the future, something massive, something mythic. And not just for him, but an eruption that would spread across nations and across time. Now, Ozzy couldn't have possibly understood what was really standing before him when he sang those words. Premonition or not, those words, sung by the most unlikely of voices at the time, opened a door that would never close. Ozzy didn't have a traditional rock voice. It was kind of strange, eerie, almost otherworldly, and perfect in its imperfection. It brought something unusually authentic to an unexpected world. They took the blues and turned it into thunder, capturing fear, war, addiction, and dread without flinching. And millions across the world got it. And in an instant, his voice and that music took them to the heights of worldwide fame and success. And in less than a decade, he had gone from being a kid who didn't own a decent pair of shoes to one of the most popular rock stars in the world, to a washed-up drunk kicked out of his own band. Same old story. Most people don't get a second act. Ozzy got a second empire. When Sabbath let him go, he could have faded away. But then came Blizzard of Oz, Randy Rhoads. Crazy Train, Over the Mountain, Diary of a Madman, music that not only revived his career, it kicked it up a notch. And with budding guitar gods that he introduced to the world by his side, he became a solo icon with a whole new generation of fans. Now, for me, that's when I heard of him. Kids in school writing his name on their notebooks, chalkboards, their hands and arms, wearing shirts and jackets emblazoned with his image and name. Ozzy was the voice for the weird kid in the back of the room. The teenager who didn't fit in, for the adult who felt invisible, for the ones who were hurting, confused, angry, or just different. He was never polished, never perfect, and maybe that's part of what made people hold on to him. And the music. Ozzy is one of the few people on earth who created a song that nearly everyone has heard. After watching a few of our videos last week, my mother called me and said, "I don't think I've ever heard any of Ozzy's music." So I sent her a link to Crazy Train, and of course she answered, "Oh yeah, I've heard that." Crazy Train isn't just a metal anthem, it's a part of global culture. You hear it at sporting events, in nightclubs, played in cover bands, used in commercials, broadcasts, remixes. It never goes away. And that song is unique in a way that most people never notice. Because it does something truly rare in popular music, something that most people can't or won't try. You see, it switches between major and minor keys several times in the song. It's so subtle and so seamless, you almost don't notice. That subtle shift, positive and negative, light and dark, oddly mirrors the man who brought it to the world. And like him, represents all of us in some small way, the dichotomy we all have inside. And that dichotomy was part of a broader Ozzy mythology that started with bats and doves. Even those animals side by side perfectly represent him. As his career progressed, there were moments when he seemed like a cartoon, too bizarre to possibly be real. But there was also pain, honesty, fragility. He talked openly about addiction, about his personal demons, about fear. And in doing that, he gave others permission to be honest too. One of the most famous and successful men in the world seemed like one of the most common. Ozzy's concerts brought that paradox to life. The music was filled with that alluring dark energy, but the vibe in the arena, it was joy. Pure, manic, electric joy. He would pace the stage like a madman. He'd put his mic on and off the stand, it seemed 20 times a minute. He'd bounce, shout, clap his hands, throw buckets of water on the crowd. He couldn't sit still, and he didn't want you to either. All night long, he'd yell, "Let me see your hands," clap, scream, go crazy. While ministers were outside his concerts warning people not to go in, inside, there was a revival. A time to let go of your inhibitions and enjoy the unique collective energy that only he could create. And then, something no one could have imagined. He moved seamlessly and inexplicably from scaring parents in the 80s to being invited into their living rooms just over a decade later. The Osbournes turned him into an unlikely TV dad, and people loved him even more for it. The old audience and a whole new audience, and the connection grew. This time, a generational connection. And you begin to realize that connection was broader and deeper than we understood at the moment. Because behind the flaws, the imperfections, the strange behavior, there was love. You see, he didn't wait until the end of his shows to say, "We love you," like most performers. He shouted it in between songs, in the middle of guitar solos, during the loudest riffs, "I love you all." And the thing is, he meant it. It wasn't performative. It wasn't a routine part of the script for the concert. It was his kind of unique hymn of acceptance. In the middle of all that darkness, he was shining something bright. This strange, broken, beautiful man telling a whole arena of outsiders that they mattered, that they belonged. And then that final show. He couldn't pace the stage anymore. He couldn't lift buckets or move from one end of the platform to the other. You could feel his frustration. But even though he couldn't, I think all of us who watched it could see it anyway. Ozzy was a walking contradiction, a madman and somehow entirely sane, drunk and sober, chaotic and still, part of the elite yet perfectly common. He was a millionaire who never stopped talking like a working class kid from Birmingham. A devil on stage with a heart full of love. He terrified parents and became America's most unlikely TV dad. He sang of war, death, and fear, and then kissed Sharon on the forehead and told his fans he loved them. At times, he was lost and damaged, and he didn't hide any of it. And maybe that's why people trusted him. He didn't pretend to be perfect. He just kept showing up, broken, wild, hilarious, emotional. His imperfections weren't flaws, they were features. But his real legacy is the people, the fans, tens of millions of us who felt like misfits, who found meaning in his music and in his story. He not only showed the world you could fall down and get back up again, but he showed them you could fall down again and get back up again, over and over. Just keep moving. And if you do, there's a throne waiting for you. You know, as the days passed after his death, the initial premise of that first video I posted became more obvious than ever. Everyone, young and old, rich and poor, east and west, had heard of him. And that odd name, Ozzy, was suddenly on the lips of hundreds of millions of people across the world. And it occurred to me, his final purpose may have been one that nobody would have ever expected. In our time when the world feels fractured, where everyone lives in their own echo chamber, follows their own tribe, consumes their own customized news feeds, we've lost something. A sense of unity. Something that can only come from collective experience. Those rare, almost sacred moments when the entire world seems to pause and feel something together. They're hard to come by these days. And who could have ever expected that this unusual, unlikely man would give us one of those moments? One that was different and strangely personal. When the news broke that Ozzy Osbourne had passed away, something strange happened. The world paused. People everywhere stopped scrolling. And for just a moment, we were united, not in outrage, not in argument, but in memory. And it didn't matter how you knew him, whether he was the Black Sabbath frontman, the solo artist, the MTV dad, the TikTok meme, or just the guy your older brother used to blast through the walls. We all knew him. And for one fleeting moment, we all kind of got it. And that phrase he probably shouted 10,000 times, "I love you all," takes on new meaning as I personally look back at the insecure kid I was. That whoever you are, you're a child of God with value and purpose. You matter and you belong. He wasn't perfect and we may never know why, but in this moment, he became the focal point of that collective experience, reminding us that for all of our differences, we are not as far apart as we think. We still have memories we share, songs we hum, legends we pass on, and once in a while, we still feel something together. And we can take to heart the most memorable words of his most famous song. Maybe it's not too late to learn how to love and forget how to hate.